Hey, hello everyone. Good evening. Okay, let's start. So, what was the last topic that we have discussed? If I'm not wrong, the last topic was about substring, correct? So, next is going to be scan function. It's going to be a scan. So, why scan is used, I'll tell with an example first. Okay. I'm taking one simple data set. Let's say that here is going to be the data set. Guys, I'm just starting with scan function. Whoever joined recently, I'm telling you, I just have started with the scan function. So I'm going to explain the usage of the scan function with an example. Let's say I have my name here. Name is equal to, let's say, my full name is nothing but, let's say, Tenali Murali Krishna. All right. So in this, if someone asks me, hey, you have your full name with you, so why can't you give me your surname, your first name, your last name separately, right? This is my full name. So if someone has given the full name, I have to understand or I have to extract first name, last name, and middle name from this, or first name, last name, and surname from this. Can someone tell me how you are going to do it? If this is going to be the one, can I say that each one is nothing but one word here, correct? Based on a delimiter called space, I have to extract them. Am I correct? All I'm going to do is going to be, let's say this is going to be the one. So this is my space. So before the space, the first delimiter, Sorry, before the delimiter, first one, second one, and third one. Am I correct? So how the scan is going to work is, when you need to extract, a string, I can say that I can need to extract a string from a given sentence, or I can say that you need to extract something based on a delimiter. I mean to say, if you go with a substring, I'm going to do it based on the based on the position and the length. From what position, what is the length? From what position, what is the length? In that way, I have to do. Correct? That is what I have to do with the substring. But when it comes to the scan, it is not like that. I'm not going to consider what is my first position, second position, what is the length. I don't do it. I'll check what is going to be the data based on the delimiter. Suppose if I want my first name here, let's say first underscore name is equal to scan of my variable, comma, just to say which one I want to extract. Can I say, if I consider this as my delimiter, before the delimiter first word, correct? Suppose if I need, I can say that this is my surname. If I need my first name is going to be, if I consider space as a delimiter, it is going to be the second word. My last name is going to be my third word. Am I correct? With the respect to the space, first word, second word, third word. So how I'm extracting the words? The words I'm extracting based on this space. Correct? Let's see. Remember, you can ask me a question, Murli, why you are not mentioning a delimiter here? Because the default delimiter here is going to be space. Guys, basic extraction, all of you are able to understand? I just want to extract something based on the delimiter. But as long as space is a delimiter, I don't mention it. Okay. Why can't I go with another one? Let's say I'm just going with a comma. Now I do the same. Still I'm getting, right? Let's say other than space and comma, try something else. Let's say star. Now see this? What you can understand here? The delimiter, it is identifying on its own. One of the easiest way of understanding this is one of the commonly asked interview question when it comes to the version upgrades. When it comes to the version upgrades, if I want to go ahead and talk about the difference between SAS 9.2 and 9.4 till SAS 9.2, I cannot recollect anything other than the space as a delimiter. Only space will be taken as a delimiter. From 9.4 onwards, whatever here is the delimiter, it will automatically identify it. If you want, you can specify that as well, like this. I can specify this like this as well. I need to mention my delimiter is a space. In that way also you can do. So I'll tell you where it is useful. Someone has given your data like this. Tenali star, okay, Tenali, comma, Murali star Krishna. This is your data. I just want only two things there. Number one, my surname is Tenali, my name, first name is going to be, let's say, Murali Star Krishna. Now what is happening here? By default, wherever the special character is coming, it is automatically truncating that. But I need to tell SAS that, hey, don't consider any special character as a delimiter. My delimiter in this case is going to be only comma. If we go with any other thing rather than the comma, it is not going to be a delimiter for me. Now you can see if I put like this, it is going to say before comma the first word is Tenali, that is going to be my surname. After comma, this entire thing is going to be my first name, that is Murali Krishna. Do you understand now the differences, guys? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? I went in a flow because simple topic, how the SAS is going to extract, I'm teaching you. Questions? Questions?
Can you repeat the second one once again, Murli?
Which one?
The you gave the Tenali Murli
Which one?
Krishna, like only the first name and the surname and the first name.
Okay. Suppose if I don't put this, if I don't specify a delimiter, if I don't put this delimiter, okay, what it will understand is wherever I have a special character, each special character is going to be a delimiter for it. So what it will understand is this is my total. Give me a moment. It's going to say that wherever delimiter is there, it is going to break it. That can be a space, that can be a comma, that can be a star, that can be anything. Okay, now it will say that based on the delimiter, my first word is going to be this, my second word is going to be this, my third word is going to be this. Is that understandable? How it is splitting the data? All of you, first of all, whether you give space, whether you give comma, whether you give star, whatever you give there, right? Even if you give mix of characters also, it simply divide that, or it will simply separate each one based on the delimiter. Any special character it will consider as a delimiter. Is that clear? How the delimiters are taken? Everyone?
Yes.
Anita garu, మీకు ఇది అర్థమైందా అండి? నేనేం చెప్తున్నానంటే, okay, cool, perfect. Suppose if I give this one, if this is my code, what is my code is telling here? I'm asking surname, scan, I want to go for a scan. The scan function, how I want to do is, from the name, take the first one. This is the name, right? This is the entire name. I have already split into three words because based on the delimiter, it automatically got a split. The first word is going to be Tenali. So my first name is going to be Tenali. Similarly, my second letter, that is second one, is going to be my first name. My last one is going to be my last name. Correct? What is the case? The case is going to be this. If I give the data like this, if my name is given like this, based on the space, it's split into three: Tenali, Murali, Krishna. Each one is going to be 1 1. Now, let's say this is the second instance. All of them are commas. Still, since all of them are commas, and when I go with a code like this, the same code if I go with, system still will understand like this only. Hey, first of all, user has not defined what is the delimiter is. Since he has not mentioned any delimiter, whatever the special characters comes, each special character is going to be my delimiter. I'll split like this. Is that clear? Suppose if I go like this, this time each one is star, but still user haven't mentioned anything. So my first delimiter, so this is my first word, second delimiter, my word, third delimiter, my word. That's it. Directly it will scan it, because as long as I'm not mentioning what is my special character is. Come to a case where my data is like this. comma, and star. But still, star is a delimiter for me, comma is also a delimiter to me, and user haven't mentioned any delimiter. So what I understand is each delimiter I'll treat it as the same way only. So this is my first word, this is my second word, this is my third word. But the moment I give my delimiter here, let's say if I put comma as a delimiter now, what is going to happen? This is my delimiter. So what is my first word now? This entire thing is going to be my first word. This is my second word. There is no third word. Third word is going to be null, blank. Am I correct? Is this concept understandable?
Yeah,
Everyone?
clear. Yes.
If I don't mention anything, any special character is a delimiter. But the moment I mention something, for an example, if I mention like this, I just say that star is my delimiter. The moment I say star is a delimiter, what is going to happen? This is my first word. Am I correct? This entire thing is going to be my second word. Is that understandable, guys? Everyone? There's no third word because there is no another star. All of you are able to understand how scan works?
So if you give
Anita,
star
Swati, Tulasi. Sorry?
if we give the star and the comma as delimiter, then it will be like 3 words, right?
It will be more. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone? Any other questions?
Yeah, yes, one question. Like here we have only one record. So what if we have 3 records and out of
How
3
many
records,
numbers?
yeah, out of 3 records, 2 records
Sorry,
has
Tulasi, sorry, I'm
yes,
losing your voice. Could you please be a bit louder?
yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. My question is like, what if we have 3 records and out of 3 records, 2 records has a single name called like a single name, and the third record has like 3 words as a single name. In that case, like how to give the code?
Okay. Still, it is going to be the same. Let's say that if my data is like this. Okay. Before I go to your question, how about others? All others are able to understand? Antagar?
So until first delimiter name 1 and second delimiter name 2 అని అవుతుందా సార్?
అర్థం కాలేదండి మీ క్వశ్చన్ నాకు అర్థం కాలేదు.
ఫస్ట్ డీలిమిటర్ వరకు నేమ్ 1, సెకండ్ డీలిమిటర్ వరకు నేమ్ 2 స్కాన్ దగ్గర.
ఎస్, మీరు సింపుల్ గా డీలిమిటర్ తో స్ప్లిట్ చేసుకోవాలి. మీరు ఏ డీలిమిటర్ ఇలా స్పెసిఫిక్ గా
1 to
మెన్షన్
3
చేయకపోతే
డీలిమిటర్.
1 2 3 డీలిమిటర్ కాదండి, ఏ వర్డ్ అనేది ఫస్ట్ వర్డా సెకండ్ వర్డా థర్డ్ వర్డా. అంటే ఇప్పుడు
ఓకే
నాది ఇది అనుకోండి, దీంట్లో ఇది నా డీలిమిటర్ పక్కన పెట్టేస్తుంది, ఇది నా డీలిమిటర్ పక్కన పెట్టేస్తుంది. మొత్తం ఎన్ని వర్డ్స్ ఉన్నాయి? 3. ఇక్కడ 1 అని ఉంటే ఫస్ట్ వర్డ్ తీసుకోమని, ఇక్కడ 2 అని ఉంటే సెకండ్ వర్డ్ తీసుకోమని, ఇక్కడ 3 అని ఉంటే థర్డ్ వర్డ్ తీసుకోమని. అర్థమైందండి? ఎనీ అదర్ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఫ్రమ్ ఎనీవన్ గైస్? Except the question from Tulasi. The question from Tulasi is going to be like this. Let's say, what if my first name is like this, my second name is going to be O, my third name is going to be Srihari. Tulasi, is that meet your requirement? If I have
Yes.
data like this,
Yes.
I can write the same code. Let's say data EMP, right? Input. Let's say I'm just going with the name. Let's say $30. It will read the entire name. Yeah. That is another question. By default, any special character you can consider as a DLL. Exactly. That is how you need to understand. Correct. Let's say input name $30. Now, let's say that data lines. Here it is. Data lines. I'll read it as it is and run. So what I need now, Let's say for this particular guy, whatever I have the first word, let's say that is going to be the first name, or it will make more sense. It is going to be, the data is going to be like this. Whatever is going to be the first word, that is going to be my first name. Whatever is going to be the last word, that is going to be, whatever is going to be the last one is going to be the last name, right? This guy has first name, first name, middle name, and last name. Okay, or I can consider that as first name, last name, and surname. So there are three things I have to read. So first name I should read, last name I should read, surname I should read. Okay. Now the question is, for the first person, all the three are exist. For the
Is it
remaining
first?
2%, those are not.
Murli, it should be middle name. Last name and surname would be the same, right?
Okay, I just given like this. Okay, fine. Let's go like this. Okay, no issues. Okay. Now, for the first person, I have all the three names exist. So based on him, I'm writing, let's say, sub-str of my default delimiter is going to be the space. So based on the space, if you take the first word, that is going to be my first name.
Scan.
If I take second, it is going to be, sorry, scan. I'm thinking something, sorry. Yeah. If I take second word, that is going to be middle name. If I take third word, that is going to be the surname. Correct? So what is the expected output now? Can I say my expected output is going to be like this? My first name, middle name, surname. My expected output is going to be Murali, like this for the first one. Now you guys tell me what I can get it for the second one. Now you guys tell me. For the record number 2, where my blue color ball is here. So what is going to be the output that you are thinking?
First name would be Om.
First name will be Om.
Yeah, middle name would be blank and surname would be blank.
But blanks are nothing but here missing value.
Missing
Correct?
values. Yes.
Right. How about the next one? Sri. I have the middle name Hari, but this guy doesn't have your last name. Am I correct? So Tulasi, now you are clear? If you want, I can run it for you. Done? Is that what your expected output is? Can you see? Murali, Krishna,
Yes, yes.
Tenali, Om, both of them are missing values. Sri Hari, missing value. Is that clear?
Yeah, clear.
If it is there, you are going to get it. When it is not there, there is nowhere that you are going to get it. Right? The same scan function, guys, I can also write it in a different way. The same scan function. For an example, I'll take this. I can write it like, for an example, the same one I can take. Instead of giving the positive integers, I can give the negative integers. Meaning, this is my last one, right? I need Tenali. Tenali is going to be from the opposite direction, third word, correct? From the left to right, first one. From right to left, that is from the opposite direction, it is the third word, correct? Ideally, it is going to be a third word. It is going to be a second word. It is going to be a first word in opposite direction. But how to mention the direction? I'll simply say minus. I'm simply telling that if I put minus, the meaning is look from the other direction. That is, read the data from right to left. When I'm reading from right to left, you can see that first word, second word, third word. The third word is going to be the surname. Make sense, guys? Simple concept. You're going to get it same, no differences at all. Tenali, Murali, Krishna. But you're asking system not to go from left to right. Instead of that, you're going from the right to left. Is that clear to everyone? Is that clear?
Yes, Murli.
All right. Any questions from anyone?
When will you use this?
Same thing. If I have a word, if I have a string, I want to extract part of that particular string based on the delimiter. One of the example is first name, last name. This is one
From
of the
right
example.
to from right
That
to
is up to you.
left.
That is up to you. That is up to you. Okay.
Okay.
If you ask me, okay, wonderful, wonderful. Let me tell you. If I ask me, hey, I always, when I can use a right, because there should be an answer, right? There should be a reason why we are doing it, right? Okay, let's go with this. Om, let's say that Murli Krishna Tenali. Let's go with some other name here. Bindu Patibandla, right? Let's say here Venkata Sai Kishan Kopavarapu. My friend names guys all this, don't worry. Now you can see. I need the surname, guys. I need the surname. How do you write it? 50. Just forget about this. I'm just reading the name first. Okay. I need only the surnames. What is the surname here? The surname is going to be the last word in each name, correct? If I want to go with the position, for the first one, I need to read the third word. For the second one, I need to read the second word. For the last one, I need to read the fourth word, correct? I cannot give a constant name in the scan, right? Am I correct? I just need a surname, guys. If I want to write the surname, okay, I just want to go with a scan. If I want to go with a scan, the problem here is going to be scan name, comma. For the first one, it should be 3. For the second one, it should be 2. For the third one, it should be 4th. Am I correct? It's difficult, right? But if you see, if I put -1, what will happen? For everything, it is going to be the last from extreme right hand side word is going to be my surname only. So even if it is going to be a third word, fourth word, fifth word, I don't mind. From the right hand side, it is going to be the first word. Done? Have I read it correctly? Now you guys understand why I should go for this particular one? Anita, is that clear?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Thanks for asking. Everyone, any other questions on this? Any questions, guys? Okay. Next one is I want to go with Tranwrd. Let me know if you have any questions, because I'm understanding that there are no questions. I'm proceeding further. But if you have any other questions, ask me. Tranwrd. For an example, I'll tell you what is called Tranwrd is and why should I use it. Okay. Let's say there is a small bakery and they are very famous for the puffs. Let's say bakery. So input, I'm just reading item, or I can say puff. What puff it is? Let's say data lines. Under the data lines, I'm just going with, let's say here I'll go with 30 dot egg puff, and then veg puff, and then chicken puff. Or I can say that paneer puff and mushroom puff. Let's say that this bakery is purely a veg one, a veg bakery. They will not go with any non-veg items. But I can see that there is one non-veg item, egg puff, which is not there, but someone accidentally updated it. It is not an egg puff, it is going to be veg puff only. But someone, instead of writing the veg puff, they have written egg puff. How I can correct this? Someone has accidentally entered this particular data. I want to replace a whole word. I need to replace a word. Or I can also give a meaningful one. Let's say chicken puff. I'll tell you why I have changed it. I want to replace chicken with a veg. That is my requirement. How to do it? Because if I go with the egg, the number of letters are going to be the same. You think of substring left, correct? You use substring left and you can replace it,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, but that is not my requirement here. Is because now if I change the lengths, right? Since they change the length, it automatically, I cannot replace a 3 things with 5 or 6 letters, correct? So here I am replacing a word, complete word with another word. So for this, I can go with Tranwrd. So puff is equal to Tranwrd of, right? My source and the target and the replacement. My source is going to be puff. I want to replace, since it's going to be a string, right? I have to put it in the double quotes. I want to replace chicken with which. That's it. Where I want to replace, what I want to replace, with what I want to replace. Done? Is that clear, guys? It is a word-to-word replacement. It won't bother about the length. It won't bother about what is the starting position, what is the ending position, nothing. And also, I can tell one thing. There is somewhere here, let's say, puff chicken is there. Someone has mentioned puff chicken. So now here also I need to replace the chicken with veg, right? Suppose if I want to go with substring left, only based on the position I can do. But it is not about the position. Anywhere in the string, if I want to replace the word, I can replace it. Can you see? It doesn't bother about what position it is. It only bother about, do I have the word chicken in my entire name or not? As long as it finds it, it will replace it. Makes sense, guys? Can you understand now the difference between substring left and Tranwrd? Anyone? Any questions?
Basically, substring goes with the length, right? In here, it goes with the word.
Substring goes with the length. Substring also goes with the position.
Position, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Here I don't need to bother about the position. I don't need to bother about the length. Anywhere in my entire variable, wherever I find it, I can replace it. Guys, questions? Able to understand the difference between, you can also have a quick check here. You can see here I have used substring left. If I am going with the substring left, I have clearly mentioned what is my starting position, is how much length I have, and with what I have to replace. Everything I need to mention on the phone, right? Only if it is going to be first position, from the first position 6 characters only it is going to replace. Correct? Correct? But if I come back to this, it is not going to be like this. From the first position, not only 3 characters, sorry, from the first position, not only 6 characters. Even this is from 5th position to 6th characters, it never mind what is the position, what is the length. All it is going to do is, do I have a word or not? If I have a word, replace it. Word to word replacement. Clear? Any questions from anyone? Okay. Hope no questions. Yeah, I'm going with the next one. The next one is going to be translate. The translate is pretty much same as your what to say, Tranwrd. A small difference, a very small difference. Let's take the same example, but when it comes to the translate, it is going to be a bit different. That is, it never bothers about what to say. Let's say wherever Captain P is there, wherever Captain P is there, I want to replace that with this small p. Wherever Captain V is there, I want to replace that with this small v. What I have to do? This is my requirement. Captain P need to replace with small p. All right. And wherever I have capital V, I want to replace that with the small v. It is not only for the capital letters and small letters. I want to say that one letter to letter, wherever I have this letter to letter, I want to replace, right? So now I can go with here, translate. Can you see? Small change in the syntax also, of comma. What I have to say before, what to replace with what to replace. Here it is going to be different. What I want to replace should be on the right hand side. I want to replace capital P with the small p. I want to replace capital V with small v. You can put any number of characters. It is going with individually. It is not going to say PV word with PV word. It is going to replace capital P with small p, capital V with small v. That is letter to letter replacement. How many letters are there? It is going to replace all of them. Can you see? Just capital P becomes small p, small capital V becomes small v, capital P becomes small p, correct? If you want to do some irregular thing, let's say that Murli instead of E or F or something, can you do something else, right? Maybe I have E. I want to replace E with N, guys. Just E with N. I want to replace E with N. I want to replace E with N. Because you can see that here I have E, here I have E, here I have two E's. Both the E's it is going to convert. Here I have E, it is going to convert. Just understand letter to letter replacement. How many letters are there? All the letters it is going to replace. Can you see this? E become capital N, E become capital N. Double E's are there, both the E's becomes capital N. Here I have E, E become capital N. Understandable, guys? If your requirement is word to word, go with Tranwrd. If your requirement is letter to letter, how many letters are there? All the occurrences I want to replace. I go with translate. Based on the position I want to do, then I can go ahead with substring left. There are three replacement options. One, if you know the position and if you know the length, go ahead with substring left. I want to replace only the character, individual string of characters, go with translate. I want to replace word to word, I can go ahead with the Tranwrd. All of you are clear? Any questions? Questions?
I want to ask something.
Yes, please go
So
ahead.
in translate in the previous statement, when we converted PV, right? PV into PV. So there's a sequence of PV and PV. So we have to maintain the sequence, or we can do it otherwise, like PV and VP.
No. In that case, suppose if you
No.
do PV with VP, capital V will be replaced with small p, capital P will be replaced with small p.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Same position. Questions? Any questions from anyone? Okay. That's a small change in the sequence, guys. I'm just changing the sequence. I'm bringing the count function to the top and also compare function to the top. I'll finish these two, 11, 12, 13, and 14. I'll just change the order. Now I'm going with count functions. Let's take this one. This is a good example. I have employee names. All right. All I need is, I need the count of words, guys. How many words are there? In each name, how many words are there? All right. In each name, how many words are there? That is my question. Okay. So how I can do this? I can simply do that by using, let's say, count. Let's say word count. Word count is equal to count of name. It will simply give me the count. What happened? Why it throws the error? Some error. It's saying doesn't have. Okay. I have to mention what is my delimiter. Okay, give me a second. What it is doing? Just give me a second, guys. I'm not a big fan of using the functions. I do it in a different way. Specifies a character constant variable which seem to be constant in the modifiers. Okay, I think this is different. Count W, name, command. I have to go with, I think, name. Yeah. Sorry, guys. It's count W. For the words, it is going to be count W. Count is there, count C is there, count W also there. I'll give you what is called count is. First of all, is this clear? First, I want to see how many number of words are there. I can go with the count W function. It will simply give me there are 3 words here, there are 2 words here, there are 4 words here. Right? In the same one, I can also go with count. Let's say I just need the letter count, guys. What is that? I just need how many characters are there. Just how many characters are there, nothing else. In that particular case, that is letter count. How many letters are there? Then I'll go with count of. Here you can see, if I take this entire one, how many of them are there totally? 22 are there, correct? This is the position 1, so totally 21 characters are there. Let's say I don't want spaces, right? If I don't want spaces, what I can do? I can use compress. So compress of name, what it is going to do? It is going to remove the spaces, correct? And then it is going to calculate the remaining, correct? Now I'll say the substring I have to give. So I can give any substring. It is going to be a character constant or a variable or anything. So first I'll say double quotes. Let's see what it is going to do for you. Oh, sorry. I'm doing something wrong.
Is it count or count W? Mummy? In here, the letter count is equal to.
Sorry? No, letter count is not word. I'm not looking at the words. I'm looking at the total number of characters. How many characters are there? That's what I'm looking.
Count C, you have to mention C there.
No. The thing is, there is something fishy. I'm not able to figure it out why. But I'm just thinking, because I generally what do is, if I need the letter count, I don't use this method. I'll go with the other method. Because how many letters are there? If I want to do it, I can simply do like this. If I want to do on my own, I won't use much of the functions. Instead of that, I'll simply say length of compress of name. That is going to be the same time here. 21 I'll get. That's 20 I'll get for the first one. 19, because if the total length is going to be 21, if I remove the 2 spaces, it is going to be 19. It's straightforward. I generally use this particular method. I'm just trying to understand count. I haven't used much. I'm just trying to understand what is the use of count. You understand what I'm trying to say? If I need the individual letters, I can use this method. I can directly get it. I just compress it. I just go with the length. It is automatically give me total. Count C function, I know what it will do. For an example, if I want to see what count C function will do is, okay, let's go with the count C. I'll tell you later. I want only the uppercase count. I want only the uppercase count. let us say upper count. Then I can say Countc. This function I'm very clear. I'll say that name, comma, all the upper list, that is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. I'll give like this. If I need lower count, all the small case count, if I need it, I can simply put lower count here. I'll say Countc. All this entire thing here is there now. I'll just convert it into the lower. Now you can see it is going to give me the uppercase count and lowercase count. See, there are 3 uppercase characters M, K, T. So 3 I got. There are 2 capital letters B and P. I got 2. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. The remaining are going to be the small case characters, right? That is the reason I use Countc. Countc function I'm 200% sure. Count also, count W also I'm sure. Count I haven't worked on that much because I only need, whenever I need something, I can always write a code for it if I don't know the function. But I'll see to the count function what it is and I'll explain that. Okay. For now,
And
just go with count.
Yeah, just one thing, Murli. Is a input name we are giving, right? Is it the word count or the name count in the first line?
It is a word count. How many words are there? 3 words are there. 1, 2, 3. 2 words are there. 1 and 2. 4 words are there. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a word count.
Okay, so the length we are not getting. That's what you are saying, right?
No, we are not getting the length. We are just going with the word count. If I need the total length, I can go with the length function.
Okay.
My requirement is how many words are there in this name? How many words are in this name? How many words are there in this name? Right? Any questions on this, guys? Count, I haven't teach you yet. Count, I'll check and I'll teach you because I generally don't use that. That's the reason I got stuck here. But don't worry, I'll check that and I'll let you know. Okay, count function is still pending from my end. I'll see to that. Any questions up to this? Can I get a quick confirmation? Okay. Now I'll give you a small task for your weekend. Small task. Don't depend on Google. Strictly, I'm telling you, don't depend on Google. Right? If you give me the logic also, I'm okay. But don't depend on the Google. Right? My requirement is here. Task. The same example. You can see here. From the above example, find word count without using count W function. Don't use count W and get it. I'm asking, don't use count W. You can use any other function. I have covered the functions which are required to calculate it already. So don't use count W and write a code and give me what is the word count. Similarly, this is the first one. The second one is find upper count, uppercase count and lowercase count without using Countc function. Guys, can you do it? Question is understandable? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Question is understandable to everyone? I'm asking, don't use count W function. Count W function, if you use it, you will directly get it. Countc function, if you use it, directly you'll get it. Don't use Countc and count W, but give me the total word count. I need this output. I need this output. The total output I need. But don't use count and count W and Countc functions. Your requirement clear? Can I get a confirmation?
Yes. And I think you already just did it with the length function.
You do whatever you want, but I need this output. Write a code and give it to me. Right? Okay, I'll also give you this code. This is how I need. Sample output also I'll do. This is my sample output. Yeah, can we try this, guys? This is how my sample output should look like. Questions from anyone? Any questions from anyone?
Yeah, one small question. Like this is about the assignment you gave last week. So, are we going to discuss the solutions for the questions in the assignment?
Yes, we will. Otherwise, how it will be? Because just for the benefit of everyone, yes, I will discuss once. Definitely, I'll discuss.
Okay.
Otherwise, it is difficult, na?
Yes.
I'll definitely discuss.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So I'll just say module number 2. In the module number 2, I'll say character functions. Done. Go with my Gmail. Let me send it right away. Otherwise, I'll forget. Any questions, guys? Meanwhile, I can answer that.
Sir. Hello.
Sorry.
Sir, I have sent mail regarding assignment.
I'll check that. And I haven't checked any of your mails so far. Okay, but I'll check that and then do it. Okay, because I'm not finding the time. I'll only do it weekends. I'll only do it during the weekend, so I'll do it. Okay. Let me see if I miss anyone from here. Reply all. Let's delete all this. Edit subject. Jan 2021. Let's see who's all there. Sai Haider is there. Anita, Mahendra, Tulsi, Hasmi, Shiru. Who's this? Harni Reddy, Usha, and Paladu Swat 96. Okay. Then module 2, character functions. I have to include Balusar as well. It will be useful. And the, let's find this. Yeah, I'm done. Okay, guys, have a good weekend. Today I'll send character functions, other functions as well, because I'll just give you the reference so that you can also read to that. Okay. And weekend I'll go with your all the assignments, who and all completed it, who and all reached to me. I'll go with all of your assignments and I'll reply back to you. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Bye. Have a nice weekend.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all are doing good. Can we see anyone solve the assignment? I cannot find the solution. Okay. Fine. Take some more time, not an issue, and let me know. If you cannot do, then we can try, right? And today also I have received some of the questions. I'm not finding time to answer them. Don't worry, I'll answer. All right. Okay. Let's proceed with, I think we have done up to this. So we have compare, concatenation, and left trim and strip functions, correct? Let's proceed with that. So before I start this one, guys, any other questions? Have we done this? So this is what you're talking now, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah, actually, I have seen, but I cannot find out that which function I should use. I use like index is not work, find, but so I don't know really.
it's okay. So let's see. You said you got for one question. Yeah, I think you already dropped me an email as well, correct?
Yes, yes. I sent you an email yesterday, and I got only for one question, so I could not figure out for other one.
No problem. Let's others also proceed with that. We can discuss on it. Not an issue. Okay, I'll just keep this as a separate one. I'll just cut this. I'll keep it as, I'll just rename this as tasks, and under the task I'll keep this. Okay, we'll discuss it once we complete all the functions. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now we need to go ahead and talk about compare. This is the next topic that we are talking. Right. So how the compare works. So whenever I want to compare two strings, there I will go with compare function. All right. So what compare will do is it will compare two functions and it will give where you have the discrepancies and which position you have the difference. Okay. For an example, let's say data is name1 is equal to Murali, and let's say name2 is equal to same Murali. Let's say both the names are same, right? And then I just go with compare is equal to compare function as it is compare of. All right. I need to go with the string1 comma string2. Just I need to go with string1 and string2. So my string1 is nothing but name1. My string2 is nothing but name2. Modifiers, I'll tell you what are the modifiers I can use here. So for now, just we go with the straight comparison of string1 and string2. Now I don't find any difference here, right? So I'll get that comparison is 0. I'll get COMP value as 0 because I don't find any difference. Both of them are same. So since I don't find difference, I'll get 0. What happened? Just a second. Oh, I have not selected data. Now you can see. Name1 is Murali, name2 is Murali, the comparison is 0 because there is no difference in name1 and name2. Suppose if there is any difference, let's say that this is going to be something called Krishna. So both the strings are entirely different, right? Both the strings are entirely different, right? So in which position I have the difference? Can I say the first position itself I have the difference? So I'm going to get comparison value as my 1. That is, in which string I have the difference, in which position I have the difference, that position I'm going to get there. So when I compare Krishna with Murali, in the very first position itself I have the difference. I got the value as 1. For an example, I have Murali and the second one is Madhav. So where I have the difference now? Can I say that at position number 2 I have the difference, right? The first position is same for both of them. At position number 2 I have the difference. So my comparison value is going to be 2. Make sense, guys? How the string comparison is happening? Remember, string comparison is case sensitive. Let's say I have Murali here and the other one is small n. So what is the difference now? At very first position itself, I have the difference. Don't worry, you are getting -1, 1. Both of them are going to be the same only. It is a position. It is going to give the direction. When it comes to the lowercase and uppercase, it will give the -1. Don't worry about it. It is going to be remains going to be the same, right? But if I want to say, hey, these two are same except the case. So why can't I use a modifier? One of the modifier I can use here is going to be I. I stands for ignore case. What is that? Ignore case. I stands for ignore case. And if I do this, can you see? So you guys able to understand what I'm trying to say? So it will compare two strings and will return the position where the difference is. Okay. By default, string comparison is not case sensitive. Right? At any point of time, if I want to ignore the case, I need to put I in front of it. Can I get a clarity? All of you are able to understand this? Questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I can also go with some more modifiers. For an example, the other one is Murali, but I have a lot of leading spaces. Some spaces are there. But still, whenever there is a space, can I say that space is also a character, right? It's a white space, right? White space is also a character, right? So it is comparing the white space with the M, and obviously both of them are different. I'm going to get the difference at position number 1, right? So to avoid that, I can go with the another modifier, and that modifier is L. L stands for it will avoid leading spaces. Now you understand? What are the leading spaces I have here? The leading spaces are ignored and it is comparing. Make sense? Is it understandable to everyone? Right.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Any questions from anyone? Okay. First, let me complete one small topic here as left, trim, and strip, and then we can go ahead with the concatenation at the last topic. Okay. So let me help you with how this left, trim, and strip functions will work. These will be used to avoid leading as well as the trailing spaces. What do you mean by leading spaces? Let's take this particular one. I have my first name, I have my middle name, and I have my surname. Let's say that my first name is equal to Murali, but remember before Murali, accidentally I have put some spaces. So before the name I have, can I say these are leading spaces? Can I say these are leading spaces? Right? If I have anything after the name or after the value, let's say my middle name is Krishna, and after Krishna I have some spaces. These are called trailing spaces. These are called trailing spaces. Then I have a surname, let's say Tenali. Tenali has some leading spaces and also have some trailing spaces. First of all, you guys understand what is called leading spaces and what is called trailing spaces? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, but now these leading spaces and trailing spaces I want to handle. To handle that, we will go with left, trim, and strip functions. So, can you see here? I can see some leading spaces here. I can see some trailing spaces here. I can see leading as well as the trailing spaces here. I want to avoid all of them. So, to handle leading spaces, left. What is that? First _1, I'm just creating a new variable just to show you the comparison, is equal to left of your variable name. Now compare. Can you see? The first has leading spaces here. Space is there. But for the first one, I don't have any space. Right? So to handle the leading spaces, I can go ahead with the left function. To handle the trailing spaces, I have to go with trim function. Let's say middle underscore 1 is equal to handle these trailing spaces, I need to go with trim. Trim, avoid your trailing spaces. So now you can see for what is the middle one? Oh, I use the same thing. I have to go with the middle.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now I can see that the trailing spaces has been removed, but you cannot see here. The reason why I cannot see here will be that's the way the SAS will show it. You can see. All right, that's the reason I cannot see it, but this one has some trailing spaces. After this, some trailing spaces are there. This one doesn't have any trailing spaces because it has been removed. Okay, then I want to remove both leading as well as trailing spaces. How I can do? I want to remove both leading as well as trailing spaces. To remove leading spaces, I'll go with left. Whatever the output is there, on this output, I'm going to apply trim. So what will happen now? First, innermost function will work. This function will avoid all the leading spaces. And then this trim function will avoid all your trailing spaces. So that your surname 1 doesn't have any of the leading as well as the trailing spaces. Done? Suppose, Murli, is there any other function which will do both the work for me? Yes. That is nothing but your strip function. Strip by default remove your leading as well as the trailing spaces. Make sense? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? What is left, what is trim, and what is strip? Left will handle your leading spaces. Trim will handle your trailing spaces. Strip will handle your both leading as well as the trailing spaces. Make sense? Any questions? Wherever you want to handle space, there you are going to use this space handling functions, either left or trim or strip. You can do also one thing. Hey Murli, I'm not interested to do all this. Why can't I simply use for everything strip? Will it work? Will it work? Yes or
Yes,
no,
it's
guys?
supposed to. Yes.
Yeah,
It
because
should
it
be.
will automatically handle both your leading as well as trailing spaces. My work is too easy. All right. So you can work on your leading spaces, it will work on trailing spaces, it will work on both the leading and trailing spaces as well. So as per your requirement, you can be specific to a left function or trim function. If not, you can directly work on your strip function as well. No issues. Anita, Harini, Hasmi, yeah, questions please.
So what is the use for left and trim? Because we can use all the time strip.
Okay. There are some specific cases, especially in macros. In macro, that is what we are going to discuss as a module number 8. Whatever the character functions we are using here, not all these character functions will be available in macros. But macros, wherever I want to do some trim or leading spaces I want to remove on macro variables, not on the dataset variables, on macro variables. So there you have these functions. For an example, sub is equal to percentage left. This function is available there. Can you see this? Percentage left function is available, which can be used for your removing your leading spaces. So these are the implications. What are the character functions are there? The respective functions in the macros are available. If you ask me straightforward question, Murli, when I have left and trim, why I'm going with this strip? The answer is, I can answer in a different way. The one answer is the equivalent variables always SAS has their equivalent variables in the macros. That is one answer, right? The other answer is going to be, if I go with left, it only check your leading spaces. That is, for each variable, in each variable value, it need to check only the leading values and it will remove it. Suppose if you apply strip unnecessarily, it has to check leading spaces as well as trailing spaces. It need to make two checks. For every value, it need to make two checks. It will increase your processing time. So wherever it is needed, then you can go ahead with the strip. That is, both the leading and trailing spaces are there, then you can go ahead. If there is only leading spaces, why unnecessarily bombard my system by asking for check at the leading as well as at the trailing? It will increase your processing time, right? So that's the reason you check what is your requirement is. If it is only left, go with only left function. That is the leading trails. If I have trailing spaces, go with only trail. If I have both of them, I can go ahead with this.
So there's a question.
Okay, yeah.
My question is, if we have data with leading spaces and trailing spaces in one variable, how do we do that?
That's what strip I'm doing, right? Strip is for both leading and trailing spaces. It will remove both of them.
Okay,
That's
like
what
yeah, exactly. In this example, like we are using three variables, right? First name, middle name, and surname. There are three variables altogether. I'm saying this like if we have all these spaces like leading and trailing in a single variable, can we how do we do that?
Yeah, the same thing I'm telling to you, Heather. Here you can see only one variable, right? In one variable, I have leading space as well as the trailing space. To handle both of them, I'm using the strip.
Okay,
Am I understanding that your question in a different way?
No, and I got it. You're right. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So we can also use T, I guess, isn't it? Harini, you can use T also. That is for argument. That is nothing but the third argument. Can you call it as a modifier? You can call it as a modifier. Yes. I'm going with the individual functions. You're talking about the modifier. Yeah, Usha, I got your message. Thank you. All right. Now let's go ahead and talk about our last character function, which is nothing but your concatenation. So for doing the concatenation is all about concatenating. That's nothing but joining one or more strings. Correct? Let's take this example itself. Let's say I have no leading, trailing spaces, everything is proper. I have three names. I want to join these three names. I need output like this. My output is going to be, my expected output is going to be, let's say, Murali, Krishna, and Tenan. So I just want to concatenate these three variables and I want to create my full name. So my full name is nothing but Murali space Krishna space Tenali. So I want to concatenate these three variables. So can you tell me how you can do it? So nothing but I need a concatenation operator, right? So for concatenation, I have an operator. At the same time, I have functions. Both of them are available. I have concatenation operator. At the same time, I have the other one, which is nothing but my concatenation function. So first I'll go with the operator. My operator is going to be like this. So my full name, or I can simply say name is equal to my first name, middle name, surname. I need to concatenate these three. So to concatenate these three, I need to put an operator between them. That operator is nothing but two pipes. These two pipes will stand for concatenation. That is, it will join first name with middle name and middle name with the surname. Let's see. But this is not my expected output, right? It joined all these three, but I also need the spaces. Somewhere space is there. Yeah. Correct. I also need the spaces between them, right? But here I don't have the spaces, no? I just have Murali, Krishna, and Tenali. I don't have spaces between them. I also need the spaces between them. Correct. So to have the spaces between them, the same one I will add like this. Let's say here I'll say name without spaces. Now the next thing is I'm just calling as name underscore one. This is name with spaces. This is the name with spaces. So to do that, all I need to do is I need to include spaces. Can you see? First, I concatenate with the space, then with the middle name. Then I concatenate with the name, then with the surname. Now you can see. This is what your expected output is. Correct? So in this way, by using a concatenation operator, you can concatenate one or more strings. Is that clear? How the concatenation operator works? Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, the same concatenation operator, instead of going with an operator, I can also go with the functions. And one of that function is going to be name is equal to Catt function. Catt stands for just Catt, and I can give all your arguments there. First name, middle name, surname. I want to add these three. I want to join these three. So just Catt function followed by first name, middle name, and surname. But just like your previous case, here also I don't get the spaces. It will join simply all this. But I need the spaces between them, right? So to put the spaces, what you need to put? I just put space between them. Am I correct? So it automatically concatenate with the spaces. Done. Now we can see Murali space, Krishna space, Dhanali. All right. The only thing you need to understand, or the only thing you need to remember here is the moment you use concatenation function, the moment you use cat function, the length of the variable become 200. Can you say this? One of the old, I can say that nowadays, I don't know whether the people are asking this question or not, but when we were using SAS, I can say that when I was around 3 years experience, 5 years experience, that is back in 2015, 2016, by that time, you know, this is one of the most common question. So whoever is going to conduct the interview, one of the default question is, what is the difference between concatenation operator and concatenation function? If I go with the concatenation function, and if I do it, whatever the variable that I'm creating there, the variable does not have 200 as a length. It is going to simply add the lengths, that is nothing but the length of this, the length of this, the length of this, all three lengths it is going to concatenate, and it is going to create the final length, right? But when I go with the concatenation function, the moment I start using cat function, the variable that I am creating by using the cat function, the length will be by default 200. Is that understandable? Is that understandable, everyone? Very, very important thing. Very, very important thing, right? And there is one more thing, guys. I just use scan, right? Scan function that we have discussed already, right? I'm just going with the output of the scan function. You can see that the output of the scan function is normal now. But if you use any versions prior to 9.3, that is up to SAS version 9.2, even if you use scan function, the length of the variable is going to be 200. But it got updated in 9.3 onwards. Remember that. Remember that. Again, the same thing will be applicable here. Sorry. Till year 9.2, even if I use a Tranwrd, the default length is going to be 200. But in SAS 9.4, it got changed. Even you can find this in your documentation. So remember, for 3 functions, totally for 3 functions: scan, Tranwrd, and Catt, concatenation. For these 3 functions, if I use these functions and if I create a variable, the newly created variable will have a length of 200. This is for everything, but this is for till SAS 9.2, till SAS 9.2 version. From SAS 9.4 onward, 9.3 onwards, only for concatenation functions you are going to have the length as 200. For the remaining, the length is not 200. It is going to be as it is. Make sense? You guys remember this? Right? You can also find that in your documentation pages also. If you go with the SAS documentation page, there also you can see this data. Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone? All of you are able to follow this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just for your information. All right. Now, Catt is also done. So now I'm going with another thing. Let's say I have first name followed by some spaces. So many spaces are there. Okay. Now, if I go with the concatenation function, what will happen now? All those spaces will come to my output, right? Can you see? It is not looking good, right? I have Murli followed by some spaces. I should have only one space, but I have more than one space. So this is a classic example of where I have the trailing spaces. So how to avoid this? How to avoid this? Guys, how to avoid this? Can I say I need to go with the trim function? So I have to go with trim of first name and then I have to concatenate. Am I correct? So trim of first is going to remove the trailing spaces in Murli and then it will do the concatenation. Correct? Instead of doing that, I can also do the same with the help of another function, which is Catt. Catt stands for trailing. Whatever the variables that I'm using in my Catt function, for all those variables, whatever the trailing spaces are there, all the trailing spaces it will eliminate automatically. Right? Right? Remember, one thing you need to remember. If I use Catt, even the spaces that I'm including also will be eliminated. These are the ones I'm including, right? These also will be eliminated. Everything, it is going to simply concatenate one or more strings and it will not keep any trailing spaces. It will not keep any trailing spaces. You need to remember that. Is that clear? What is Catt? Catt I can use if I don't want any spaces in the trailing. Still, if I want to remove the additional trailing spaces, but I want to include the spaces between the one or more strings. Use Catt function in associated with the trim function. Am I clear?
Yes.
Right. Now, go with another thing. Let's say I'm just going with this one. So what I have here, I have both leading as well as the trailing spaces, correct? So when I have leading and trailing spaces, how to handle it? Can I say I need to go with the strip of this, similarly strip of middle name, similarly strip of surname. Am I correct? Then only it is going to remove all the leading as well as the trailing spaces. Am I correct? I want to remove both the leading and as well as trailing spaces. But if I want to do it, I need to add strip at each variable. Correct? Just like how you did for the trim. Instead of doing it, I can also do it in an alternative way. Yeah. Questions? Okay. I can also do this in an alternative way. Instead of writing strip function for each variable that I'm using in the cat function, I can simply go ahead with cat yes. Cat yes stands for concatenation along with the strip function. What is that? Concatenation along with the strip function. Now you can see if I go with this particular one, I'm going to remove all the leading as well as the trailing spaces. But remember again, I don't get any spaces between them. Make sense? Leading spaces it handle, trailing spaces also it's handle, but it won't keep any of the variables, any of the spaces. So now what I'm trying to understand is I'm looking for something. I need the spaces as well between the separators are there, right? I need the separators also. If I don't have separators, it is not looking good to me. So I want to remove all the leading and trailing spaces. At the same time, I want to put a separator between them. So I have to go with space. Now you can see Catx will remove all the leading and trailing spaces, and whatever the separator you are keeping in the first argument, that will be arranged between all the variables. Make sense? It is not only taking care of the leading and trailing spaces. In addition to the leading and trailing spaces, it is also removing the leading. It's also inserting a separator between them. That separator can be anything. It can be a space. It can be star. You can see between everything you are going to get a star. So whatever you are going to keep it here, that is going to come there. For an example, I can put comma and space. That also will come. So each name, Murali, comma space, Krishna, comma space followed by Tenali. In that way, you can get it. Understandable? All of you? Any questions? All good?
Yes.
All right. Wonderful. So now here I'm going to add one more program, and I'm going to call this as mathematical functions. Let's just go with the numeric functions. Numeric functions. So under the numeric functions, as I mentioned, there are three categories. One is going to be mathematical functions, or I can say mathematical and statistical. And then I'm going to have date and time functions, because both of them will fall under the same. Correct? So let's discuss that. And along with this, I also have one more program here. That program is going to be data type conversion functions. So totally we are going to have three types of functions. One is going to be character functions, the other one is going to be numeric functions, and the third one is going to be data type conversion functions. Okay, let me rearrange it. Yeah. So under the numeric functions, the first thing is mathematical and statistical functions. Let's discuss them. All right. So these are very simple functions, guys, straightforward and very simple functions. Let me have a copy of them so that we can quickly discuss them. Okay. Numerical functions, mathematical functions. Okay. Let me copy all this, keep it at one place, and then we can discuss them. Right. Okay. So the very first thing I want to do here is mathematical functions. In the mathematical functions, we have some average, mean, these kind of stuff, right? Let's discuss them first. I don't want to confuse you with the put statement for now. Let's discuss the put statement later. So don't worry, what is this put function? What is this null state, null underscore null, underscore null underscore? I'll talk about this. Don't worry about it. So we'll talk a little later on it, not now. Okay. First, I'm going with a sample. So for an example, I have three numbers, guys. On these three numbers, I want to do multiple operations. That is, what is a mathematical function? Generally, we think of addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, this kind of stuff. Okay. For an example, I want to do the addition of it. For addition, subtraction, multiplication, and all, we have operators. For an example, sum is equal to x1 plus x2 plus x3. So I'm going to add all these three together. I'm going to get my output. Correct? Direct. But there is always a simple problem with your missing value. That is, suppose if one of that is a missing value, and if I do the addition now, you can see the sum become missing. That is, if you add any value to the missing value, the output is going to be missing value. If you subtract anything from the missing value, the output again is going to be a missing value. If you do any mathematical operation to the missing value, the output is going to be missing value. Is that understandable? Any mathematical operation, if you do with the missing value, the output is going to be missing value only. Is that clear? Right? But how to handle it? It is giving a wrong indication, right? There's supposed to be 7 plus 3 should be 10. I should avoid considering missing value there. So to do that particular one, I have to use a function. That is sum underscore 1. If I directly go with addition by using the operators, I'm going to get my output as a missing only. That is, if I have any missing value, my output is a missing value. Suppose if I go with sum 2, then it is going to be, I'm going to use some function, sum of whatever you want to add, you can simply put there x1, x2, x3. Now my output is going to be, it is not going to be a missing value anymore. It will exclude your missing value and it will do the addition. It will exclude it, it will add these two. Make sense? Questions? Any questions? Understandable, guys? What is the difference between an operator and function? Operator, it will directly add it, but if I'm trying to perform any mathematical calculations on it, I will be end up with a wrong value. But if I go with the function, it will exclude your missing values and it will perform the operations for you. Any questions? I know, very straightforward, but still. Okay.
No.
Now the same thing I'm doing for average. Average is going to be a mean function. Minimum is directly minimum function. Maximum is directly maximum function. Now you can see. So x1, x2, x3. Sum is going to be 10 because it excluded x3. It considered only 7 plus 3. Average 7 plus 3, 10. Divided by 2, it is not considering 3 values because missing value is not considering for anything. Minimum between 7 and 3, the minimum is 3. Between 7 and 3, maximum is 7. So if I go with the function, the default nature is going to be, it is going to exclude your missing values. Make sense, everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation? Rounding is bit heavy topic. I'll talk rounding in tomorrow's session. I'll complete other simple functions. Okay, let me do this. All I'm doing here is, so I have 125.25. I want only the integer part of it. That is what is meant by integer part. No decimals, no decimals, no dot and after the values, no decimal points. Only the integer part I want. For that, I can go with the int function. Int function returns the integer portion of the value. If I run this, the value of a is equal to 125. ABS stands for absolute. That is, you have modulus function, right? In the mathematics, what it is going to do? It is going to avoid all your negative values. Even if you put negative value, it will convert the negative value into positive value. So what is the value of b now? If I use ABS of minus 125.25, the value of b is nothing but the plus 125.25. Correct? Right. Seal. Seal always gives the next highest value. 3.01. The next highest integer value for 3.01 is 4. Am I correct? Only consider the integer part. 3.01. The next highest value is going to be 4. Remember, 3.99 next highest value is also equal to 4 only. Why? I don't consider what I have after 3 dot. The only integer portion I will take, the next highest integer value I'm going to take it. Am I correct? Right? Then I'm going to have floor. Floor is going to give me the next lowest, or I can simply say that the integer portion of your value. If I say 3.01, the integer part of 3.01 is going to be 3. I'm going to get the 3 as a value. Okay. Modulus. What is the value of modulus? It is going to calculate 4 modulus of 2. What is the value of the remainder? The remainder is equal to 0. I'm going to get the remainder value. Let's run all these together. Now you can see integer part of 125.25 is going to be 125. Absolute value of minus 125.25 is plus 125.25. The value of 3.01, the seal of 3.01 is 4. The seal of 3.99 also equal to 4. Floor of 3.01 is the lowest integer value 3. And reminder 4 modulus 2, the remainder is equal to 0. There are so many guys like this, square root, a logarithmic value. So whatever you are doing in mathematics, the same straight formula, I have it here. In mathematical and statistical function, the only thing or only function you need to put a lot of concentration is nothing but your round function. This function is very, 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 very critical because it will always work in bit peculiar manner. So that's the reason I'll talk about this in the tomorrow session. Meanwhile, Let me go ahead with other integer functions which I have talked just now. That is here. Can you see this? Can you guys tell me what is the value of what is the absolute value of minus 45? Can you say plus 45? Exponential value of 3, e power 3. I don't know what is the e power 3 value. Mathematically, I forget that, but it will give you the value. Factorial value of 5, 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Whatever the value is there, that value I'm going to get. Logarithmic value of 23.5. I don't know what is that value because I had to go with the log table for it, logarithmic table for it. Modulus of 10 comma 2, the remainder is 0. Square root of 16, which is equal to 4. Those are the values I'm going to get. So exponential e power 3 is this. Factorial of 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, 120. Logarithmic of some value is going to be 3.15. Remainder of 10 comma 2 equal to 0, and factorial square root of 16 is equal to 4. Mathematical functions are very straightforward. The only function that we need to remember or that we need to take little care is going to be your round function. The round function along with your date type, date time functions, I'll take it tomorrow. Okay. Any questions, guys? All right. So character functions, entire notes I'll send it today. Numeric functions, maybe by tomorrow, once we complete the, not tomorrow, day after tomorrow, 2 days it will take for daytime functions. By day after tomorrow, we can have our daytime functions completed. So my expectation is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. By Thursday, we can complete the functions. By 4th, we can complete all the functions. All right. Any questions? Let me know, guys. If there are no questions, we can wind up the session for today. Hope all of you can see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I get a quick confirmation? Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, bit stuck with office calls today. It's extended a lot. What more than I thought. That's the reason I just said 8:10 first and then finally starting the class by 8:20. Okay, fine. Let's start. Any improvement on the 2 questions I have asked? Anyone? Anyone? Any improvements? Did you get a chance to look at them? If yes, okay. If not, also okay. Just I want that confirmation.
No, actually, no, Murli.
Okay, fine. That's not an issue. That's not an issue. Okay, let's start. Okay. Today, what we do is we'll because why I'm hesitating to go with that one is that required bit of conditional processing. That is, you should know how to use your if else. Right, I haven't teach that yet, but I thought you can crack it because you know the basic if how it works. But still, we'll wait. I don't skip it. I'll just keep it in mind. Anyways, once I complete the other part, I definitely go with that one. Okay. Now, so in the mathematical functions, yesterday I have covered all the basics. Mathematical functions are too simple, but I said that there is one function which is very, 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 very peculiar. That function I'm going to talk now. Okay, remember this one, if you go with the real time, right, the number of occasions you are going to use this is very, 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 very less. I can say that hardly 1 in 100 cases. But why I wish to concentrate on this one is this particular one is this one sometimes if interviewer wanna stress you at some point, let's say, of course, even though it is not that relevant to his day-to-day work, but still you want to test your competencies by asking some offbeat questions. In such cases, this is one of the question for you, right? So how rounding works is going to be a bit different in SAS. and you have to be very careful about it. Okay, so first you can see I have 12.41. Let me do one thing. Just I cut this one. I just keep it in an order. Okay, I'll just call it as 3, and I'll call this as 2. So I have 12.41, 12.41, 12.52, 12.52. I'm asking system to round off at a ones position, and I'm asking system to round it off at after decimal point the first position, that is units position. Both of them are units position only. 1 means units position, 10 means 10th position, 100 means 100th position, and so on, right? But you might be surprised to see the results. Just give me a second. First I'll show you the output, and then I'll start explaining how it works. So can you see, I'll just copy these answers. I'll just go with an Excel and I'll explain there. So here is your thing. The one that you have actually wanted to round off is the number in the first two cases is, okay, let me go with this. Oh, not even the same number, right? I have to go with first two cases. It is 12.41. Yeah, this is 12.41. In second two cases, it is going to be 12.52. This is what you want to round it off, correct? So when you try to do the round off for this particular one, altogether you are seeing a different result. Okay, first of all, let's see, is this your expected result? All of you have expected these results? Have a quick look and tell me, are these expected results for you? So 12.41, this one, I want to round it off at ones position, that is units position, and decimal point position. Again 12.41 at a 12.52 at a units position and at a decimal position. Your results might be bit surprising. If not, let me know. We know that 12.41 rounding off to 12.4, that is we know 12.52 will be rounded off to 12.5, that we know, correct? But why 13 is coming here, why 12 is coming here is the what we need to understand. Okay, first let me explain you how it works. Okay, right, so what is the number I want to take? 12.41. okay, so here is what my 12.41. At which position I want to do the round off? At units position. At units position, when I am dealing with the units position, how it will work, right? Units position means if I have 12, I have a decimal point and 41. 12 and I have a decimal point followed by 41. Am I correct? That's what my number is, 12.41. What is your units position here? Can I say this is my units position? This is my units position, 1, 2. In the 1, 2, 2 is my units position. Am I correct or not? Everyone? My units position is 2. After the decimal point, units position is 4. Is this correct or not? How many of you able to understand? All I'm trying to say here is, what is my units position and what is my decimal point? After decimal point, what is my units position? I can simply say 2. Okay, let's say I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is my number. 5 is my units position, 4 is my tens position, 3 is my hundreds position, 2 is my thousand position, and 1 is my 10,000 position. Am I correct? All of you know this basic mathematics, right? Can I get a quick confirmation, guys?
Yes, Murli.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Because this is what very basic that we need to understand. I know sometimes basics only the one which will create a lot of confusion. So okay, I want to do it at decimal. I don't want to care about the decimal position. I want to do only at a this position, that is 2, correct? That is only ones position. But I want to do ones position, I'm least bothered about after decimal point, whatever I have, I'm least bothered. Okay, then if 12, what is the next highest value for 12, guys? At units position. At units position, what is the next highest
13.
value for 12? Exactly, 13. My next position is 13. If I want to move from 12 to 13, how many positions I want to move? Between 12 and 13, I can say one number, correct? Just one number. Can I say 12 means 12.0, 12.1, 12.2? And if it keeps going on, I'm going to get 13 here. Is this right? 12 is the lowest one, 13 is the highest one. If I want to change from the decimal point 12 to 13, between that I have total 10 positions. Am I correct? Which one is the middle? This one. Correct? Now, what is the number that you have got? 12.41. Where this 12.41 comes to the picture? Let's say from here to here is the lower circle, or I can say lower band. From middle portion to the remaining portion will be call it as higher band. This is my higher band. Now I'm asking a question. Now I'm asking you a simple question. Where is your 12.41 falls? Is it at a lower band or is it a higher band?
Lower band.
Lower
Right.
band.
Wonderful.
Lower band.
When it falls under the lower band, it will round it off to the lower value. So what is the value now? 12. If it is of 12.5 or any above, 12.5 or above, it will be rounded off to the higher band. Am I correct? That's what it is. Now you can see 12.41, it is on the lower side, so it rounded off to 12. This is your answer. When I have given 12.52 to round it off its units position, where is this 12.52 will come? Lower band or higher band?
Higher
Higher
band.
band.
So obviously where it will go? 13. Can you see this? Now you understand? This is your lower band. So you got this, your number. This is your higher band. So that's the reason you move to 13. You understand why 12.41 rounded off to 12 and why 12.52 rounded off to 13 when I'm doing a round off at a units position. Is this clear to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Cool, wonderful. Now, if I want to do 12.41, the same 12.41, but instead of doing it at ones position, I want to do it at a 0.1 position. That is this one. Can you see? 12.41. This number I want to change. 12.4 has to become 12.5. Am I correct? That is what units position, right? After the decimal point. So can I write the same here? 12.4, 12.41. The 12.4 will become 12.5 when? That is, if it keeps going on, it will become 12.5. Am I correct? This number is correct. So what is my lower band here? My lower band is going to be 12.4. My higher band is going to be 12.5. The middle band is going to be 12.45, the middle value. So now all these are going to be lower band. All this is going to be higher band. Am I correct? First of all, my illustration is correct. All of you understand how I'm doing it? Let's take both the numbers here. 12.41 and 12.52. I want to do the round it off at the after the decimal point units position. I want to do the round off. So where this 12.41 falls under? Lower band or higher band?
Lower band.
So this is here. So obviously when it is lower band, what is the value? 12.4. You got it? Why I got 12.4 here? How about this 12.52? 12.52 is on which position?
Higher band.
No. The 12.52 is not in this band at all. This band is between 12.4 to 12.5. You want to move from 12.52. 12.52 is altogether different. Where it will come? So it is going to be 12.5, 12.51, and like this it is going to be extended up to this. So 12.51 to 12.6. Am I correct? Guys, don't confuse. Let's see whatever I have said is correct or not. Quickly check. Quickly check and tell me, am I correct or not? 12.52
Yes.
is not in this band at all. 12.52, if you want to round it off, 12.5 has to become 12.6. So you need to put the data between 12.5 and 12.6. So 12.52 is in the lower band. It will be rounded off to 12.5. See the color combination. That's the reason I'm putting the colors. Is this making sense? 12.52 is not falling under this. It is not here. It must be here. It is altogether a different case. Correct or not? All of you? Make sense? A small concept. If you understand, it will be easy. If you find a difficulty, ask me. So how you are doing, all you need to do is what position of the value need to change. Just write it down, put a diagram and see whether the value is in the lower end or in the higher end. If it is on the lower end, do one thing. If it is on the higher end, do the other thing. This one is clear? Now you understand why I got these numbers? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone?
Yes, Murli.
Yes, that's fine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sure. Now let me go and take another example. Now this one you have to tell answers, everyone. This time I have taken 52.42. Okay, everything I want to do. Okay, 52.42. I want to round it off at 10th position. Remember, after the decimal point, 10th position. What is this? My number is going to be 52.42. I want to do the position rounding at the 0.10 position. What is the value I got there? 52.4. Correct. Now tell me. Nothing but 0.1 position only, right? Same thing, 52.4. Now you guys understand. Okay. Hold on. Maybe instead of this, I will give you another example that will, because if I go with the same rounds and rounds, it will be a bit difficult to, maybe it will lead to confusion. I just go with the other one. This one will be another classic example where there is a chance, I can say there's a high chance for you to get confused. So let me take this. Copy with headers. Okay, this is my data. First, let's try to understand what are the values we have tried. So we tried 74, 24, 26. 74, 24, 26. All the values, we try to do the round off at 10th position. Remember, 10th place. Now you guys tell me, what do you mean by 10th place here? First of all, everyone, what you mean by 10th place?
After unit, like 70, nearest 70.
4 is the unit place. 4 is the units place. 7 is the tens place. Am I correct?
Yes.
That's what I explained with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correct. So my tens place need to change. What do you mean by tens place need to be changed? 7 has to go to the next highest value. What is the next highest value to 7? 8. So what is your band now? Can I say your band is going to be your lower band is going to be 70? Your higher band is going to be 80. Am I correct? Am I correct or not? Why I'm saying 70 and 80? I want to change the value of 7 to 8. 7 means it directly will not change. No? 7 means the unit's tens position, meaning whatever the value you have guys here, that multiply with 10. That is called tens position. right? Okay, let's say 74 is nothing but 70 plus 4. Am I correct? This is units position, mathematics. This is tens position. Am I correct? I want to make a change in that unit tens position. So I'm taking from 70 to 80. Suppose if someone asks me to do the change at units position, then I will take from 74.0 to 75.0. Is that correct or not? Here 12.41 at units position. What are the values you have taken? 12.0 to 12.5. Am I correct or not? So these are your boundaries now. So this is going to be my lower boundary. This is going to be my higher boundary. Correct. So where is my 74? 74 on the lower side. When I round off, it becomes 70. Is this clear or confusion? 24, the same thing. When I want to go from 24, 24 is nothing but 20 plus 4. 20 is the units position, tens position. 4 is the units position. My values has to start from 20. 20 units position need to be changed from 20 to 30. So my next higher band is going to be 30. Correct or not? Now the value that I'm looking is 24, which is on the lower band. So again it will round off to 20. 26. 26 on the higher side. It will be rounded off to 30.
30.
Easy? Is that clear? You need to understand what
Yes,
you're rounding up. That's it. How good you are at mathematics? That will help you with rounding off question. This is confusing, right? The first one is okay, but this one 74 y rounding off to 70, 26 y rounding off to 30. Correct? That's how position is important. Which position you are rounding off is important. Questions? Any questions? I'm happy to answer. All of you are clear with this? Don't take too much time here. As long as you are able to follow, I'm happy. Just take 3 examples or 2 examples. Fine. These 2 will be good enough to round it off. Can you see? Units position, ones position, tens position. All of you are able to follow? Right? This is mainly, guys, I'm telling you, how many times you are going to do the round off function in your day-to-day job? 0. 99.99% you won't do, right? But for interview purpose, very important. Some interviewers, especially guys like me, will concentrate. Right? There is something called developer ego. So when the developer ego touched, because of the guy who is answering everything, sometimes you may satisfy him, sometimes you may not satisfy. When you're not satisfied, when your developer ego touched, then by the time you will tend to ask these kind of questions. Right? Even if the guy is answering them, you have no option. You will prize him and you will take him. All right. I'm not that bad. I'm just telling you. Okay. All of you clear up to this? Mathematical and statistical functions. Statistical function, I just gone with minimum, maximum, mean, only this. But there are few more that we can do it under the proc univariate. There is a procedure called proc univariate. There we have to discuss about a lot of statistical things. There I will discuss this. Mathematical wise, these are more than sufficient, right? We can concentrate on date and time functions. Most important thing, guys, pay a lot of attention here. This is very, 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 very important, especially interviews. So they will squeeze you in this particular part. No interview will get complete without having questions on date and time functions. These are such important. Again, there are a lot of stuff we are going to discuss here. Number 1, date and time literals. Okay, let's start. Guys, under the ways of creating variables, if you see this one, we have done by using input statement, we done by using length statement, we also done by using the assignment operator. Correct? Now I'm taking that here. So data test, let's say that employee EMP, name is Murali, age is 35. This is a character I have assigned. This is a numeric I have assigned. Now I want to assign date of join. My current organization, I have joined it on somewhere around 27th April 2020. Now the question is, how I can assign 27th April 2020? If I put like this, let's say 27 April 2020, or you put hyphen, or you put anything. If I put it into the double quotes, it is going to become a character. So SAS try to store this as a character, but not like a date. Am I correct? Right? Okay. I don't want to put anything. I just want to put it as a number. I just remove the double quotes. It store it as a number. It is not going to be a date. Take the classic example, guys. I want to take SAS reference date. So what is SAS reference date, guys? We discussed this. 1st Jan 1960. How SAS stores it? 0. Correct? SAS stores date in the form of a number. Correct? And 1st Jan 1960 means number of days elapsed from SAS reference date is equal to 0. Obviously, this is going to be 0. It stores as a 0. But the question is, if I store it as a 0, it's simply considered that as a number 0, but it is not a date 0, right? You understand what I'm trying to say? It is going to be a number 0, but it is not going to be a date 0. Am I correct or not? Now, how to assign the date? That's the main question, right? Same with the time also. If I say 0, it should not be a midnight, right? Midnight 000000 means number of seconds elapsed from the SAS start of the day, which is nothing but the 0. But how it understands that it is going to be 0? So there is a mechanism to represent date, or there is a mechanism to assign date. For that, we can use date and time literals. Simple, guys. Keep it in double quotes or single quotes. After that, if you put D, the moment you put D, you see, the moment I put double quotes, it is in the light pink color, or you can say the purple color, which is representing the character. The moment I put D after it, can you see? It is equivalent to green color. That is nothing but a number. But how to give the date? There is a standard date format. You have to give DD MON, that is month in 3 letters, YY, that is the year in 4 characters, 1960. So 1st Jan 1960, if I don't put this D, it is going to be a character. The moment I put D, SAS understands that, hey, this is a date literal. User want to store the date. That's the reason he is using the date literal here. Now if I run this, you can find the observation here. You can see, go to the properties. It looks like a normal one only. The number here, you have entered 1st Jan 1960, but SAS stored this as a 0. So what is the meaning then? It is not going to be a 1st Jan 1960. It is going to be the number of days elapsed from the 1st Jan 1960. That is, SAS reference date is stored in the date format. If you want to see it, you can simply say format SAS reference date, and if you apply date 9 dot here, you can see that value. Make sense? If you want to assign the date to a variable, the easiest way is going to be, I can go ahead and I can use SAS date literal. A date literal is nothing but I have to provide the date in the DD MON YYYY format, and I have to put D after it. Suppose if I want to enter today's date, today date is equal to, what's the date today, guys? I can say 3rd March 2021. The moment I put D, it understands it. First, I don't apply a format. You can see it is calculating the number of days as 22,342. Murli, I have a doubt. Is it the right date or not? I want to check. See, check this. First, Jan 1960. This is the SAS reference date. Then I have first March 2021 equal to days. This is going to be my end date. This is going to be my start date. 22,340. So 22,342. Meaning
Yeah,
there are 2
third
leaf
Jan.
years. Sorry.
There we took 3rd March. Here we took 1st March.
Oh, okay. 3rd March and 1st March. Got it. 22. Thanks, Usha. Thanks for correcting this. 22,342. So now we can see the exact difference. I got it here. So obviously we can understand that SAS is actually storing this as a date. If I want to get it, I can add a format here and I can see it. First of all, is this clear? How SAS is storing the date? If I want to enter the date, just like how you are entering your, how you are assigning your a character value, how you are assigning your numeric value. If I want to assign the date, then the easiest way is going to be I can go ahead and I can assign with the help of the date literals. Is that clear? Everyone? Okay. The same will be applicable to time as well. Same will be applicable to time as well. So I'm taking this one. Now I'm just going with the time. Let's say time is equal to, we generally provide the time like this. I put time literal. I just put time literal T. I'll say 010000. What's the time, guys? 010000 means hours, minutes, and seconds. Can I say it is going to be 1 a.m.? 1 a.m. Okay.
Yes.
How many number of seconds are there? Because it is only going to calculate the number of seconds that are elapsed from the SAS reference from the start of the day. Correct? How many seconds? Can I say 3,600 seconds? That's what the meaning is, right? 1 hour means 3,600 seconds. So if I run this, my time variable will be having 3,600 and 3,600. The value will be stored as 3,600. Correct? I want to apply format. Let's apply a format. I want to apply a format. Let's say time. The simplest format for this is how many? What is the total length here? 2 plus 2 plus 2, 6 plus 2, 8. Can I say time 8 dot? Correct? Total width is time 8 dot. Let's see. Oh, come on. Make sense? And you can clearly see it is showing the calendar here. It is showing the time here. Make sense? How to assign the date and how to assign the time? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? Questions?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, one quick question. Like this time and date referrals, so these are used only when we are going with assignment operator method, right?
Correct. Correct.
Yeah.
Only when you want to assign a single value, right? Instead of looking at that, you can understand how to assign a value, because it is very important. Someone asks you, can you assign some time or how to deal with your time? It is an easy way to understand, right? How my time will work and how my date will work. Correct or not? Right?
Yeah, clear.
Yes. Now next thing is going to be timestamp. What is timestamp, guys? Combination of date and time. Let's take this example itself. 03 March 2021 is going to be my date. I just put a colon. After the colon, I can mention 010000. Can I say it's a timestamp? Timestamp is the one which will consist of both my date and time. So 03 March 2021 010000. For date and time together is there, so that I just put dt. And when I run this, you can see timestamp looks a bit different, right? But it's going to take number of days at the same time seconds. Now what you can do is the same timestamp, just put it here and apply the format. What is the total length here, guys? 9. What is the total length here? 8. 9 plus 8, 17. In middle I have 1, 18. Total is 18, right? Timestamp is total 18, right? So for this, just use word date 18 dot. What is that? Word date 18 dot. It's not giving me the right way. Or I can go with date time 18 dot. This also will give version difference, nothing more than that. Can you see? 3rd March 2021 colon followed by 010000. That is, all I would like to say here is, if I want to assign a name to a variable, I can do it, which is nothing but a character variable. If I want to assign date to a variable, that also I can do, which is going to be a numeric variable. Similarly, if I want to assign things related to the date and time, either only the date or only the time or the combination of date and time, I can do it here. That's what I would like to say. Clear, everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation, guys? Is that making sense?
Yes, sir.
Right. Wonderful. Now, this is the basic, guys. This is the basic. From here onwards, we are going to use these assignment operators, and from there, we start exploring the functions. So the very first function that I would like to explore here is, let's say someone has given you the timestamp. They have given the timestamp to you. They ask you to extract date and time from them. This is the timestamp they have given to you, right? You can see. All you need is date. You have to take date separately and you have to create a date variable. You have to take time separately and you have to create a time variable. How you are going to do it? How to take date alone and time alone from the date time timestamp variable? Is the question understandable?
Does the scan function will work?
That's the reason I want to go with all the functions together. Scan function. What function it is? It's a character or a numeric? It's a character.
Character.
So sign.
So sorry. It's a character function. Can you apply character function on a numeric variable?
No.
So can you use scan function or substring function here?
No.
Done. Very good. So we need to go with the other functions. Those are your date and time functions. Now you understand why we are going with our character function separately and numeric function separately? Clear? If I want to take some letters out of Murali, you can use substring. If I have Murali and Krishna, and if I want to take one word separately, I want to take the word separately, I can go ahead with the scan function. I want to replace some characters with the new characters, I can go ahead with the Tranwrd or translate. If I want to find the position of it, I can go with the find function or the index function. Correct? I want to know the total length function. I want to count number of capital letters, or I want to count number of words. I'll go with the count functions. I want to completely change the case of it, either to upper or lower or proper. Top case, low case, up case. I want to know the length of it, length functions. But what is that requirement here? I want to take date part of it and time part of it separately. For this, I have to use two different functions. Let's say today's date is equal to date part of. Remember, date part of. Can you see? Date part of the total timestamp. What is the function name? Date part. I want to take the time away. You can answer now. Time part of. Done? See now? I got date and I got time. But I have not applied the, what is it, formats on top of it. Can I apply the formats now? Today's date is date 9 format I'm applying. Today's time I'm applying time 8 format. Done? Let's run this. Simple? Make sense? Questions? Okay. Now, the next thing is in the same question, hey, this is date, right? You have extracted this date, but all I need is I want day separately, month separately, year separately, hour separately, minutes separately, second separately. For an example, let's say this is going to be 1, 10, 30, meaning 1 hour, 10 minutes, 30 seconds. This is my thing. Can you tell me how do you do it? Question is understandable, guys? The question that I'm looking is you extracted the date and time separately. I'm happy with that. My next question is going to be out of the one that you have taken date and time separately, can you get day, month, year separately? Day, month and year separately. At the same time, take hours, minutes and seconds separately. Right? Now, let me go ahead and do that. How to do that particular part. It's also a simple thing, very simple functions. I want to take day separately. So day of, okay, day is equal to day, function name itself day of. I need to supply the date for it. The date is nothing but today's date, right? This is the date format, right? Similarly, I need to take month separately. For the month, I can go with month of. Then I have to take year separately, year of.
You're on mute, Murli.
I accidentally pressed mute. Sorry about it. Yeah. Now you can see day function, month function, year function will extract your day, month, and year from date variable. Remember, date variable, not from the timestamp. Date variable. See this? Third day of the month. Month equal to March. You're not getting March. Remember, you are always going to get 1 to 12. January is 1, December is 12. and year is 2021. Done. Same case, I want to extract this time hours, minutes, and seconds. Let's say I want to extract hours, minutes, and seconds. Now you can see hour of, minute of, seconds of. But again, it's not the date now. It is going to be time. One hour, 10 minutes, 30 seconds. Is that clear? Functions are simple. Don't worry, complex functions are there in date. So I'm just going with the simple functions. All of you are able to follow up to this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go with the reverse of this. That is, someone has given you, day they have given. Day is going to be 3, that is today. Month also they have given to you, 3rd month. Year they have given to you, 2021. Number of hours, let's say midnight 2 a.m. Number of minutes, 36 minutes. Number of seconds, 59 seconds. They have given you these details and they ask you to do, find out date, time, and date time, all the three. Form a date, form time, form timestamp, all these three I want. So when they have given the day, minutes, and years, you have to form the date. So date is equal to, how to form the date? Date is equal to, remember, MDY of month, day, year. It has to be the same. It should not be DMY, it should not be YDM, it should not be YMD. There is only one function to form the date. What is going to be MDY, month, comma, date, comma, year, day, comma, year. So my month variable is MYN, my day variable is going to be DAY, my year variable is going to be YR, correct? Similarly, I want to calculate the time. Time is equal to only one thing, HMS, hours, minutes, and seconds. What is my hours? HR, minutes, MIN, seconds, SEC. Done. I want to calculate timestamp. Timestamp is equal to, there are two ways, guys. Number one, go with one, DHMS. DHMS of, D stands for day, date. This is the date variable I have created, right? Comma, hours, minutes, and seconds. Is that clear?
Yeah, how
Everyone?
do we know that if it is 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. only, the hour is equal to 2, right?
It should be mentioned in the 24-hour scale all the time.
Okay. And in here, the time is equal to HMS, hours, minutes, and
Seconds. Sorry, December. Yes. Sorry. Seconds. This is the one. Hours,
in the
minutes,
next
and seconds.
line.
Yeah.
The next line too.
Yeah, I will do. I'll do. S and D both are next to each other. Wrong keystrokes.
Yeah.
Now you can see. Given the month and day, month and year, given the hours, minutes, and seconds, you form the date, you form the time, and you also form the date time. Make sense? Easy? Don't consider date time functions are so easy. No worries. There are a lot of stuff we are going to discuss. Those definitely will trouble you. But for now, it's easy. So day, month, year, hour, minute, second, MDY, HMS, and DHMS. These are simple functions. These are simple functions we have discussed so far. In tomorrow's session, we are going with the critical ones. The first critical one that we are going to discuss tomorrow is Yrdif Then we go with one of the SAS option called Yearcutoff, and then we are going with INTCK and INTNX. That's it. Those are your date functions. Year difference, Yearcutoff, INTCK, INTNX. Done. After that, we will go with date time conversion functions. There are only two: put and input. With that, functions will be over. Right? If everything goes well, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, done. And then task one day, and the module one entire exercise, whatever I have given, the entire assignment, I have to go one round to explain all that to you guys, and then I can give you the another assignment for Friday. I will give you the assignment for daytime functions. Guys, how about Saturday or Sunday, one day, any one day? Will that be possible for you to attend 1.5 hours of the class? Will that be possible? Just to discuss the assignment, nothing more than that, but not by 8 o'clock. Not possible for me.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir, possible.
and what would be
Yeah,
the
what time? What time? What time you are thinking?
Anytime during the before evening 6 p.m. from morning 6 a.m. to evening 6 p.m. IST. Anytime I'm okay with. I'm okay.
I think we need to see the US time.
Okay,
Then we
I'll do
can
one thing.
decide.
No worries. No worries. No worries. No worries. We can do it on Monday. We can do it on Monday. You can just
If it is the same
concentrate.
time,
Maybe you can have
we
your
can
time on.
definitely do.
No.
We
Same
can
time
do
not
it.
possible for me because weekend, Saturdays and Sundays, I have classes with Yrdif. It's 8:30 to 11:30, 3 hours of the class.
So
I
what time
cannot.
is comfortable for you?
I told you 6 a.m. to 6
Afternoon, sir.
p.m. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. anytime. Your wish. You discuss
Okay.
among the group. You discuss
4
among the
o'clock will
group
work.
and let me. No, you discuss among the group and let me know. That is
But that
only
will
to
be
discuss the.
Mhm.
Yeah, only to discuss the assignment. If it is not comfortable, at least for one person, no problem. We can do it on Monday. It's okay. It's okay.
So,
It's
sir,
okay.
you can check. I think those who are from US, that they can decide the time maybe. Because I'm
Yeah. That's
okay.
what I'm.
India is also okay maybe.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I think it is going to be a bit difficult because I don't want to bother you on weekends. Okay, let's do it on Monday. Let's not go into that. Have some time for you. Okay, no issues. We'll do it on Monday. Okay then. So
Yeah,
yeah.
Murli, I have a question. Like in character functions, we were writing the syntax, right? Like for each and every function.
Mm,
But in
mm,
numeric functions, I mean, like, I don't know, I missed one. Even though I attended the last class, I was not concentrating.
That's
But
fine.
do we have the syntax for each and everything in the numeric functions too?
We have. The thing is, these are straightforward. Sum means sum followed by the variables. Mean means mean followed by the variables. Floor, everything is going to be straightforward. Round off means round, whatever the value followed by which position. That's the reason I'm not writing, nothing more than that. But I'll give you the detailed document. Don't worry. I'll give you the reference. And for this one, I generally write for time functions. I'll write. You can see here. But these are just straightforwards. That's the reason I haven't write it. But no worries. I'll give you the detailed documentation. For character functions, you need to remember. That's the reason I have given it. But numeric functions, it's just straightforward. That's the reason I haven't. You will be habituated to it. Tulasi, yeah.
Yeah.
You're asking.
One more question. In the previous class, we discussed about like trailing spaces and leading spaces, right? So in that, you gave the example like we discussed only when you're dealing with assignment operator method. So if the input is an external file, say it is a text file, so is it applicable to the text file also?
Yes. If you are going with a comma separated file, let's say that go with the comma separated file and just put some additional spaces in the trailing and leading, and it will be applicable there.
Yeah, the same thing I tried yesterday, but I couldn't get the output. Like what I tried is I took a text file and the like data is separated with a comma delimiter, and I gave I gave one variable like with the leading space and the other variable with the trailing space. And
See, the problem is that is called your what to say encodings. There will be UFE encoding, 8 encoding, there will be different encodings. So while you are reading the text file or while you're reading the DAT files, comma and space, when you have comma and space together, SAS assumes that user doesn't have spaces there. The space it will understand as a delimiter. It understands as a delimiter, though you are specifically mentioned it as a comma delimiter. It understands that as a space also as a delimiter and it ignore it. So to enforce those spaces purposefully, we went with the assignment operator. You understand what I'm trying to say? The reason why we went with the assignment operators is we can enforce it. All we need is you are preparing the data, correct? Either you are using a text file or you are using an assignment operator. The task requirement is you are preparing the data, correct?
yes.
The overall objective is preparing the data. So when you try to prepare the data with the assignment operator or with the text delimiter file, doesn't bother you much. What you need to get bothered here is when I have the leading spaces and trailing spaces, how I am dealing it. You understand what I'm trying to say, Tulsi? Sometimes we break our heads with why it is not happening, but understand the root cause. What is the driver for it? Your primary concern is you want to understand how strip, trim, and your left functions will work. This is your requirement. For that, what's the matter whether you are preparing the data with assignment operator or with your external file? There it is not related to your functions. There it is related to how you are reading the data. So context is changed. Correct or not? So
yes.
try to avoid which is time consuming. Doesn't require for you now. You know how to read external file. That part is over. Now you know how to handle your spaces. That is your second part. Understand? This is quite common because the moment you started this, I started explaining this because every batch, most of the learners, this is the quite common questions. That's the reason when you are going with half of the question itself, I'll stop you and I'll say, hey, you are trying this. This is how you need to go. Clear?
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
So, can I ask one thing? Yeah, like in this class, we basically assigned date function, right? We also used informats previously.
Yes.
So,
So what
are
you
they
did
same?
is no. What you did there is before you have see here I can assign only one value to the date directly by using the assignment operator. When I have more than one value, let's say there are 4 employees, I cannot use the assignment operator, right? When I cannot use the assignment operator, that is I cannot use the date literal there, I have to go with the external file, correct? Or I have to go with the data lines. When I'm going with the data lines or when I'm going with the external files, right, I need informate, right? Because if I put space or if I put forward slash, if I put hyphen or if I write 03 MAR 2021, SAS doesn't understand. You're trying to store a character data into numeric variable. There you need to guide SAS, hey, this is actually a date one. So you need to use informate and you need to read it. That is while reading the data. So your question is, Haida, if I understand properly, let's say if I have date of join. Yeah, you understand now what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, while reading we use informats. Like if you want to make SAS to read, so we use informat, and if you want to assign, we use the function. I got it.
Yeah, not the function directly, date literals. So let's say 03 March 2021 D. This is a date. Only one value I'm directly assigning, I'm using this. If I have more than one value, assignment operator will not work. Thereby what I have to do, I have to put it in a file. When I put it in a file, I cannot put with the D. SAS doesn't understand. So there I have to put as it is 03 March 2021, but I'll say that informate DOG and then I'll say date 9 dot, so that SAS understands that While reading the dog variable, I have to read it with in format of date 9. Is that clear?
Sir, thank you.
Wonderful. Any questions? Any other questions from anyone? Okay. See you tomorrow, guys. Same time. Tomorrow I'll be available by 8 o'clock. Not no extended calls tomorrow. So I'll be available by 8 itself. Thank you.
Sir, take care.
Thanks,
Bye bye.
Murali. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Bye
Bye.
everyone.
Okay. Let's start with the most important part, which is nothing but under your date and time functions. We are going to discuss about the main functions which we use almost on our day-to-day basis, which are nothing but Yrdif, Yearcutoff, INTCK, and INTNX. Okay, first let's start with Yrdif. So Yrdif, the name itself is telling. Yrdif stands for it can be used to calculate the actual difference. Remember, this is very important. Actual difference between two SAS states. Actual difference between SAS states. Okay. So why it is useful and why it has a lot of importance means if you want to calculate the age of a person, or if you want to calculate the rate of interest, or if you want to calculate anything with respect to time, meaning for number of days, if you want to do some calculation, then obviously you have to depend on the year difference. So the year difference is the one which will say that the actual difference between the two SAS dates. Syntax is going to be pretty simple. I can go with Yrdif. So you need two SAS dates, right? So all you have to say is my start date, my end date. You can go with some modifiers here, but not really required. But if you need to go with some of the modifiers, I'll help you with what are those modifiers are. So generally going with start date, end date, year difference is more than sufficient. Okay, so where it is useful to find out anything with respect to SAS days, number of days, right? In those and all, I'm going to use this particular one. For an example, if someone asks you, hey, may know the exact age of yours, right? I want to calculate the age. So in that particular case, it is really useful. So let me show you one simple example. So data age extract. Okay. Let's say I'm just going with age, a simple age. Okay. Or I can say that, before going with the age extract, how do I know today's date? Anyone? I want to know today's date. How do you calculate? Anyone?
Is it today within the function?
Exactly. So there is a function which can help us to find out today's date, which is nothing but today. The name of the function itself, today. So let me write it here. Today of. It is going to give me current system's date. Whatever the date which is present in your system or in your server, that date I'm going to get. For an example, I want to get today's date means today of. By default, it is going to give the date in the respective format. See this. So today is 22,343, but apply the format today. Let's say I'm just going with the date 9 just to see the date properly, and I can see that my today's date will come. 4th March 2021. Now why I'm just saying is whenever you want to see what is today's date, the easiest way is this. There is another way also. You can also go with macros. I haven't go through that yet for you, but just going to show you how I can do that. For an example, if I go with simple one, Done. I say percentage automatic underscore percentage automatic percentage. Can you see the system current time is 8:24? That is my system time, not this one. Based on the time zone, it will pick it up automatically. The second one, let's see the date. The date is the most important one. Can you see? 3rd March 2021. So you can ask me, Murli, why it is still showing 3rd March? Today is 4th, right? Any idea? Any idea? I'll do one thing. I'll save it. I'll close this session. You might be wondering why I'm getting this particular date and time, correct? I'll tell you the reason for it. The 8:24 is the time when I logged into the SAS yesterday. Whatever was the time, that was the time it was showing there. I launched this SAS yesterday, not today. So that's the reason it is still showing 3rd March. Okay, so to avoid that, just to show you the time and date properly, I will go with, I'm just launching now. Can you see whatever the launch time is there? Just remember that. Just give me a second. I'm just going with the recent projects. This is the project. Let me go with the date, numeric functions. That too, in the numeric function, we are just going with this one. Now let me run it. So first of all, can you see the system time now? I logged in by 8:14, correct? 2014. Can you see the system time there? And today we logged in, right? So now you can see that the sys date is going to show today's date, 4th March 2021. You remember? Okay, you guys understand what I'm trying to say here? First thing, if I want to know which time I have logged into the system, my login time, that I can see it in this sys date and sys time, right? These are automatic variables. These are the variables which will be captured by the system automatically. Is that clear, everyone? It is going to give some default things. What is your SAS current version, right? That is going to be a sys version, followed by what is the sys date, what day it is. All these details you are going to see, but these details are specific to the login time. When you are logging in, that time they are going to present here. Is that clear? Questions? But if I want the actual time, what is the actual time and what is the actual date? In that particular case, don't depend on it. You can depend on your function. The function that we are going to depend on is going to be my today function. Today function, irrespective of whenever you log in, it always give you your current system's time, current system date, server date. You are going to get it. Is that clear, guys? One of the regularly asked the question, that's the reason I'm just going ahead with that. What is the difference between sysdate and your today's function? Today's function is always accurate. Your sysdate depends on when you logged in or when you launch your system, that date it is going to give you. Can I have a quick confirmation? All of you are able to follow this?
Yes, sir.
Anyone? Any questions? All right. Now, I'm just going with the date extract part. Today's function is going to give me today's date. I want to calculate the age. Let's say that I'm just going with the date of birth here. Date of birth is going to be, I can assign the date literal, right? Simply I can go ahead with 11 Sep 1986. Now I have my date of birth. At the same time I have today's date. All I need is going to be the age. Right? Now let's calculate the age. Age is equal to year diff of the actual year difference between your, what is the first one? Your date of birth, TOP, comma, what's your start date? What's your today's date? Today. The basis is going to be something like what exactly you want to go with. There are so many options available. I'll tell you what those options are. First, without giving any arguments, I'm calculating it. It is saying that 34.4767 is going to be my age. Approximately 34 years are completed. We are into the 35th age, 35th year, right? So you can see that exact age. Now let's think about what are those arguments are. Let's say age 1. So when it comes to the age 1, I'm just going with one of the argument. Let's say here in the argument I'm giving ACT divided by ACT. ACT stands for actual. I'll tell you what is that actual is. Did you find any difference between these two? No, right? So what is the basic understanding? If I don't provide any arguments, the default argument it is going to take is actual by actual. Meaning of actual by actual means the numerator part indicates number of months, number of days in each month. The denominator indicates the number of days in each year, right? What you can say all the time, number of days in a year is going to be 365 only. Number of days in a month is going to be 30 only. Why the difference? The difference is, let's say, the denominator part, if I use actual or if I don't use any argument, the default argument is going to be actual. The meaning is, for January, it is going to take 31 days. For Feb, it is going to take 28 days. If it is going to be a leap year, it is going to take 29 days. And if it is going to be Jan 30 days only, right? Jan, March, no, 31 days here, 30 days here for April. That is for each month, it is going to calculate the original number of days, including the leap year. If it is going to be leap year, it is going to consider 29 days for February. Otherwise, it is going to continue with 28 days. Can you understand what is the numerator part? That is to calculate the, because your age is going to be number of days in a year, the total number of days in a year you have to take, right? The total number of days in a month is going to be the actual days. Denominator means 365 is for the normal year, 366 is for the leap year. If I don't take actual, it is always going to consider 365. The moment if I take actual, if it is a leap year, it is going to take 366. So that you are going to get the actual difference between the two SAS dates. Is that making sense? What is the meaning of actual here? Anyone? Any questions? Any questions from anyone? Okay, let me show you the other difference. What else I can take? If it is not going to be actual, then what it is? Sometimes I just want to give a default thing saying that, hey, just consider 30 days in a month. Don't go with 28, 31, 29 and all. Approximately for every month, take 30 days only. Irrespective of whether it is going to be 365 or 366, for all the days, take 360 only. Just 360. 30 by 360. Now you can see the age has been different. Either you can go with the actuals. If you are not interested to go with the actuals in that particular case, you can go ahead and you can define your own formats, your own arguments. Most of the cases, I can say that 99.99% of the cases, you will not go with this argument. By default, SAS always consider your actual by actual. Is that clear? All of you are clear with what is the role of year difference?
Yes, but on the last sentence you said by default is going to consider actual by actual. So still we are going to write that argument.
We don't need. You can see age and age
Okay.
one doesn't have any difference. You can see.
Okay.
You don't need. You can see here.
Okay, understand. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. That is a default behavior of SAS. You don't need to put it. Just I'm showing you the arguments. That's it. Questions? All of you are comfortable with this year difference?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Let me take the next one. The next function is going to be, it is not a function, it is going to be an option. So everything you can see here, for everything, these options will be there. You can call them as environmental options. Have you remember, right? Under the SAS option, we have talked about dataset options, in-file options like this, correct? So the one that I'm going to talk here is going to be environmental options, or I can simply say that SAS environmental options. The meaning is, this is my SAS environment, right? So how I want to represent it, right? For an example, just I'm giving you an example. Let's say if you want to see all the options, I can see Proc options. This will give you all the options that are present in the system, all the options. So can you see the portable options? These are all the options. Whatever you can see it on the screen now, all these are the options. Can you see how many options are there? A lot, right? But we are not going to discuss all of them. Whatever is required, we are going to use them. For now, let us say the one that I'm going to talk here is going to be Yearcutoff. Yearcutoff. Can you see what it is telling? Yearcutoff is nothing but 1926. Specifies the first year of the 100-year span. I'll tell you what exactly the meaning of this. All right, and also there is a small update here. If you go to SAS Yearcutoff option in SAS, you can see what you can see here by default. What is the value they have given? What is the option? What is the value they have given? 1920. See this particular line. This is very, very important. You remember, 1920 is the default for SAS 9.3 and earlier releases. And 1926 is the default for SAS 9.4. Please remember this. If someone asks you any question related to version upgrades, what are the various versions of SAS you have worked so far? If you say 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, they may ask you list out the differences between 9.2 and 9.3, 9.3 and 9.4. So one of the primary difference between 9.3 and 9.4 is, like I have said yesterday in related to your Tranwrd and your scan function. You remember the default length for the variable we create by using the Tranwrd or by using the scan is 200 till SAS 9.3. But from SAS 9.4 onwards, it is not 200. Whatever the length of the variable, it will take as is. Similarly, this is another classic example where the SAS Yearcutoff option, the value of the SAS Yearcutoff till SAS 9.3 is 1920, but from SAS 9.4 onwards it is 1926. Is that clear? I'll talk about what is the meaning of it, but remember the value and the difference. Okay, so let me write it down for your ease of understanding. So let me write it. So year cutoff, I'll see here refer date and time functions. I'll write it here. Okay, this we can refer in the date time functions here. So if you go now, I would like to talk about year cut off option. Remember, it's not a function, it's an option. So what it will value? The default value is Yearcutoff is equal to 1920 until SAS 9.3 version. Same, Yearcutoff is equal to 1926 from SAS 9.4 onwards. This is, you have to remember this one, you have to memorize this particular one. Now the question is, what is exactly the SAS year cutoff is? SAS year cutoff, it indicates initial year of 100 years span, and it defines the preceding values of for 2-digit year. I'll talk about this. I'll give you an example so that you can easily understand this. So since it's an option, first I'll go with the default. I don't overwrite anything, I just go with the defaults. Let's say data year extract. This is the table that I want to create. Okay. Then I just want to go ahead with some dates. Input date. I'll simply go with date 9 dot or date 7 dot. Data lines and run. Under the data lines, I'm going with under the data lines, I'm going with some of the years. So let's say that my date of birth 11 September 86. Okay, let's say that there is someone, for an example, 10 June 96, right? And then I'm just going with another date of birth, 3rd July 2018. Okay, 2018 I'm going with, and then I'm going with another one, 7 August 26, 9 September 25, 11 September 27, or 11 November 27. All these are, let's say that, date of births. I'll apply format now. Format DOB date 9 dot. I'm applying date 9 format. Let's run this. What is the difference you have identified here? Or just give me a moment. I'll go with DD MM 10 dot because it will give you very good idea, very good clarity. Now see, what is the difference you have identified here? This anyone?
The date pattern, the pattern of the month.
Sorry.
The pattern of the month, date, and the year is getting different.
No, all of them are same. I just went with DDMM 10 only. The first 2 letters are date, the next 2 letters are month, the next 2 letters are going to be, that's the 4 is going to be year. No change. I'll do one thing.
Fourth one and sixth one year is different.
Third one and fifth one year is different. Very good catch.
Yeah,
Very good
sixth
catch.
one is also different. Like
Why it is different? I have given the same, right? 11th November 27. I'll do one thing. Copy I'll go with Notepad. Go with the output and see. Now you tell me.
Yeah, in the input, we gave only the last 2 digits of the year, but in the
Right, right. Good.
yeah, in the output, like some it gave as 2025, and some of the years it gave us 1927.
Exactly. So how SAS is assigning the first 2 digits of your year is going to be the main thing, correct? I have given just last 2 years. If I have given 86, correct? Let's say 27. The 27 can be 1927, that can be 1827, that can be 2027. Correct? Let's say 2018. This 18 is the classic example. This can be 1918, it can be 1818, it can be 1718, or it can be 2018 as well. Correct? All these years are possible, right? But how SAS is taken that as 2018 and why 26 is taken as 1926?
Because here cutoff is 1922. Onwards it's transferred. That's what.
Exactly. So how you have to understand, I'm gonna tell you now, right? So a simple calculation you have to do here, and that simple calculation is you need to consider the span of 100 years. You need to consider the span of 100 years. So how it is going to be? So what is the default value I have mentioned? The default value I have mentioned here is going to be is equal to 1926. Correct? This is the default value, right? Okay, keep this in mind. So what is the span I have mentioned? The total span I have mentioned here is going to be like 100 years. So 1926 to 2025. Can I say this is 100 years span? Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Right? Starting year is going to be 1926, 100 years is going to be 2025. Okay. For my ease of understanding, I'll split this into two. Let's say 1926 to 2000. This is one span. Then, no, 1926 to 1999. Take up to 1999. Then, 2000 to 2025. Still it is same. Still it is 100 years of span. I just split it to two portions. Am I correct? Guys, just check this. This one and the bottom one, both of them are same or not? 1926 to 2025. I just split it the span into only 19 at the one place and from 2000 at the other place. Is that correct? Still the column H and GI together is going to be same or not? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So now, can I say what is the preceding year for this? The preceding year for this is 19. The preceding year for this is 20. Correct? Accept? And the last 2 years are going to be 26 to 99. The last 2 years are going to be 00 to 25. Still, do you guys accept this? Whatever I'm saying is making sense? Now just change the
Yes.
color for our convenience, just for our convenience. Let's say this is going to be some light pink or pale pink color, and I'm just giving a different color for this. Now, now bring your dates. These are your dates. Just bring only the last years. For an example, I just do the text columns for this. I just take only the last portion. I'll go with fixed one. Can I say these are my last years, the last 2 digits of the years? Just put into the brackets. Okay, 18, where it will come? Can I say here? 18 is here. 25 is also here. You can see 0, 0 to 25 are fallen under this place. Remaining all falls under the other place. Am I correct? All of you accept? Will you accept or not, guys? Will you accept or not?
Yes.
Right. Now, when I have 86, 27, 96, what is the preceding year for it?
19.
Right. Now, what is the preceding year for these two?
20.
That's it. That's what you got there. See if you want. This is the simple calculation. Now you bring your notepad here. Now see, I have 86. 86 is under blue. What is the preceding year for it? 19. Correct? 96. Still it is in the blue color. 18. 18 is in the pale pink. 26 is in blue. 25 is in pale pink. 27 is in blue. Make sense? Why I'm getting 20 for few and why I'm getting other than 20, 19 for few. Now is it making sense? Everyone? Questions, please.
I have a question. Like year cutoff is 1926, because the first SAS was calculating based is a year 1960.
That is SAS
So
reference date.
reference
No,
date, yeah.
That
reference
is
date is
reference date.
1960 and this is 1926. Like, is there any? This is maybe history, but is there any fundamental there?
No,
okay.
No. There is no specific reason why it was 1920, why it changed to 1926 now, and why it is not 1960, because the SAS reference would be 1960. No reasons. No reasons.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Guys, others?
So whenever we calculate this, we have to take the 100 years of span all the time. Otherwise, the 26 is going to be tough, right? If we are not taking the 100 years of span.
No, it SAS automatically do this calculation for you. Until and unless you want to override 1926 to some other value, all the time it will automatically calculate for you. I haven't do any calculations here. SAS did it for me.
So
I don't need to do these calculations.
It automatically
Yes.
calculates for 100 years of span. Okay.
Exactly. It will do it automatically for you. This is just to mention what happens in the background.
Yeah. That's what. If it is more than 100 years of span, definitely the 26 will get confused with the 26.
Yeah. See, that's the reason the span will be always, they will be increasing.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Questions? Now this is default, correct? If you want to overwrite, you can overwrite this.
Murli, one more question. Spellings are not, I mean, the SAS will not worry about the spellings, right? Like if there are incorrect spellings or other than the keywords. Other than the keywords,
it will never bother because it doesn't know what it is.
Okay.
Oh, here extract spelling mistake. Okay.
Yeah, I just got it out. I mean, it's not an issue, but
see, it is going to be a table name, correct? The table name can be anything.
Yeah.
The table name can be anything. It's least bothered.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Now I want to overwrite this. Options is the keyword to overwrite it. What I want to overwrite? Year cutoff. Year cutoff is equal to, the default is 1926, right? Let's say I'm overwriting to 1920. Let's say that I overwrite to 1950. What is the span now? this becomes 1950. Year cutoff is no more 1926, it is 1950. When it is 1950, what is the range? 1950 to 2049 is going to be the 100 years. Correct? So here also, this is 1950 to 99, 2000 to 2049. What is going to happen now? Anything between 50 to 99 will be, preceding value is going to be 19. Anything from 00 to 49 is going to be the preceding value of 20. So now what is going to happen? 86, 96 will be under this. 26 and 27 will move here. Correct? Am I correct, guys? Now, only for these two, I'm going to get 1986, 1996 because these will fall under 50 to 99. This whole stuff, 18, 25, 26, 27 falls under 00 to 49. So these years will be represented as 2018, 2025, 2026, and 2027. Am I correct? If I go with the year cutoff of 1950, are you able to do the calculation now? Can I change it? Now I change the year cutoff and I calculated this. Correct? Can you see this? 1986, 1996. The remaining all are going to be 2000. Why? I changed the span. If you want, you can also see the options now. Proc options. And if you say run, year cutoff default value 1926 has been overwritten to 1950. And go home. What's happening here, guys? Year cutoff. Can you see? The default value was 1926, but I've overwritten that to 1950. Now it is taking 1950 as the default value. Guys, able to follow? Anyone?
So
Any
there's a
questions?
question.
Let me ask me.
Sir, I wanted to ask, we have changed that year cutoff from 1926 to 1950, right? Is it temporarily or permanently? Like whenever we close the session?
As long as this session is open, it is there. As long as this session is open, your year cutoff is 1950. Now, let's say I close it. Then I'll open it again. Okay, I just opened it one more module. Now I'll go to numeric functions and I don't do anything. I just run my proc options. Proc options and run. It should be 1926 now. It's not going to be a 1950. See this. Done. Questions? Hi, is that clear? You got the clarity on it?
Yes, sir, I got it. Thank you.
Welcome. What else? Any questions from anyone else? All of you are comfortable with year cutoff? Can we go with the last two functions of date and time functions, which are nothing but INTCK and INTNX. Very, 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 very important functions. Back in days, like I can say that long back when we are attending the interviews with the 3 years or 5 years of experience range, no interview will complete without asking the questions on these two. That's a default question. So let me go with what is INTCK. INTCK will give you, provides interval difference between two SAS dates. You might be asking a question now, Only what is the difference between this and the other one, which is nothing but my Yrdif, correct? Let me write the syntax first. INTCK interval start date end date. That's the syntax. So, but remember, it is going to say the interval difference between two SAS dates, right? Let me tell you how it is different from year difference to this. First of all, let's understand what is this. The interval, you need to understand what is this interval is. The interval can be anything. That can be days, that can be month, okay, that can be week, that can be month, that can be quarter, that can be year. Anything I can say. All right, let's go with a simple example so that we can understand that very easily. Let's go with the same. So I'm going with the INTCK function. So the INTCK function will simply say, again I'm going with the age extract. I'll go with only two. Age with the help of Yrdif. And second thing is going to be age with the help of INTCK. So how INTCK can be? INTCK. I want to go with the year difference, right? How many years? Age is always mentioned in the years, right? So my interval is going to be year, DOB, and today. What is the difference you have identified here? What is the difference you have identified here? INTCK is giving the year difference. It will not bother about the months or anything. How it is going to calculate is, let me tell you. Copy with headers. Let me explain with simple Excel.
It will it will round the nearest round the number.
No, it won't round. It won't round.
Okay.
I'll tell you. It won't round. But your guess is correct. But it is not doing the round off. Okay. I'll do one more thing. Maybe that can give you a lot more clarity. If you say that, if I want to round it off, where it round it off? It's a units position. If it's a units position, it must be 34, right? How come it become 35? See, this is year difference value, right? If I want to round it off, age is equal to round off. We generally round it off at what position I want to round it off now? Let's say units position. It is 34. It is 34.47. That is 34.5 will become 34. It's never going to be 35, right? Am I correct or not?
Yes. Yeah.
Correct. So it will clearly give a simple straightforward answer that it is not doing the round off. It is not doing the round off, because if it does the round off is going to be definitely 34, but it is not 35. Correct. So then how it is calculating? Answer is very simple. So 4th March 2021. So date of birth is going to be 11th September 1986. So what is the year part of it? Year of this. I'll say equal to, just take the year part of it. Year part of this 1986. Year part of this 2021. Correct? What you are asking for? The year difference, right? So the year difference is going to be straightforward. Consider only years. Only years. I don't bother about how many months, how many days, nothing. your year of. Hey, hello everyone, welcome back. Hope all of you can hear me and hope all of you can see my screen. Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, thanks.
Right. So yesterday I was talking about INTCK. By the time we lost the connection, correct? So let's discuss about INTCK and INTNX, followed by the datetime conversion functions, that is data type conversion functions. Okay, so let's quickly have a look at what is this INTCK will do. INTCK will provide the interval difference between two SAS dates. That is, for an example, here you can see there are two dates. So one is going to be the today's date, which is going to be what is today's date? 5th. So when I say 5th March 2021, if I'm going with INTCK, irrespective of whether you are going to be in the month of let's say March, let's say this is March, right? Let's say even if you take April, or even if you take March, or even if you go with December, irrespective of whatever the month range you are looking at, it won't calculate the number of days. What is that? You need to understand one thing. It won't consider number of days into consideration. What is the actual difference between two SAS dates? The actual difference between two SAS dates is going to be, it consider the actual how many number of days in each month, that it will calculate for all the 12 months divided by the total number of days in the year, that is 365, or it is going to be 366 if it is going to be leap year. Am I correct? That is how the age is calculated. That is called actual difference. When I say interval difference is different. That is, it won't bother about the number of days. It only bother about what is the interval that you are looking at. I'm looking at the interval of years. So the year part of this date is 2021. The year part of this date is 1986. The difference is going to be 2021 minus 1986. It is going to be 35. Make sense how the INTCK work? Suppose if I ask, hey, can you give me the months difference between these two? Or let's take easy one. Let's take easy one. See this? 12th, no, 31st December 2020. This is going to be 1st Jan 2021. Right. If someone asks you, there is a person who is born on 31st 12th December 2020, December 31st 2020, on 1st Jan 2021, you are looking at his age. Can someone tell me what is the age of this particular person in terms of years? In terms of years, how many years? Anyone? I'm looking for a person who born on 31st December 2020. I'm checking his age. How come he's 1 year old? Regular.
One day.
How come?
One day.
1 day.
1 day. If I convert that, yes, if I convert that 1 day into year, 1 divided by 365, negligible, I can say that 0.00 something. Am I correct? That is his true age. He's 1 day old, correct? But if I calculate the same by using INTCK, what INTCK will do? The year of this, no, let's say, yeah, year of this, the year of this. What is the year of this one? 2020. The year part of this date is going to be 2021. According to this, the difference is going to be 1 year. If we calculate the age of the person by using the INTCK, that too by going with the year difference, there is a year difference in the two fields. This year, this particular day has a year of 2020. This particular day has a year of 2021. The interval difference in terms of year is going to be 1 year. Make sense? It is not useful for calculating the age. It is not useful for calculating the age. All I'm trying to say here is what is the interval you are looking at? I'm looking at the year interval. There is a change in year, so there is 1 year difference between them. Is that understandable? This is year difference. I'll go one after the other. Year difference. Suppose if I need month difference, how many months difference is there? How many months difference is there? Anyone? Let's take the month part of it. This is equal to month of this. This belongs to 12th month. This one, month of this one. This belongs to first month. And if I look into the difference, what is the interval difference between these two guys?
1 month.
Exactly. Yeah, it will not come directly, so it can say that it is going to be 1 month difference. But ideally, it is only 1 day difference. But you can see that there is a 1 month difference. Correct? Okay. How about the days difference? I'll say that day of this and the day of this it will take, and between that it will take the difference. I'm going to get 365 days difference between them. Correct? So you need to understand, I'm not looking at the actual difference between two SAS dates. I'm looking at the interval difference. What is that interval I'm looking at? I'm looking at year, or am I looking at month, or am I looking at the day, or I'm looking at the week, or I'm looking at the quarter. What is the difference I'm looking at? That difference is going to be the one that you would like to calculate. For an example, just I'm going to change this now. Instead of age extract, I'll say today, and let's say that some date we can take. Let's say that the date that we would like to take is going to be, let's say this is going to be the end date. Let's say end date is equal to today's date. My start date is going to be start underscore date is equal to, let's say 1st January 2021. All right, all I'm looking at the INTCK between start date and end date. This is the one I'm looking at. Okay, I'm just go with these details. I have start date, I have end date. Now you can see I'm just looking at, instead of age I can say I'll go with year difference. How many years difference between them? Can you tell me guys, what is the year difference I'm going to get here? My end date is today, my start date is 1st Jan 2021. What is the year difference?
0.
Everyone, what is
0.
the end date?
Yes.
Exactly 0, because there is no difference in the year. Correct? So if I calculate this, my value is going to be 0. Just give me a second, it's taking a bit time. Yeah, correct. Now the second thing that I'm going to take is, okay, in the same one, let's go with months difference. Can you tell me how many months difference is there? My interval is now month.
3 months.
Exactly, because I'm in the month of March. Anything correctly? Is it 3 or it is 2?
2 months.
2 or 3, guys?
2. Let's go with 2. Let's see.
It's start
It's
month
2.
to end month, right? So it should
Yeah,
be 3.
2. No. Difference,
2.
months difference.
Different.
January
Oh,
is
the
month
difference.
1.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. This is going to be third month. Third month minus first month, 2 months difference. Okay. Now, let's go with weeks difference. How many weeks difference is there? This is a bit difficult to calculate.
8 weeks.
Is that
8
so?
weeks.
Are you sure of it? 9 weeks. It's a calculation. Let's say that 5th March from there to January, January has 4 weeks, February has 4 weeks, followed by this week. It has taken 9 totally. If you want, you can do with the calculation of Excel. In the Excel, you can calculate the weeks difference. Okay, how many weeks? Now I can go ahead with quarter difference. Can you tell me guys how many quarter differences is there between these two?
0.
0, because both of them falls under the quarter number 1, because each quarter has 3 months: January, February, March, quarter number 1; April, May, June, quarter number 2; July, August, September, quarter number 3; October, November, December, quarter number 4. So each quarter 3 months, both of them falling under the same month, same quarter. So the quarter difference is equal to 0. Okay, days difference is there, right? Let's go with the days difference. Maybe I can put this here: month, week, and now I'll go with the days. Now tell me how many days difference is there? We cannot calculate anyway directly. We can ask SAS to do it. How many days difference? There are 63 days difference between these two. So from 5th March to 1st Jan, it will subtract. I'm going to get 63 days difference. Guys, is it making sense? I'm looking at the interval. What interval is for me? Is it a days interval that I'm looking for, or weeks, or months, or quarters, or years? Understandable? What is the difference between INTCK and YR difference? That is year difference. Year difference is going to calculate the actual difference, whereas your INTCK will calculate the interval difference. Understandable to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the another most important function that I would like to discuss is INTNX. INTNX can be used to
Sorry, just one question. You know, the previous function INTCK, if it only give us the difference, then we don't use to calculate the age. So
this is not for age.
So which circumstances we are going to use this function then?
Simple, direct. The second difference. Let's say that I have two SAS dates. How many quarters? How many weeks? If you want to calculate the number of weeks, if you want to calculate the number of months, the months difference or the year difference, the specific intervals. Let's say the same age only you can take. Maybe you can take the age itself. So instead of calculating the age by using your 34 point something and doing the round off kind of stuff, especially for the this cannot be used for the interest or for age, or not for this. Not wherever the precise values are required, you don't go with this. That is actual days into the consideration, you won't go with this. Wherever intervals you are looking for an example, from how many quarters my company is performing in a profit zone, for how many quarters I'm doing in a loss zone. Quarters, number of quarters.
Okay, so
right?
we just
I want to take the trend of my in stock and out of stock trend. Wherever I'm going with the trend, wherever I'm going with the intervals, specific to intervals, we'll go with this. There are so many occasions we can go. One of the occasion I can easily say is going to be a zone trend. Wherever trend is the one which you are going to consider, there you can use this.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Let's come back on the INTNX part. So let's say I'm just going with the INTNX. So under the INTNX, it can be used to advance date in either of the direction. So I'll tell you what is this. Maybe example will help you. INTNX, your interval, date, value. The value can be positive or negative integer. Let's write a simple syntax. Let me show you. Data. Let's say I'll take the same one. So maybe I can simply say extract. Let's say this is my start date, and I just want to go with so I want to run a report. Let's say that whenever I'm running the report, let's say my start date is going to be today. Let's say start date is equal to today. My report, whenever I trigger the job, whenever I calculate this, my end date is supposed to be from today. It's supposed to be 5 days. Today plus 5 days. What is that? My start date. Let's say that I want to extract the data between 2 dates. I have a table. In the table, I have to say that today is the start date. My end date for this particular report is going to be from today 5 days. So from today 5 days is going to be what? So today is 5th. From today 5 days is going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. My end date is going to be 10. So instead of every time I'm calculating, let's say I cannot put plus 10, right? Plus 5 or like this. Instead of that, I can advance my date. I can advance my date properly. That is INTNX. You can say INTNX. It is going to give you what is my start date or what is the interval I want to increment. I want to increment my days from start date. How many days I want to increment? I want to increment from here. Let's say 5 days. That's what I said, right? 5 days. What's the date I'm going to get now? End date. From today, 5 days, it is going to calculate and it is going to give it to you. Done. Let us say I want to take my date, not from today 5 days. I want to take my date. My start date is going to be, let's say I have today's date. I want to run this particular code between start date and today date, and the start date must be from today's date 5 days before. That is, I want to take the data from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is previous month last day to till date. That is what my requirement. I can simply put -5. That is going to be, I'm going to take my start date 5 days before. Feb. You guys able to understand what I'm trying to do? I'm calculating the date automatically. I'm advancing the date by a positive value, that is in the forward direction, and negative value, that means in the negative direction, previous value. You can ask me, Molly, why it is important, why INTNX is having that particular value. There may be a question, right? So here you can simply say, Murli, I can also do the same with the help of, instead of calculating the end date like this, I can calculate like this, right? You can simply put start date plus 5. This is anyways number of days, right? I can simply calculate that by adding it, right? Why you need INTNX then? Can you see INTNX what happened? Oh, sorry. Plus 5, right? Now, why you INTNX? There should be a reason, right? If I want to increment the date, you can see, even if I add it, or even if I increment the date by, by using this INTNX function, both of them giving me the same output. In that case, why should I use INTNX? Is my question understandable? Anyway, I'm advancing the day by 5. SAS anyway is going to store the days into my SAS date into numeric only. So I can simply add plus 5, right? Why do I need to go with INTNX? Anyone?
Yeah, is my guess. If you want to increment the date sequentially,
This is
then it
sequential only, right? This is
no,
sequential, you know.
Yeah, but from the start date, if I have another program which start date will finish and then again need to be increase the different number.
No.
Okay, this.
I got your requirement. For that, we can go with another one, but not INTNX. Anyone? Okay, let me tell you. I asked a question now. Let's say that, hey, I want to run a particular report from today's date to till the end of the month. Okay, otherwise I can say I want to run a report from previous month last date to till today. What is that? I'll write here. Start date should be previous month last day. So which month we are in? March. Today's date is this. What is my start date? My start date I'm expecting is previous month last day. So how to calculate your previous month last day? How do you calculate? Because I'm in the March. My previous month last day is going to be 28th Feb. Correct? So now I'm in 5th March. So I have to subtract -5. 10th March -10. But will it give me the exact date if I go with minus? May or may not. Correct? I want to go with previous month last day. If it is going to be March, my previous month last day is supposed to be 28th. Correct? If it is going to be a leap year, it's supposed to be 29. It has to consider previous month last day accurately. So for that, how can I do is INTNX of, I'll say month, today's date, and I'll put 0. What do you mean by 0? I'm asking system not to increase any month. I'm asking system not to increase any month. What do you mean by not to increase any month? I'm asking system to take to start of the month. If I put 0 here, guys, if I put 0 here for month, it will take me to start of the month. What is the start of the month for any month? First, correct? If I run this, it will take me to start of the month. That is, my today's date is going to be 5th March. My start date is going to be 1st March 2021. Correct? I'm asking my system to take to current month start date. Current month start date. Can you see this? Today's date is 5th March, but my start date is going to be 1st March. Now can I say, if I take from to current month start date, if I subtract 1 day, what I'm going to get? Can I get previous month last date? Serious? Easy? Easy? Suppose take another month for an example. Today's date is going to be, this is for February. Let's take for March. Let's say for March, let's say first take April. 10th April 2021. For 10th April 2021 is going to be the today's date. What is going to be the previous month last day? The previous month last day is going to be 31st March 2021. Will it work or not? Can you see? What happened? Date 9 dot. Why? Peculiar. Sorry, D is missing. D is missing here. Now you can see 31st March 2021. Obviously, for April, the previous month last date is going to be 31st March. Let's take another example. Let's go with May. 11th May 2021. So what is going to be a previous month last day? 30th April. Make sense? Right? So it is going to calculate exact values for you. It is going to calculate exact values for you. Am I correct or not, guys? Is that making sense? Right? And also, I can do one more thing. I want to take previous year last working day, or previous year last day. So if I want to take the previous year, how can I take? If I put year here, if I put 0, it is going to take you to 01/01/2020. Okay, let's not confuse. All of you are able to understand up to this. Why INTNX? What it will do? INTNX will advance your interval either in a forward direction or in a reverse direction. Is that clear?
Yes, Madhu.
Okay. Now there is another advantage of it. Let's say I want to run a report on previous month. So here I have end of the day, end of the month, right? I took 0 minus 1. The same thing can be also achieved. The same thing can be also achieved with the help of modifiers. That is, sorry, I wrongly pasted this one. I can also do this in a different way. Instead of using this, I can go with one more argument, that is, I want to go with previous month. I'll take -1. What do you mean by -1? Can I say it will take me to the previous month completely? So current month is going to be March. If I take -1, it is going to be take previous month. So previous month means February. It will take me to 1st February 2021. But that's not my requirement, right? What is my requirement? I want to run this particular report on previous month last day. That is end of the month. To calculate that, I can put another modifier and I can simply put E. E stands for end of the month. Done? Either you can calculate the previous month, current month start day, or you can put -1, or simply you can use a modifier called E. E stands for end of the month. Okay. Similarly, there are some more modifiers. If I put M means previous month middle day, middle of the month. So previous month is February. February middle of the month is nothing but 14th February, right? It automatically calculates. If I want previous month same day, that is nothing but, it is not end of the month, it is not start of the month. I want middle, start of the month. I want start of the month. B stands for beginning of the month, 1st January. Sorry, 1st February. I'll put everything in single one so that it is easy. One is previous month beginning, that is, this is today, previous month beginning. Now I am going with previous month middle of the month. If I want to go with the middle of the month, I need to go with M. M stands for previous month, middle of the day, middle of the month. And then I have one more, let's say previous month, end of the last day, previous month, last day. I can go with E. Let's say I don't want to go with the previous month end, beginning, or middle. I want to go with previous month same day. That is nothing but today is 5th March. I want to run this report on previous month, that is 5th February. I want to run same day. Yes. I want to go with yes.
Sir, I want to ask. Sir, You have used modifier B, right? B for ball. So can you tell me what it does?
I don't understand your question. Could you please repeat?
In the first statement, I'm using modifier B.
Hmm.
So like M tells the middle day, E and day,
S is for
S
same day.
same day, right? Yeah.
B
B
for
for
beginning. Beginning.
beginning.
Beginning of the month. 1st February is beginning. Middle of the month,
Okay.
14th February. Previous year end, 20th. Same day, 5th February. Make sense?
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you.
And it will automatically calculate for any month of your choice. Let's say the today's date I'm taking here is going to be, for an example, I'm taking for April. For April, it is going to be, let's say that 2nd April 2021. So now you can see the previous month beginning is going to be 1st March 2021. Previous month middle it will calculate is 15th or 16th, it will calculate automatically. Previous month end date is going to be 31st March 2021. Previous month same day is going to be 1st March 2021. Or it will calculate automatically for you. It will advance what you need automatically. You can see previous month middle day is going to be 16 because I have 31 days there. Correct? For February, it has calculated that as 14. Correct? Now you do it for May. If you go for May, previous month is going to be April. So the middle of the month is going to be 15. You understand, guys, what is the importance of it? All of you are able to follow now? It will advance your date with any interval of your choice. Questions, please. Guys, INTNX and INTNX are very, very important. Yes, guys, please tell me.
If we have the like month of 31st, still is give the middle of day is 15.
No,
Or
16th.
16.
16th. Yeah, you can see here.
Okay,
March,
yeah.
March is going to be 16th. You can see.
March, yeah, March for the March. Okay, yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Questions? There are few more functions which are useful. I'll tell you them as well. All of you are comfortable with this? Can I get a quick confirmation? Date and time
Yes, sir.
functions. Usha.
Murli, like the beginning, middle, and same we are saying, right? Like what if I want the like 7 days or 10 days?
What do you mean by
Is there any
7 days or 10 days? I don't understand.
like beginning of the month we are saying middle of the month in that way, like previous month 10 day, like in that way can
10th
we
day.
put, or 10th day?
Previous
Yeah.
month, 10th business day or 10th day. That is what you're looking at. Yes, you can do. You can just go ahead with, for an example, your question is going to be, I want to go with previous month 10th day. That's what my requirement is. Okay. I can simply take previous month. I'll take it to beginning of the day, beginning of the month. I'll just add 10 to it.
Is it plus 9? Is it plus 9?
Okay, plus 9. Sorry, 10th day, right? Yeah. Done. Previous month 10th. Now you can see it is going to be 10th day. Usha, is that making sense?
Yes, Murli. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are predefined values which are already present. Okay. But other than the ones which are present, you can do the calculations.
Okay.
Okay. The next thing. That is another thing. I want to go with what is my previous month last working day? Or I want to know the working days. Just working days. How to calculate?
So you mean the weekdays, right?
Exactly. Weekdays. Is there a function to calculate the weekday? It must be, right? So weekday of specifies expression that appearance SAS date value weekday of, whether I want to know whether it is going to be a weekday or not. Let's say weekday of today. what happened. Just give me a second. It has to give the date actually. Just I'm going with test is equal to weekday of today's date. So what is meant by 6? 6 is Friday. How it will calculate? It always calculate from Sunday. So Sunday to Saturday it is going to calculate. For an example, if I give, let's say today is 5th, right? Let me give 7. 7th March 2021, which is a Sunday. Now you can see I'm going to get 1. That is your weekday starts, your week number starts with 1. Your week number starts with 1. So it is going to be Sunday equal to 1, Monday is equal to 2, Tuesday equal to 3, and keeps going on. Okay. Now, if I want only working days of my previous month, only working days, how do you calculate? First of all, this concept is understandable. Find weekday, what day it is, whether it is going to be, let's say, if it is going to be Sunday or Monday. If you give a date, it has to tell me what day it is. It's a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, like that. It has to tell me. For that, I have to go with weekday. But weekdays will be always starts from 1 to 7. 1 is going to be Sunday, 2 is going to be Monday, and keeps going on. Understandable, guys? 7 is going to be Saturday. It is going to be from Monday to Saturday. Understandable? If someone asks you, hey, can you give me all my previous month days? I want only the weekdays. How you are going to calculate? Anyone? How you are going to calculate? Anyone? I want previous month only working days list. Can someone tell me?
Yeah, we have to combine both INTCK and weekday functions.
Why? Why do you need that?
Like weekday of INTCK, like in the previous program, like
Don't depend on Google. Don't search in the Google and work out on this. I'm writing a task here. Create a SAS data set with previous month working days alone. Working days. Only working days should present. Suppose example. Now you are calculating for April. Now today's, let's say whatever the month. So current month is what is the current month? March. So your table SAS data set should consist of Feb 2021 working days. Clear? This required some more understanding. It is not going, if someone able to solve this, that meaning is you are working on Google. You're not working, you're depending on Google, because this one requires conditional processing. You should know how if else work, and you should know some more functions, not functions, some more steps, right? I'm just keeping in the sorry, going to keep this in the task list. So once I complete module number 3, this will be, we can answer this. Even this required module number 3. Even this required module number 3. You should know how your loops work. You should know how your if and else will work. Then only you can answer this. That's the reason I'm just keeping it pending. I just have given to you. At least you can come up maybe with some answers. But even if you give me the approach, is more than sufficient. Is that clear, guys? Question is clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I may lose it. I may forget this. That's the reason I'm just keeping it here. but I'll explain this. Okay, keep it.
Yeah, one thing like for the task one here you gave right 2 questions. Find
Uh,
word and upper count. So for both questions we have to use if and then compulsory.
not like that. Not like that. See, each problem has multiple solutions. Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
So you can use any solution of your thing. You can use it. So my wish is I can go with one solution. You can go with your own solution. But end of the day, it definitely required some understanding about loops. Otherwise, it is difficult. Loops and conditional processing is mandatory for it.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Questions.
Murali, can you show the task one that the above example ones? I mean, I didn't. I mean, like I didn't get that example actually.
Which one?
The
1 or 2?
one.
1. See, 1 is very simple. All you need is I have Murli Krishna Tenali, right? I need the count, word count. How many words are there? Murali is first word, Krishna is second word, Tenali is the third word. I have Bindu Patipandla. There are 2 words. I can go with 2. I have Venkatasai Kishan Kopawar, 4 words. 4. That is first thing. Okay. I have again upper count. How many uppercase characters are there? 1, 2, 3. So 3. How many lowercase characters? Sorry, how many uppercase characters are there? B and P are uppercase. So 2. That is my up count. Lowercase count is going to be how many small letters are there? How many small letters are there? How many small letters are there? Make sense? Question is understandable?
Yeah, no, the thing is from above example, it was written over there. So I was not thinking this as an example. I thought there is something up there. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Got it.
Mhm.
From below example. No, it is okay. Sorry, I don't have anything else here. So yeah, maybe I missed it. Okay. Questions? Any questions?
So, sir, we will complete these 2 tasks after module 3.
Sorry, I'm not able to hear you.
Like after module 3, we will complete the task.
Yes, after module 3, this absolutely makes sense.
Okay.
Yep. All right. The next thing is, so we have date type conversion functions, correct? Let's go with them. So there are 2. One is put function and another one is input function. That is, simply if you want to understand this in an easy way, input function.
Yeah, Murli, sorry to interrupt you. Like the INTNX, with the INTNX, we are doing the day, week, and everything, right? In the same way, can we also go with the time with the INTNX?
No, no,
Okay.
no, because you just have a 24 hours window at any point of time. What are you going to do there? Anyways, you're going to add the number of seconds, correct, right?
So only the first
correct.
one before the INTNX, the interval is the only option for the time.
That's it. Only thing you're going to add it. That's it. Number of seconds you are going to add. For time, there is a time frame, like every day you're going to have only 86,400. That's, I think 100 is the maximum number of seconds. If you want to increase the time or if you want to decrease the time, you can do it. Directly you can do it. There is no increment or decrement functions there. Right? Okay. Converts character function, character to numeric. Character variable to numeric variable. Whereas put function, it is going to converts numeric variable to character variable. All it is going to do is character to numeric, numeric to character. That's it. All it is going to do is numeric to character, character to numeric. Let me take some examples. Maybe I need some examples for it. Input files, not input files, programs, previous batch, where I have mentioned this. So every time I'm facing this problem, so this time I'm just properly classifying it, otherwise I may miss the track of it. Yeah, got it. Okay, let me take this example. Okay, I'll go with my example. I think better than that. Okay, I'll put you one simple requirement, guys. Simple requirement. Okay, that requirement will tell you why you need to convert character to numeric. Okay, let's say my data is like this. Data, dates. My data lines is going to be like this. Data lines. Right. I want to calculate. I want to read DOB input, date of birth. This is numeric, right? Date of birth is going to be numeric. You can use informate or whatever, correct? But you can see here, my dates are going to be like this: 11th September 1986, and then I have something called 13th August, let's say 86. I have 3rd July. I have 3rd July. Maybe I can do like this. I have 3rd July 2018. I have 2nd, okay, 2nd August 2018. So this is going to be like 2nd August. Let's say that this is going to be August 2nd, 2018. And I have one more, which is going to be 13th July 2020. These are the date of birth, guys. I want you to read it. How can you read it? Can you read it directly by using any informate?
So informate.
Maybe just to reduce the confusion, I'll go with 3. I want to go with informates for these 3. Can you go ahead? I'll say 13th July 20. Now tell me. Is it possible, first of all,
So
reading this?
individually you can do it, or you have to do it together, like if we're using informate.
No, I cannot hear you, Hyder. There is a lot of disturbance.
I'm saying that we have to do it individually, or we have to do it together. Like if you're
This
using
is
an
one
informate.
variable. No, this is one variable, right? You want to put all these 3 into one variable. If you want to put all these 3 into one variable, this requires a informate of date 9. This requires a informate of mmddyy10. This requires a informate of date 7 dot. You cannot read one variable with 3 different informates. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So reading, when I have same variable with 3 different formats or more than one format, I cannot read it by using the informate. Am I correct? Is that simple? Everyone accepts that?
Yes, sir.
Now the question is how to handle it. So I'll do like this. First of all, I will read all these as character. First, I'll read all these as character. Done? Done? After this, what I'll do is, I know I haven't teach you if else. I haven't teach you if else, but I'll do basic if else. Here the concept is not to go with the conditional processing. The concept is why I want to go with the conversion. Okay. So now what I'm going to say is, I'll go with 3 conditions. I may go with 3 more. Let's say 12th September, just for ease of understanding. 12th September 1990. I can also go with 21st 8. Here I'll go with 11 December. I will go with 21. 11th December 21 is not possible. 11th January. So just make sure I have more than one format, more than one value also. Okay. Now you can see that 2 of them are in date line format, 2 of them are mmdd/10 format, 2 of them are in the other format, which is that date 7. So how to handle it? I read everything into the character first, and then I will say if length of my DOB is equal to 9, if the length of my DOB is equal to 9, then what is the meaning of it? What is the meaning of it? The length is equal to DOB,
Date
the
9.
length of the DOB is equal to 9 means, then I will say, then I'm going to store it in a different data set, then output D9. I'm just telling you. Similarly, else if not, or let me try in another way. If length of this is equal to this, then DOB underscore 1 is equal to input function. The input function is going to convert what is that? One format to another format. So input of DOB. I want to read that into date 9 dot. Okay. Similarly, else if the length of the DOB is equal to 7, then it is going to be date 7 dot. Else if the length of the DOB is equal to 10, then it is going to be ddmmyy10 dot, and run this. Done. Now everything is into the numeric now. First of all, then I'll put only one format. Date DOB1 date 9 dot. Just put everything into one format and see whether it is able to convert this into the date or not. Oh, sorry, I put the wrong format. E. Now see. 11th September 1986, 3rd July 2018, 13th July 2020, 12th September 1990, 21st August 2018, 1st January 2021. Everything is in proper date format, numeric format, correct? Now what I can do? I can now say that, okay, here I can handle this. Here I'll say drop is equal to what I want to drop. DOB character variable doesn't require any more. Or rename equal to what I want to rename. I want to say DOB underscore 1 is equal to DOB. Now you see what is going to be the output for you. One variable with all your details, proper, makes sense? Guys, understandable? I read it into the character first.
Yes, sir.
I have character functions. I'll play with my character functions, and then I created a new variable with whatever the formats that I want. I just created them, and finally I just drop the original variable. So what is the syntax? Input of character variable, comma, with what informate I want to read it. Understandable, guys? So what it is doing? It is converting your character variable into numeric variable. Questions? Questions? Any questions from anyone? You understand what is the concept of your data type conversion functions? I'm converting from character to numeric. So similarly, I want to put it in the different way. I want to convert a numeric variable into character variable. That's it. Simple example will go. Let's say I have zip codes. All right, I have zip codes. I just read it as a number. Zip code generally numbers only, right? I just read it as a number. Let's say my zip codes are going to be 6,96, 5,84, 524,405. I read it, but I don't want someone accidentally doing any mathematical calculations on it. This is a zip code. It's supposed to be a character, but in my program somewhere I just read it as a character, numeric. But I want to save it as a character. I don't want it to be a numeric. So what I can do now? I can simply say zip code is equal to, I want to convert this into character. Put of zips. Character means I need the format, right? What is the format? You can see how many characters are there? 6 characters are there. I can simply go with $6 dot. Now you can see this is a numeric, this is a character. I can drop it. Drop zips. So what will happen? My numeric zip codes has been converted into character zip codes. Make sense, guys? Everyone able to understand? Whenever you want to convert from numeric to character, go with put function. Whenever I want to convert from character to numeric, I'll go with the other function. What is the name of it? Input function. Questions?
Sir, input as keyword and also function.
నాకు అర్థం కావట్లేదండి. ఓకే మీ క్వశ్చన్ అర్థమైంది. నాకు ఇప్పుడు రెండు ఉన్నాయి. ఇన్పుట్ అనేది ఫంక్షనా? Input is a function or it is a keyword. Okay, if you use input, this one, it's a keyword. It can be used to mention what are the variables to be part of your output. If you use input, the function means it's supposed to have a parenthesis. Within the parenthesis, you are going to give the values. That is the difference. Input as a statement is there. Input as a keyword is there. This is function. If I put braces, it's a function. Otherwise, it is going to be a statement. Put statement is there. Put function is there. I have discussed only the put statement. Sorry, put function. Put statement I'll discuss later. అనిత గారు అర్థమైందా అండి? నేను ఇన్పుట్ అని ఒక ఫంక్షన్ పెట్టి దాంట్లో ఒక వేరియబుల్ పెడితే అది ఫంక్షన్ అవుతుంది. అలా కాకుండా ఇన్పుట్ అండ్ స్పేస్ ఇచ్చి వేరియబుల్ నేమ్స్ రాస్తే స్టేట్మెంట్ అవుతుంది. Input statement can be used for defining your variables to be part of your output data set. Input function can be used to convert your character variable to numeric variable. Questions?
On the output of this zip code example, how come we know is it converted to the character function?
You can just go to the
properties and then okay, that's fine. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, another simple thing you can see on the top, A, this red color. For numeric it is going to be 1 2 3.
Okay, so
I'll show you another way. All numeric data is right aligned. It will be aligned to right side. All character data aligned to left side. So by looking at the data also, you can say whether it is a numeric or character. You can see this and all right aligned, this and all left aligned. And you can see 1 2 3 number here. You can see characters. This and all the ways.
Yes, thanks.
Cool, perfect. All right.
Sir, so can we change the alignment, like if character is starting from the right side and numeric is from the left side, right?
No, we cannot.
No? Okay.
No, even in the Excel, it will be like that. Even in the Excel, if you see, this and all character, it is right aligned. You can see here. This and all, sorry, this is not numeric, right aligned. This and all the characters left aligned. This will be left aligned by default. You can see this is on the, it starts from the left. You have the space on the right. You can see you don't have space on the right. You always have the space on the left. That is right and left lines. Even your Excel behaves in the same way. You cannot change it.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. So that's the wrap for your character functions, guys. So tomorrow, anyway, Saturday, you're going to get a new assignment, which is going to be for, yeah.
Is it a numeric functions done or character functions?
Sorry?
We are done with numeric functions, you are saying, right?
No, all the functions. Character functions done long back. Remember? All these are character functions, right?
Just now you said the wrap up of character functions, so I just got that.
Oh no, a wrap up of entire functions, all the functions. Numeric is done, character is done, and also we have completed the datetime conversion functions. We are also done with the data type conversion functions. All the functions are done. There are more than 300 functions if you want to discuss. SAS functions book is there. There's a separate book on SAS functions. You can see SAS functions by example, Ron Cody. This is a separate book. This book is intended for functions only. Can you see this? There is a 420 pages of book which is solely there for the functions, but not required. Not required. What is required, we can go. All right. See, there is no end to it. For procedures and function, there is no end. If you want to discuss whole 2 months, 3 months, we can discuss only the functions. Right? Doesn't require. What is required, we can learn. If anything else is required, we can go with the Google. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, that's
right?
good. Yeah, these are all basics. That's very
yes, this not basics. These are the ones that you require. These are the ones you require.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. So you're going to get a new assignment tomorrow. And Monday, I won't start with what is this module number 3. Monday, I will start with assignment 1. Assignment 1, I will explain. Right? Then, if time permits, then only we will go with the module number 3. That is your conditional processing. Clear? Now?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Bye bye, everyone. Take care.
See you on Monday. And I will send all these notes, guys, today. Entire notes I'll send it today for character functions, numeric, and datetime functions. Thank you. Guys, can you see my screen? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes.
Wonderful. So, first things first. Usha, I wasn't in a situation to attend the calls yesterday. That's the reason I couldn't attend your call. Apologies for it. So maybe after the class, you can connect with me. I'll give you a call to you. Okay?
Yeah, that's fine. After the class, I can, because yeah, I'll call you.
Yeah. Maybe by 10 p.m. IST, you can call me. 10 p.m. IST. Okay?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now, today I'm going to create a new process flow, and I'm renaming this as conditional processing. I can say it's a module number 3. This is module 3, which is conditional processing and loops, both of them. All right, we are going to discuss about the conditional processing and loops. What is called conditional processing, why it is required, and how it is going to useful on our day-to-day work. So remember, guys, this is one of the most important topic when it comes to hello, sorry. I just kept all of you on mute. Anyone want to discuss, you can unmute and you can discuss now, because I was hearing some noise. That's the reason I just put all of you on mute. Okay. So the topic that I'm going to discuss now is under module number 3, which is nothing but your conditional processing and loops. So first we go with the conditional processing. So under the conditional processing, guys, the most important step is why you need to put the conditions are.
Murli, sorry to interrupt you. Like today we were thinking to discuss the assignment 1 and 2, right? Or after the class, are you going to discuss? I'm just asking. Like,
No. Let's finish module number 3, and tonight I'll give you module number 2. So by Thursday, we can go ahead, or Thursday or Friday, we can take up both the assignments together. So it will be handy, okay? Because some of the topics, as I mentioned, I need to explain conditional processing so that it will make more sense.
Yeah.
So with this, what will happen? All the basic stuff will complete, and we can complete the assignments, and then we can go ahead with our next topics, module number 4. Okay. So today and maybe tomorrow and day after tomorrow, 3 days, we will work on conditional processing. It will not take much time, hardly 2 days or 3 days. It will take, not more than that. So conditional processing is all about if else, and other stuff. Loops are going to be, there are 3 loops: do loop, do while, and do until. So all 3 we are going to finish today and tomorrow. Okay, I'll finish this, then I can take you through the assignments. All right.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Right. So let's start with the first part, that is under the conditional processing. So whenever you say, I want to conditionally process the data, 2 things will come to our mind. One is where condition, how to use where, and second thing is going to be if. Under the if, there are a lot of varieties. You can use only if, or you can go with if else, or you can go with nested if else. All right. Otherwise, you can go with if then do, or if else do, or nested if else do. But all in all, the concepts are slightly different, but overall, all of them are going to be under if flavor itself. If is going to be the tree. Under the tree, we have so many subtrees. We're going to discuss all of them. First things first, why I have to apply conditions? Simple answer is going to be, I may have input data set, I may have one input data set, but whatever the data that is present in the input data set is not completely belongs to me. It may be belongs to multiple teams, or the entire data doesn't meet the same requirement. Part of the data requires a different treatment, another part of the data will require the different treatment. If I want to talk in a very simple way, I have a data set called class. So I just go with SAS help.class. SAS help.class is a simple data set which is having information about 19 students. Correct? 19 people's information is there. Those 19 people are the combination of both male and female. Correct? If I go with the sex variable there, the sex variable have both male as well as the female. Now, my requirement here is, I want to separate, okay, I need only male data. I need all the male students information. I want to create a data set called boys, and the boys data set should have only male information. If 6 is equal to m, then only I need that particular data. I want to create 2 data sets. One data set is for the boys, another data set is for the girls, because I want to split them. And for all the boys, I want to go with a different treatment, and for all the girls, I want to go with a different treatment. I want to give a different treatment to both the genders. So how I can split them? Simplest answer is going to be, okay, this is my data, right? So now I'll go ahead and I will just simply use, this is my data. So this data set has both boys as well as the girls information. Now all I need is, I just need boys information separately, girls information separately. How do you do it in general? So now I can say that This is nothing but girls data. This is nothing but boys data. Correct? So once I have this clarity, later all I can do is I can create one data set by applying a filter for boys and filter for girls. Am I correct? All I need to do is I just need to extract those data. Correct? So there are two ways I can do. There are two ways I can do. Number one. First thing is whatever the table I have, I can bring this particular table as it is. So this is before PDV. This is my input data set. Whatever I can see here is my input data set. My input data set. Harini, I just placed you on mute. Okay. Yeah. So this is my input data set. The input data set, here are the variables. Okay. Now, so everything where the SAS dataset is going to build, SAS is going to process the input data set and it is going to create the output data set in the PDV itself. Correct? So let's say this is my PDV. This is my PDV. There are two things will happen. Number one, this is my input, right? My input will be supplied to PDV as is. My input will be supplied to PDV as is. And then in the PDV, the filter is going to be applied. Where in the PDV, the filter is going to be applied. And then I'm going to have my data set here. Let's say my data set is going to be this one. Let's say this one. So what is this data set now? Can I say this is going to be the data set which belongs to girls? Correct? So how the girls data set has been created, my entire input data set has been sent to the PDV. Before it entered into the PDV or in PDV, before it process the data into the output data set, in the PDV, before take the data into the PDV, the PDV applies the condition. So where PDV is applying the condition? The PDV is applying the condition before it takes the data into the PDV itself. It filters out the data, meaning out of 19 observations, there are 9 observations which are matching my condition. Only 9 records enter to PDV. And then PDV is going to process them. And then the same data set will be created here. So what is happening here? Main thing you need to understand, there are two ways I can process the data. Number one, before enter into the PDV, I'll apply the condition. I'll apply the condition before entering into the PDV. What is my condition here? My condition is nothing but 6 is equal to F. This condition will be applied on my input data set wherever my data is equal to F. Wherever my data is equal to F, only those records are processed and only those records are entered into the PDV. So if I use the where condition, where applies before entering into the PDV, where applicable before entering into the PDV. Is that clear? It will apply the condition on your input data set. Only the matching records will enter into the PDV for further processing. If any other processing is there, it will process it. Otherwise, it will export the data into the output data set. First of all, is this clear? If I want, all I can do is I can run here. Let's say where 6 is equal to F. So this sex is equal to F is the variable, is the condition. It will be applicable before entering into the PDV. If you go to the log, I can clearly see that information. Can you see? There were 9 observations. Read from SAS help.class where sex is equal to F. What is the meaning? I haven't read all the 19 observations. No. I have read only the 9 observations which are matching my condition and then process the data. Is that clear, guys? Very, very important condition. Most important thing. Where condition applies before entering into the data. Whatever the condition you have applied, only the data matching with that condition will be filtered out and it will read that particular data. It will exclude all other data. Even in the log, you can see that information. Is that clear? Everyone? Questions? Guys, this is very
Sir,
important.
sir, only
Yes.
where condition before entering into PDV
Hmm.
or all conditions will same like that?
If you have more than one condition in the where, all of them will be applicable. Suppose I say where sex is equal to F, all the conditions which I place in the where will be applicable. If you say any other condition, what do you mean by any other condition? Let's say I also use if condition. If age is greater than 14, also I have applied. Then what is the meaning? First, it is going to filter the data by applying sex equal to F. That is only where condition. If condition, whatever the other conditions I am writing by using the if is applicable after the PDV. So this is PDV, right? After the PDV, what it will do is, here it will apply the condition. If age is greater than 14. So on the 9 records, I have already 9 records in the output, right? After PDV, I have 9 records, right? On the 9, it is going to apply the condition of age is greater than 14. So what do you mean by age is greater than 14 in this? Can I simply say only 15 is the only record which is supposed to present here, correct? This is the only record, right? So I just simply copy this here. I'll remove the filter. I'll delete it. Now I'll take this particular one. This is going to be my output. Why this is going to be my output now? The reason is going to be before entering to the data into the PDV, there are 9 matching conditions. So these 9 records will enter into my queue. That is, these 9 records, or I will do one thing. These 9 records will enter into my queue. That is after PDV. Now, this is after PDV data set. On this data set, my data will be applicable. What is my condition? My condition is if age is greater than 14. Correct? This condition will be applicable now. So if this condition applies on this, I have only 2 records which are matching that. That is age equal to 15. Correct? Those records will be in my output. Guys, able to follow? First thing, if I look into the entire data set properly, if I go with both if and where conditions, if condition will be applied after my PDV, where condition will be applied before the PDV. So what is the meaning of it? I have 19 observations. From the 19 observation, whatever the where condition is there, that where condition applies on the input, only the matching records will enter into the PDV. This is the data. But I have if condition. If condition will be applied after the PDV. So this is after PDV data set, correct? On this, it is going to apply age equal to 14. This is my final data set. If you want, you can see here. I'll run this. In the log also, you can see the difference. Can you see? There are 9 observations you read from SAS help.class. Out of the 9, the dataset work.goals has 2 observations. What happened to the remaining 7? 9 enters into the PDV, 7 are dropped, the remaining 2 is present in my final set. Is that understandable to everyone? Suppose if you are not clear on this particular process, I'll do one more thing. Let's take this as it is. Now go to if condition. Let's understand how if works. So I have written if applicable after PDV, remaining everything is going to be the same. All 19 records enter into the PDV because there is no filter, right? There is no filter in the sense everything enters into my PDV first because no filter is applied. After that, the data set, all the 19 observations will enter into my queue as it is, all the 19. After this, here it is going to apply the condition. What is the condition I want to apply now? My condition that I want to apply here is going to be here. After the PDV, it is going to apply the condition that is if 6 is equal to F. After all the 19 observations, we want to take only if the 6 is equal to F. This condition will be applicable now. Let's copy this, keep it somewhere. Then remove the filters, delete all this. We doesn't need this particular one. So now this is my filtered output, right? This filtered output will present in my output here. So what I'm trying to say here, what is the difference between this and the previous one? This is if. How if works? It will take all the entire input data as it is into the PDV. In the PDV, it apply all the conditions and it will create output data set. So 19 observations entered into the PDV and then 10 will be deleted. Correct? But if you go to the previous condition, only the matching records will enter into the PDV. Is that understandable? Let's forget about the other part. Just understand the difference between if and where. Where applies on the input data set before enters into the PDV itself. If condition applies on the output data set after entering the entire data into the data set, then it will apply the condition. You can see the difference in the input. Here, let's say this is the one. Here I'll say if 6 is equal to F. I'll just say _1. Let's run both of them. The output is going to be the same, no difference in the output. Either you go with girls or girls1, the output remains going to be the same. But if you go to the log, the first log will say you can see here. The first log will say that where condition, there are 9 observations read from SAS help.class. That is, while entering to the data itself, it filtered the data and it processed the data. But can you see this? All 19 observations read from SAS help.class. After that, the 10 observations are processed. Clear or not? Can you see by looking at this, which one is effective? Which one is effective?
Sure, I think if it's effective.
Why?
So because it's efficient, I think real time and CPU time. I can see 0.00 seconds. It shows.
Oh, no, okay, I understand that based on the time you're telling. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll process both of them separately. 0.02 times 0.03, correct? Now again I'll process this separately. Now you can see.
Where is I think efficient now?
Okay. What are the parameters you are taking into that? Number one, processing time. Efficiency always depends on 2 parameters. Number one, my efficiency depends on execution time. How quick my execution is. Number two, memory. How much memory it is utilizing. If you see the first case, guys, anyways, it is taking only 9 observations into the system. Before it takes the data into the system itself, the PDB is loading with only 9 observations. Second case, my PDB is loading with all the 19 observations, and then it is applying the condition. So where the memory will be more, first case or second case? Where I require more memory?
The second case.
Okay.
Second.
So obviously we can say that if is least effective compared to the where. That is, or where is the best one. Correct or not? Right? Because it is applying the condition it is taking. Let's not take about the 19 observations. Let's say I have 1 lakh records. Right? Out of 1 lakh records, let's say that there are only 10 records where sex is equal to young. Only 10 records. What happened to the where condition? It is going to filter the conditions on the 1 lakh records. Only the 10 records enters into the PDB, correct? Only 10 records enter into the PDB, correct? But if you go with the if condition, all 1 lakh records enter into the PDB. In the PDB, I'll apply the condition on 1 lakh, and 10 records will be in the output. In both the cases, output is going to be 10. But in the first case where I'm using the where condition, 10 records only enter into the PDB. My PDB requires the space only to accommodate 10 records. In my second case, my PDB required the place to accommodate 1 lakh records. So if you consider the space wise, which is effective, where condition. If I look into the processing time also, here I had to process only 10 records, whereas in the second case I had to process 1 lakh records. Execution time also more for if condition. So by considering both of them, we can conclude that if is more, where is more effective compared to the if. Am I correct or not? Both of them will give the same output. But if I come to the efficiency, where is more efficient compared to my if condition? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All of you are able to understand this? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, Murli.
Anita, Hasmi, Tulsi,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Harini, Swati.
Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, cool. Now the question is, when I have where condition which is more effective, why should I go for if?
Because where
When I
cannot be used after entering into the PDB.
So what? What is the difference then?
So I think we use if condition, like if we are using more than one condition, if I'm not wrong.
If you see, all this time I was using only if. I haven't used where condition, correct? Okay, let me tell you. So first of all, if and where is all of you are able to understand. Both of them are used to apply the condition and to filter the data. Done. Now the question is, which is more effective and why? Okay, Swati is saying it depends on requirement. Swati, tell me what is the requirement is. No one is going to say you. Okay, maybe I'll get more details from you. Tell me what is meant by depends on the requirement. I totally agree with you. What is meant by depends on requirement? Okay, no problem. I'll wait for you. All right. Okay, guys. The answer is right. It always go based on the requirement. Now the question is, what is that requirement is? Now if you see, my requirement is here to create boys data set and girls data set, correct? In this particular case, if I go with where sex is equal to M, sex equal to F, this will create both the data sets for me, correct? Girls data set is creating here, boys data set is creating here. Done. My requirement is clear. My requirement is done. The same thing I can also implement with the help of if. With the help of if also I can create same thing. But in this case also, if my requirement is I want to create only one data set, I can go with where. But if I want to create more than one data sets by using more than one data set I want to create, in that particular case, if is effective. Let's say I can create more than one data set at a time if I want to go with if condition, where condition can create only one data set at a time. Only one data set at a time. There is no if or else. If this condition fails, what is the next thing? If this condition fails, what's the next thing? That kind of things is not available in where condition. Where condition is always going to be, you can write multiple AND conditions or OR conditions together in a single line. But if one set of conditions are satisfying, do something. The next set of conditions are satisfying, do something. That kind of facility is not there. Meaning, now you can see I'm creating two data sets at a time. In the if I have a syntax such that I'm writing the syntax here, guys, for if condition then statement. Meaning the basic syntax, guys. The meaning, if any condition, if this condition is successful, what you want to do? Here, the default statement here is output. The meaning of 6 equal to m means then output. That is a default output. Now you can see if this is my condition, right? Let's copy this. This is my syntax. If what is my condition? My condition is 6 is equal to yeah. Then what I want to do? Then my statement is going to be output. Output means it is going to store the output into the data set. But here I have two data sets, right? If I do this, if I just simply do then output, it is going to keep the same output in both the data sets. Same output in both the data sets. That is, you can see boys also have the 6 equal to m data. Girls also have 6 equal to m data. Right? That is, then output in the sense, if this condition is satisfied, whatever the matching records are there, all the matching records will be stored in the whatever the data sets you mentioned in the data keyword. But that's not my requirement. If 6 equal to m, then I want to store my output into voice. If 6 is equal to f, then I want to store my output into girls. Now you run this. One statement, that is one data step, but I have two data sets created based on my requirement. So I don't need to go with two steps. In a single step, I can create more than one data set. Is that understandable? Is that understandable?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, output data bracket లో 2 వచ్చింది కదా సార్ లాగ్ పక్కన.
ఇక్కడ రెండు data sets created, two data sets created. That's the reason it is. If I have three data sets, 3. Okay. But this one is not the correct statement, guys. The reason is here, if 6 is equal to m means on my 19 observations, you can say, okay, you can look at the log. On my 19 observations, it filtered 6 equal to m and stored the output into voice. Already 10 observations are gone, right? So this 6 equal to f need to be applied only on the remaining 9 observations, correct? But if I use if condition continuously, if I use if condition continuously, every time I'm writing if, it is going to consider the entire input. That is, this is my total data set, correct? This is my total data set. So what I did now, I said if sex is equal to M, then output boys. Meaning this is done and my data set's also created, done. Once these records are over, my next condition should be apply on the remaining condition or remaining records, or you want to apply on the total records. Already sex equal to M records I have filtered out and I have created a new data set. Right now I want to go with sex is equal to F. Sex is equal to F means these anyways will not be satisfied, right? So why should I consider them? No need, right? If already the first condition is matching, I don't need to consider them. I need to consider only the remaining of the records. Correct or not? Why unnecessarily again I have to take 9 records? To give that particular condition, I can go with else if. What do you mean by else if? This is the first one, right? The second one is if I go with else. Simply if I go with else. So what is the meaning? I have sex is equal to M, sex is equal to F. Only two conditions are there. If sex equal to M is completed, already I have taken them. Then whatever the first condition is satisfied, exclude them. For all the remaining, just go with else. So what happens here? I apply the condition only once. Only the first condition is applied. Whatever the condition where sex is not equal to M, all of them are sex is equal to F. I'm straight away saying else output girls. Make sense? This is the basic syntax. Whatever I have shown is the basic syntax. Now the second syntax is if else statement. The meaning of this is, guys, the meaning of second statement is if this condition is successful, this statement will be executed. If this condition is failed, for the remaining, this statement will be executed. Is that understandable? So when this is possible, only if there are two types of data. When the first type is failed, second type of data I want to pick, I can go with if and else. Is that understandable? Is that understandable?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Guys, I want to do something else this time. Let's say I want to go with age groups. What I want to do now is, so now I have my data here. Just a second, I'm going to sort them on age. Now you can see all the people where age is less than or equal to 12. Where the age is less than or equal to 12. I'll put it here. This is my data set. All I want to do is wherever the age is less than or equal to 12 up to this, I want to create a new variable. I want to call it as an age group. I want to say that this one, whatever I can see here, this one should be preteen. I just want to go with preteen. All of them should be preteen. What is the condition for preteen, guys? The preteen is the condition where age is less than or equal to 12. If the age is between 13 and 14, if the age is between 13 and 14, if this is the case, I want to call them as teen. I'm just going ahead with this. I'm grouping. If the age is more than 14, if age is more than 14, I want to call them as adults. I'm just telling guys. I know this is not the classification, but just I'm going ahead with that. This is my requirement. Now you guys tell me which one is the best fit for you. First of all, is where condition helpful here?
No, sir. I think we should go with if.
Correct. In this one, I cannot use age condition, right? Directly, I can say age condition is not useful here. Sorry, where condition is not useful here. Why? Where will filter out this separately, this separately, this separately by writing 3. Correct. But your where condition will not help you based on a condition. I want to do something. Based on the condition, I want to create a new variable, or based on the condition, I want to do some formatting. In that condition, your where condition will not be useful, right? I have to go with if. Correct? Right. Can I write it now? First of all, in this case, where is not applicable, where is not useful at all. Correct or not? I mandatorily need to go with if condition. I can also do with where, but it's a long process. I have to create 3 data sets and I have to concatenate them. That is a bit difficult, but not difficult, lengthy procedure. So instead of that, if I want to do this in the if condition, I can simply do like this. What is the condition, guys? First thing, can I go with this? So okay, even this okay, I have, this is the first syntax. This is my second syntax. Will my first and second syntax will helpful here? Is my first or second syntax are useful here? Or you need to go with some other syntax?
We can use the syntax too.
We can use the syntax one also.
Yeah, it's there in second one, right? If condition, then this.
Okay,
And
I'll
then
go both the cases.
yeah,
Okay,
both.
I'm going to first condition. Okay, let's use first one. What is my condition? First condition is age is less than or equal to 12. Age is less than or equal to 12. What is my output? What is my statement? If this is the case, what I want to do? Okay, this condition is satisfied. What I have to do?
Then output preteens.
But it is not a preteen, right? I don't want to create 3 data sets, remember. I want to create a new variable.
Okay.
I want to create a new variable. So if this is the case, I want to create a new variable called age group, and I have to assign a value of preteen. Correct? Done? That's what I have to do, right? If age is less than or equal to 12, okay, what do you want to do? I want to create a new variable, age group. What is the value of it? Preteen. If I don't use this, what will happen? Age group equal to preteen will be applicable to everything, right? But if I say the moment, if I say if age group equal to age is less than or equal to 12, then what will happen? Only for these conditions it will be applicable. Done? For the remaining, this condition is not satisfying, so it won't create that particular value. It will create the value, but it won't assign any value to it. Am I correct? Am I correct? If I go with the first one, I have to write it this way. Again, I have to say if age is greater than 12 and age is lesser than 15. If this is the condition, I have to say all of them are teen. Correct? Again, I have to write one more condition. If age is greater than or equal to 15, then I have to say age group is equal to adults. Am I correct, guys? Now you run this.
In the third, okay.
Tell me.
Can't
Go
we
with
use
adults?
else? Can't we use else in here if age is
Yeah,
greater than?
I'll come. First, I'll explain this. I'm just using the syntax one. If I go with syntax one that I have mentioned on the top, if I use syntax 1, I'm explaining the scenario what will happen. So this one here on the condition number 1, all 19 observations are considered. Correct? What it is going to do? It is going to consider all your 19 observations and it will apply a condition of age is less than 12. Okay. So here also all 19 observations it is going to work. Here also it is going to consider all the 19 observations and it is going to give your output. Am I correct? In each condition, it is going to take all the 19 observations. Am I correct or not? Do you understand what you mean by all 19 observations consider? Meaning every time I'm applying the condition, let's say while creating age equal to preteen, it consider all the 19 observations. In all 19 observations, it is going to check the age value. Age is less than 12 or not, age is less than 12 or not, age is less than 12 or not. It will check and it will apply. Okay, all right. Otherwise, I'll help you with this in a simple way. This is your original data set, right? No colors. This is your original data set, right? So what I'm trying to say is, what is my first condition? My first condition is age is less than or equal to 12. So what it will do now is record by record. For each record, it will check the age value. Age is less than or equal to 12? No. Less than or equal to 12? No. Here it is successful. Here it is successful. Here it is successful. Here it is successful. Here also. Here. Can I say these are the ones where age is less than or equal to 12? All these it is going to filter. For all these it will say preteen. Is that understandable? First thing, first step is understandable. What do you mean by if age is less than or equal to 12? All of you understand this? Can I get a quick confirmation? What is the meaning of age less than or equal to 12? Then age group is equal to preteen. For this condition is understandable to everyone. Can I get a quick confirmation? That is, when you perform this one, when you perform this if condition, the output is this. Yes or no?
Yes.
Guys, it's a simple topic, but I'm going too detailed because this is very important. Is this correct or not? Everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is my second condition. Age is greater than 12 and age is less than 15. Now, already here is updated, right? These orange colored ones are already updated, right? If you don't use else here, if I don't use else, if I go with if condition again, what it will do is, it will again check all the 19 observations. That is, where age is greater than 12 and less than 15. Whatever I have highlighted here, these are the ones which are matching that requirement. But it is going to check this condition on all the 19 observations. All the 19 observations it is going to check. Is that required? Do I need to consider all the 19 observations? No, right? Because the orange color ones I can exclude, right? The orange color ones, I don't need to consider them. I don't need to check them because it's already updated as preteen. Am I correct or not? Am I correct or not? Meaning, when I'm checking the second condition, when I'm checking the condition of age is greater than 12 and less than 15, in that particular case, I don't need to select. I don't need to select them. These doesn't need to consider. Am I correct or not? I don't need to consider this. I don't need to consider this. I don't need to consider this, this, and this. These are not required. Only on the remaining ones, I need to apply that particular condition. Am I correct or not? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, perfect.
Right? But if I use if condition, it will consider all 19. Suppose if I go with syntax 2, that is else. I'll say else if, then already age equal to 12, how many of them are there? So I have 12 here, 7 already not meeting them, correct? So what it will do is only remaining 17, only remaining 17 observations are considered. So what is happening here? Here all 19 observations are considered and 7 of them are true. What do you mean by 7 of them are true? For 7 of them, the age is less than or equal to 12. So what is happening in the second case? Those 7 will be dropped. I don't need to consider those 7. The remaining 12 observations I need to consider here. Is that correct? Is that correct? Yes or no? Now what is going to happen? These green colors one already updated. I don't need to work on the green colors. Correct? So in the next condition, that is I'm applying the next condition, I don't even consider them. This is the remaining records. On the remaining records, I have to go with the third condition. Else if I say else if, then what is going to happen? 12 observations are there. Out of the 12 observations,
Only 5.
again, and 7 of them are true. Again, 7 of them are true. So what is going to happen now? Only remaining 5 observations are considered. Am I correct? Am I correct? So this is syntax 3. This is called nested if else. This is called nested if else. That is, I'm applying syntax 3 here. If then statement. Okay. Else if. Again check the condition. Then statement. Again. Else if. Do that. Again. Else if. Do that. Any number you can do. Any number of things you can do. And finally, you can end with else or you can end with other thing. Correct? So if you see the last condition, even if I don't apply this condition, if I simply put else also, fine, right? Already 19 observations, 7 are gone here, 7 are gone here, remaining 5 are there. Only the 5 will become into the adults. Am I correct, guys? This is syntax 1, syntax 2. All of you are able to understand? This one is the perfect example for syntax 2. So what is my syntax 2? I can use syntax 2 here. Syntax 2. What is my syntax 2? My syntax 2 will say that here I'll simply put else. So what is going to happen now? All 19 observations are considered. And 10 of them are true. Correct? So anyways, there are only 2 genders are possible. So obviously, the next condition is going to be under the else, remaining 9 observations are considered. Considered and true. Correct? I don't need to apply a condition here. I know that there are no other gender is possible here. Of course, transgender, I'm not going there. Clear or not? Now you understand where I can apply syntax 1, where I can apply syntax 2, and where can I apply syntax 3. Syntax 2 is best possible here. Syntax 1 is not effective. I can say not effective. It will give me the output, but not effective. So what I can do? I can go back syntax 3, which is effective. Where condition is no more possible here, right? All of you are able to understand what I'm trying to say here? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone? Can I get a quick
Yes,
confirmation from everyone? Yeah, wonderful. Chapan.
Sir, there's a question.
Yes, please.
Sir, in syntax 2 and syntax 3, can you repeat? Actually, I got disconnected due to network issue.
Okay, syntax 2 and syntax 3 difference is, in this case, when I can use syntax 2 means the syntax 2 is nothing but this is useful when there are only two possibilities. Only two possibilities. The first possibility is condition 1, condition is true. If condition is true, what you want to do? In all other cases, what you want to do? In that case, I can use syntax 2. The best example is this one. Can you see? Sex equal to m, sex equal to f. Only two possibilities are there. When sex equal to m, this condition is true, I want to go with boys. In all other conditions, I simply put that. I don't need to check anything. I can simply put them into the girls. So my variable has only two possibilities. I'll check only one possibility. For other possibility, I directly apply the value. Then the syntax 2 is making sense. Am I correct or not?
Yes, sir.
Suppose go with the third condition, syntax 3. Here I have more than one possibility, right? That is more than two possibilities, right? I'm looking at preteens, teens, and adults. More than three possibilities. If and else is not possible, I have to go with multiple condition. If this is the condition, what I want to do. Else, this is the condition, what I want to do. Else, this is the condition, what I want to do. So my syntax 3 is the best possibility there. Correct or not?
Yes,
Only
sir.
one possibility. Only two possibilities. Go with if else. More than two possibilities. Go with if else if. That is called nested if else. Nested. Clear this? Can I get a confirmation from everyone?
Sir, it's nested or next if?
Done. If else, nested if else. Nested, nested.
Thank you, sir.
First of all of you are able to follow this. Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone? Guys, clear or not?
clear, Murli.
Yes, clear.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Clear. Thank you.
Yeah, if is not over yet. There is one more. That is, if then do, else do, if then do, or I can say that nested if then do else do. I don't want to take this today. It will leads to confusion in the same way. So I'll stop here. I will share this particular notes. Along with this, I'm going to send one document, guys. At any cost, you guys have to read that today. The document will talk about one of the most commonly asked interview question. It will ask n number of times. Any interviewer will not finish the interview without this particular question. And that question is, what are the differences between if and where? Difference between if and where. This is the most commonly asked question, guys. All right. There are multiple things. I'll try to find out a good document and I'll share it across with you. Right, today itself I'll share it with you guys. Just go ahead with that. Okay, just read it. I'll explain it anyways. Because I have given you one situation where if need to be used, where condition need to be used. Like this, there are some scenarios only where will be used there, if will not work. There are some scenarios where only if will work, where will not work there. That one I can give you. Right, this is the one you can see. Whatever I have talked now, the same thing also explained here with the different diagrams, but this is a very good read. I'll share it across with you. You can use it, right? So tomorrow we can discuss, we can complete the if then do, that is if else do, and we also discuss about this where condition, if versus where condition, right? We'll see some of the examples. Tomorrow we can complete conditional processing. Day after tomorrow we go with the loops. All the 3 loops we can discuss in the one day. So that's the reason I said 3 days we required for it. All right. Hey, I forgot to say, guys, for all the wonderful women here, happy Women's Day. I missed it. Sorry.
Thanks, Murli.
Okay,
Thank you so much for remembering.
No,
Thank
my
you.
bad. My bad. I have to start this at the start of the class. I'm wishing while closing the session. Okay,
Happy Women's
yes.
Day.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, thanks
Thank you, guys.
everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you. That's all for today. That's all for today. I'll share this document as well as the PDF to you guys. So read that. Tomorrow we are going with the if then do, the most important one. Right?
I
With
think
that, conditional processing will be over.
if then do explained us in single trailing, I guess one I think slightly I remember.
Yes. Correct. Small change in the syntax, nothing else, but this is very effective. Anyways, we can discuss that in tomorrow's session. Okay. So by tomorrow, conditional processing will be done. Only loops will be building. By Wednesday, that also will be completed. Okay. I'll try to share the first. I'll share these two, and maybe in another 1 or 1.5 hours, I'll share the document about module number 2 assignment that I'll share today. Okay. See you guys. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, convey our Women's Day, Happy Women's Day to your wife too, Murli.
Thank you. Definitely will do.
Yeah, bye.
Happy Women's Day.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Take care all.
Take care. All. Bye. Okay. Hello everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you can see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I take quick confirmation, guys? Can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Let me start. Sorry, guys. I think from tomorrow you can use the same link because yesterday I haven't created the link properly. I just have created the room. So this is the room now. So I hope this will be the same. Okay. If any changes, I'll maybe like before 15 minutes itself I'll communicate. Okay. All right. So where we are. So we have completed our conditional processing. That too, in that we have completed 2 things in that. One is where condition. The other one is if else, and nested if else. Correct. So today we will go ahead with if then do. Why do you need to have this do block, right? So unlike any other programming language, let's say if you take C, C++, Java, or if you consider any programming language, you're going to have either if else, or nested if else. That's all we have there. Correct. But in SAS, in addition to this, we have one more additional thing, or we can say one more additional feature, that is if then do. That is nothing but, I'll tell you the requirement first. Why should I have that? And then we can go ahead and we talk about what is the syntax and how to use it. Okay. For an example, let's consider the first one, the very simple example that we take, right? That we can take now, this one. So what I want to do here is, while creating these 2 data sets, that is from SAS help.class, we are creating 2 data sets now based on the gender. That is, if sex is equal to M, I want to create a data set called boys, and else if I want to create a data set called girls. Correct. So we can easily do that with the help of the if and output. Correct. This we have done yesterday already. So what we want to do today is we want to put one step on top of this. That is, my requirement is not just creating a data set based on the gender. In addition to that, I also want to create a new variable. That is, now this is my data set, right? Let me copy this. So here we have, let me filter it based on the gender. All right. Now, ideal case is going to be, I want to create one data set with these fields, and I want to create another data set with this data. Correct? That's what my requirement is. In addition to this particular requirement, I also want to do one more thing. That is, I want to create a new variable called gender. I want to mention the value of the gender as male, and the same value of the gender when it comes to this, I want to add female. So what is my requirement here, guys? I want to add a gender value, and the gender value must be male and female, right? So first thing, I want to split the data set. Number two, while splitting the data set, along with the split, I also want to create a new variable called gender, and the value of gender is equal to female for sex is equal to F, and the gender value is equal to male for sex is equal to M. Clear? Requirement is understandable to everyone. Can I get a quick confirmation? Is requirement clear to everyone? Guys? Yes or no?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So how can I do this? So first of all, I can do this in multiple ways. Let's say that I just use the existing code as is and create two datasets. Correct? This is the girls dataset, this is the boys dataset. After I create this, then I will have one more step. In that step, I'll say data boys set also boys and run. Data girls and set girls and run. So for each data set, I'm going to assign a new variable. Now, what is that? Gender is equal to, for boys, it is going to be male. Correct? And when it comes to girls, I can write gender as gender is equal to female. This will meet my requirement. The same data set, it is going to add a new variable, and that variable value is same for all the records. Am I correct? Now you can see, for gender I got female, and for boys I got male, right? But I'm able to get this output in the second step. Am I correct? First, I'm creating the data set. After I create the data set, I'm just going ahead and I'm creating the gender variable. Correct? But this is not the right approach. Not an efficient approach. Not efficient. Right? Then what is the efficient method? You can say the efficient method is, guys, understand why it is not efficient? Because I'm creating one data set, after that I'm updating it. Instead of that, I can say if 6 is equal to M, generally what is the syntax I have written here? If you see the syntax here, the syntax is going to be if condition, then statement. I cannot write more than one statement. One condition, one statement. The condition must be, the statement must be only one. Correct? So to overcome this particular one, I will go with the another syntax, that is a syntax number 4, which is nothing but if condition, then I won't say statement, instead I'll say do. Remember, in SAS, every do statement must end with end statement. Remember this. What is that? Every do statement must end with an end statement. I'm creating a block here. Give condition. If this condition satisfies, I'm creating a block between do and end, I can write any number of statements. Statement number 1, statement number 2, statement number 2. And also I can create any number of statements of my choice, right? So before the syntax is going to be if condition, then statement. Condition, only the statement. Okay, but when it comes to this, I can say condition or conditions, anything. Okay, but when it comes to the second one, if conditions, then do. I'm creating a do block. Between the do and end, I can have any number of statements. Is that clear? The same will go with else. Else, do, end. Between the else and do, I can have any number of statements. Here also, I can have any number of statements. Make sense? So what I'm trying to do here, if one condition satisfies, I want to perform more than one condition. Since I want to apply more than one condition, I'm creating a block. The block is between do and end. Make sense? Everyone? Any questions? So whenever I want to do more than one condition, whenever I want to do more than one statement to be executed for one condition, then I need to proceed with this then do block. Questions? Okay, can I execute this? Now you can see if then do, I'll simply put end here. Between the then and do, I can write any number of conditions. So my first condition is going to be output voice. Just give me a second, guys. Right, sorry guys. Now you can see if sex is equal to m, then do. My first statement is output voice. Now what is the meaning of this? Whatever the matching records are there for sex is equal to m, all those records will be stored into voice data set. Then I want to execute the second condition here. My second condition is going to be gender is equal to male. Is that understandable, guys? What I'm doing here, is that understandable? Right? Then similarly, for the else block, I'll simply put do here. I say output girls, then I will say gender is equal to female. And then I'll say M. So what happened now? If sex is equal to m, I'm doing certain conditions. If else do, if that is not the case, I'm doing another set of conditions. You guys understand what is called your do block here? Questions? Any questions on this? First of all, you understand the requirement for going with the do block? If do block, All of you are able to follow? Wonderful. Okay, let me run this. But I'm telling you, when I run this particular one, you might be a bit surprised with the output. That is, when I come to the gender, you can find bit of difference. I will tell you what is the differences. Can someone tell me, oh, what happened to this? Why I haven't get gender value? Oh, maybe if sex is equal to M, then do, else do. Correct only, right? Why I haven't get this? Girls, boys. Okay, let me run one more time. What went wrong? We'll see. Let's go with boys. Strange. Now you will get it. Can you see now? This is what I said. You're going to get bit strange output. For male, you don't find any difference. You find gender equal to male and you got it. But if you go with the girls, can you see I got only FEMA? I haven't get female. Can someone tell me the reason for it? Can someone tell me the reason for it? Guys?
Maybe it is accepting only like 8 characters of length. It is considering male and female together. Is it so?
No, that is no, that is totally wrong. Totally wrong. No. Next. Any other? So let's think this from PDB point of view. If anything we stuck, the only option we have is going to be, we always discuss that from the PDB point of view. Correct? That's what we do, right? So here also we are going to do the same. Let me tell you what I'm going to do here. So this is my first input, right? So I'm just going with this one, right? So I'll say the first thing I want to do here is, as per my code, data, boys and girls. So 2 data sets I have to create. So this is the data set number 1. This is my data set number 2. 2 data sets are created. 1, 2. This is going to be boys. This is going to be girls. First step is done. What is my second step now? Set SAS help.class. For both of them, the input is going to be SAS help.class. Correct? For both of them are going to be from SAS help.class. So the input is going to be the same. So obviously it is going to copy the properties of your data set, the properties of your input data set to your output data set. So these are the properties. These are the other properties. Gender will not come because it's a new variable. From my input variable, these are my variables. Properties in the sense, the description portion. So the description portion for the boys and girls got copied from the input data set, which is nothing but your set SAS help.class. Now, is it a where condition or is it a if condition? Can I say it's a where if condition? Where if condition will work? If condition works on my output. What is the meaning of it? It is going to copy your data set as it is. Am I correct? Your input data set as it is will come to your output. Is this correct or not, guys? Your input data set as it is will come to your output data set. Done. That is the meaning of it, right? Data, boys, girls. So two data sets are created. Set SAS help.class. My set SAS help.class input has been given to both the data sets, meaning up to this is completed. All of you accept? All of you accept? Because if is going to work only on the output. So your data entered into the PDV. Now in the PDV, this is the current situation. What's next? Now the condition will be applied. If sex is equal to m, then do. I'm saying if sex is equal to m, these are the conditions, right? The green color one. If sex is equal to m, then do. What I want to do? Gender equal to male. So for these, create a variable. Always the variable creation happens at the table level. So it's created. But I have to apply this value is equal to male only for the sex is equal to f. For these, it has created. Am I correct, guys? Up to this, all of you are able to follow? Up to this, all of you are able to follow? Any questions?
Yes, sir. So clear.
Yeah. Then the second statement, the next statement is going to be after creating gender is equal to male, output this particular thing to boys. So my boys data set must have, only this data, the other data should not be there. Am I correct? Done? Done? So I have my entire input data set first. After having my entire input data set, then only sex is equal to m data I have kept it here, and I have created a new variable called gender. Am I correct? This gender variable when I created, right? What is the length, guys? Can I say the length here is 4? Why length is 4? Can someone tell me? Because I have assigned this value. When I assign this value, gender is equal to MALE, 4 characters. So the length of this particular variable is also 4. Is that correct or not? Is that correct or not? So 4.
Yes.
Now, when it comes to the girls, what will happen now? The body will have copied as it is. After that, I'm going to have only sex is equal to F data there. Am I correct? Sex equal to F data will be filtered. And then gender will be assigned as FEMALE. But FEMALE is of 6 characters. But my length should be only 4. The remaining 2 will be truncated. Understandable why I have got the data like this? First of all, what exactly happened at the SAS side? All of you are able to follow? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Right? Why you got FEMA? All of you understand, right? Right.
So it's
Now,
taking
what is the
the
fix?
first. So it's taking the first assigned length gender is equal to male that gives 4. The assigned length 4 that's taking for the first time, but the second one is also an assigned length, right? Gender is equal to female. That it's not taking. That's what you're trying to say.
Because already the variable created with the length of 4, I cannot override, right? From the day one we are talking about this, right? I cannot override once the variable is created. Correct or not? Either I have to create the variable with the right length in the initial phase itself, or you need to live with the same length. Correct or not?
Yeah.
The fix for this is two ways I can fix it. Number one, I'll say sex is equal to, okay, there are 2 fixes for this. Number one, I'll say that sex is equal to F, gender is equal to female. And then I'll send that output to girls. What will happen now? While creating the gender variable, it is creating with the 6 length variable.
Yeah.
Correct?
So yeah.
So that what will happen? My output will be true.
Sir, output boys.
Oh, sorry.
Output boys. Yeah, output boys.
Thank you. Now what will happen? Obviously, the length has been changed to 6 in both the cases. It will accommodate both male and female. Correct? Gender female got the right data, boys also got the right data. Correct?
So
Right.
it's better to give the I mean like the length of characters, whatever is having more is to give first is a priority, or it doesn't matter?
No, that is one way. That is one way. But every time you cannot check what is the maximum length. According to that, you cannot change it, right? It's a overhead, right? So the alternative approach for this is, there is an alternative approach for it. The alternative approach is, let me copy this entire thing one more time. Instead of doing like this, use your length statement, right? Gender, give the length. Let's say $10 dot, anything, $6 dot, $8 dot, $10 dot. Assign some length. Okay. Now you can put it any order of your choice. Let's say I'll go with this order itself. But what happened here? While creating the data set itself, I'm assigning the length. Oh, sorry, not this. Correct? So while creating the conditions itself, before applying the conditions itself, I'm creating what length I want. So what is the meaning then in the PDV perspective? Along with this, while I'm creating the variable, so here I'm creating the gender variable with a length of 10. It is not depends on what is the value that I am assigning there. Based on the value, it is not going to consider the length. By default, I assign the length of 10 to it. So what will happen? Obviously, the length is equal to 10. Within the 10, whatever the length is there, it is going to take it. Now you can see. You put it in any order of your choice. Now gender equal to female is coming. Gender equal to boys is coming. And the maximum length of that is going to be 10. Understandable? This is the right approach. Whenever you are creating a variable, just have some good length to it, so that you don't need to worry about, what are the values I'm going to put it there for each value, how it is going to behave. You don't need to worry about that.
The length statement is after data only.
Generally, that is the right approach. I don't deny that. I don't deny that. That is in case of your, what is that? In file, right? Right approach is going to be the same. But the problem, why I put length statement after set statement is, I'll tell you that also. If I don't do that, suppose if I keep this as my right after the data, you rightly remember it. I'm glad you remember it. The only problem with this is the gender variable will come first. In my output, you can see now, my gender variable will come first. Why? In PDV, right after creation of your data set, the first statement is going to be, you're going to create a variable. After creating a variable, you're going to load your data set, correct? That is, as per PDV, data is equal to boys, data is equal to girls. Two data sets are created. What's the next step? Instead of set statement, I have my first variable as length gender $10 dot. My gender variable will be created, which is a character with a length of 10. This is my first variable, correct? After that, you are writing a set statement. Since you are writing a set statement after that, these variables will follow your length statement. So my architecture, or I can say that my variable's position has been changed, correct? To avoid that, we write set statement first. After that, we write the length statement, so that the order will not change. At the same time, I'm safe enough because I'm able to create the data set with the length that I want. Understandable? Anita, yeah, everyone? Yeah, thanks for asking this. Thanks for asking.
Yes, sir.
If I write length before, this is the position of the variables. If I use length statement after the set statement, this is the position. right? Without disturbing the order of the variables. If I want to create a new variable, better to write length statement after your set statement. All right. Questions? Any other questions? All of you now understand how your if statement, if then do will work? All of you? The same thing you can extend for multiple stuff. If then do, if else then do, all these things you can use it. Okay, is it possible to create the gender variable right next to the sex or any other variable by using the condition? This is a question from Hasni. It, it is possible, but not with your this one. What is that? Your direct data step. You can do that. You can do that. That is under the miscellaneous. I'm adding this. I'll show you. So under the miscellaneous, let me create a new program. How to change the order of variables? Change order of variables. There are two ways I can do. Who is this? I think Hasmi. Number one, let's say you want to create. So your requirement is going to be, I'm absolutely fine to go ahead with this, but in addition, can we create gender variable next to the sex variable? Is that possible or not? Yes, it is possible. I can use one option called retain. You can use one option called retain. Under the retain, I have to go with retain. I need to write the order: name, sex, gender, age, height, weight. I'm just retaining the order. This is the order in which I want my data sets. Can you see now? Whatever the order you want, you can do it. Make sense? Any questions, any related questions on this, or any follow-up questions on this? So it all depends on what is your requirement. According to each requirement, there are multiple things we can go. Okay. All right. Wonderful. Now, next go ahead. This we can talk later because these are all miscellaneous, guys. The same thing you can also do it in an alternative approach. One approach is using retain. I'll explain what is called this retain and all. There are so many uses of this retain. Retain is one of the powerful thing using retain. In addition to that, we can also do with something else that is nothing but using Proc SQL we can do. So how to do this by using the Proc SQL? I can teach you when I completed the Proc SQL. So when I complete that, I'll explain this particular one, right? So you can also see that wherever I'm adding the miscellaneous, remember there are multiple ways of doing it. Whenever I cover something, I'll add it here. Okay. Now let's come back to the conditional processing. So now guys, you understand how to go ahead with if else, if then else, if then else do. Any questions on this? Any questions on this? All of you, can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, it will.
1 second, guys, because I'm just wondering why you got this. Now the reason is this. Yeah, now I got it perfectly. All right. So then the same thing you can apply for if then else do, multiple if then else do, and all you can do. Nothing. There is nothing new there. It's almost going to be the same. Now I'm going to enter into the next topic, which is nothing but loops. Let's say SAS have 3 loops. Number one, do loop, do while, do until. There are three. Number one is do loop. Number two is do while. Number three is do until. Under some special scenarios, you can also go ahead with do over. So do over is the topic that we will cover for arrays. I'll talk about arrays, then I can cover about that. So for now, I don't cover that particular one. I'll go with do loop, do while, and do until. And to be frank, do while, and do until. This is the syntax. Okay. So first, let's start with do loop. Do syntax is one of the easy syntax, guys. All I have to do here is do. I also told you whenever I use a do, I have to end that with end. Correct? So do has three parts. Number one, initialization. Two, condition. That's it. Initialization, condition, by. With what value you want to increment. This is the condition. Okay, maybe by looking at the syntax, you may feel like, hey Murli, what is this? If this is the case, what you want to do? Statements. Okay, let me write. I can write multiple statements, guys. This is statement one. I can go with statement number two and keeps on going on. I can write any number of statements I want. Okay. First, let's go with a very simple problem. Then we can understand this in detail. Let's say, guys, my requirement is print or create a data set with first 100 numbers. This is my requirement. How are you going to create it? Create a data set with first 100 numbers. Guys, how do you create it? Anyone? What is your view at least? T.
First 100 numbers.
How you are going to print? I want to create a data set with 100 numbers, guys. What you can do?
You start with the 1 and then increment 1 plus 1 up to the 100.
Okay, can you tell me the code with the knowledge that you have so far? Can you tell me the code? It's a data numbers
Data
100. What do you want to create here?
N plus 1.
What is n and what is the value of n? If I run this, I'll get an error. N equal to n plus 1. So I got n equal to n 1. But that's not your requirement, right? I got the data error, correct? What else? Team. Okay, right. So first thing guys, remember, I'll try to illustrate that with the help of Excel. Okay, try to illustrate that with the help of Excel. So what I want to do now, I want to create a data set called numbers. Done. Data numbers will do that for you. Okay. What's next? I need to create a variable, right? First of all, I need to create a variable. The variable I'm creating here is, let's say, n is the variable I'm creating. Just I'm telling n. Variable created. The value of n, for the first record it is 1. For the second record it is 2. For the third record it is 3. It has to increment, and each value it has to print. It has to store it into the output. Correct? So first write in a simple way. N equal to 1. If I write this, what is going to happen? I'm going to create a data set called numbers. I'm going to have variable called n whose value equal to 1. Correct? Can I say n equal to 1? I'll say output. So what is the meaning of output? Then it is going to store the value of n into the numbers. Second, n equal to 2. Again, I'll write a statement output. Now what is going to happen? Done. What will happen if I don't write this output? If I don't write this output, whatever the value of in the first record, it will first put n equal to 1. Then again n equal to 2 is there. It will override the value. Am I correct? So what I have to do? Each record I want to print it. So to send each record into the output, I'm going to use output statement. Am I correct? Lot of people don't know this simple logic, guys. So don't fall for it. First of all, you guys able to understand? You guys able to understand? Right? What is the basic code? Let's say the next thing is going to be, again I have to put n equal to 3 on the output. Like this, I have to write it for 100 times. Correct? That is the blunt method. Then what is the efficient method then? I can use the loops. Can you see? Take this one. What I have to do? All I need to do is do initialization. Initialization means assigning the value. Can I say n equal to 1? So I initialize the value of n with 1. 2. 2 means incrementing. What is the condition? Till what value I have to increment? What is till what value? I need first 100 numbers. My maximum value is 100. What is the meaning of I equal to 1 to 100? Means initialize the value of n with 1 and increase the value of 1 till 100. Now the question is, by what value you want to increment? By 1. The meaning of by 1 means 1 value incremented. 1 value incremented. So what is going to be the value of n equal to 1? Is n less than or equal to 100, right? So it will enter into the loop. It will say n equal to 1. It will enter into the loop, and in the loop I am writing output. So what is the meaning of output now? Hey, you print the value of n which is equal to 1. Okay, because here while printing the output, n value is equal to 1. Am I correct? Am I correct? Then it's going to check, because after this I have to increment the value by 1, right? So n value become 2. After the end statement, n value become 2. Is n equal to 2? Is it less than 100? Is it less than 100? Yes, right? It will enter into the loop. When you enter into the loop, it has to print it, because output statement is that printed. While printing the output statement, can I say the value of n equal to 2? After the end statement, n equal to 3. Now again check, n equal to 3, which is less than 100. So print it. So n equal to 3, enter into the loop, n equal to 3, n equal to 4. It keeps on doing. When it's printing the 100th value, n equal to 100, it will print it. After n equal to 100, after printing, after output statement, what is the value of n now? 101. Is 101 less than 100? No, right? It failed, right? So it will not print it. Is that understandable? As long as this condition is successful, it will keep on printing that particular value. Now let's delete this. Now enter this. Now check this. Go to the last value. There is a small logic, and you can see that that logic wonderfully worked for you. Correct or not? So do you guys understand what is the?
So there's a question. Instead of writing each statement singly till 100, we'll just write 1 to 2.
What do you mean by 1 to 2?
Like n equals to 1 to 2. 1 to 100, right?
If you say n equal to 1 to 2, only the first two numbers will print.
Okay. And 1 to 100, it will print 100.
Yes. This is limit till what value you want to put.
Okay, sir.
All of
So
you are able to follow?
between 1 to 100 values or loop values?
Sorry?
Between 1 to 100 values are loop values, considered as loop values.
Yeah, in the loop I am incrementing the value of 1. 1 to 100, all the values for the n. N equal to 1 in the first loop, n equal to 2 in the second loop, n equal to 3 in the third loop, and it keeps going on.
Okay.
Got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, create a data set with only even numbers. Can you guys tell me?
Yeah, 1 to 100 by 2.
Even numbers until 100. I don't want all the numbers until 100. Before until 100, whatever the even numbers are there, I want to print it. Yeah, someone tell to me.
Yeah, data numbers do n equals to 1 to 100 by 2. So by like giving 2 there gives the multiples of 2. So
Is it everyone accept this? Everyone accept this? See this properly?
Sir, I think so.
No.
Yes or no? There are 9 people in the class, including me. If I exclude me, 8 people. So let me know, is this correct or not?
I think 0 to 100.
Wonderful. N is a n equal to 1, a base
Because
number.
1 plus 2 gives 3. So
3, which is a base number. This is the correct example for even base numbers, not for the even numbers. If I want to go with the even numbers, either I have to start with 0 because 0 can be considered as an even number. This is the one which is going to give me. Correct? If I want odd numbers, let's say you already know the answer. What is the value for odd numbers? N equal to 1 and increment by 2. But remember, tell me guys, is this where you have calculated your even and odd numbers in your mathematics, school days mathematics? How you define an even number?
Divisible by 2 is an even number, not divisible by 2 is an odd number.
Divisible or remainder equal to 2? Remainder equal to 0.
right, remainder equals to 0 is an even number.
Correct. Then how to do that? Because I'm not applying that here. Correct? That way I have to proceed, right? I'm not proceeding in that way. So
I think, yeah.
There is a small clause to it. Now you can see you start from n equal to 1 to 100 by 1. Okay. Once you enter this, you write a condition now. If modulus of n comma 2 equal to 0, then output. Mod function is there, right? Mod function, what it is do? It will take the remainder. If that remainder equal to 0, then only give me the output. Done. Done. Let's say, what is odd number then? I'll take the same example. I'll enter all the details. N equal to 0, it will enter there. I'll say that n mod 2 not equal to 0. For not equal to, I can use any not equal to. So 0 comma modulus of 2, 0 comma 2 remainder equal to 0. So I don't want to print n. That's the reason I put it not equal to. So next value equal to 1. 1 modulus of 2, the remainder equal to 1, it will print it. Correct? Make sense? You are not deviating from your basic mathematics. You still stick to your mathematics and you are doing it. Am I correct, guys? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? Are you able to follow what I'm trying to say here? Yes or no? Right.
Yes, Murli. But any is it the default thing that SAS takes not equal to?
No, I'm not getting your question.
Yeah,
NE
if
means
more.
yes, it's an operator. It's an operator. Yes. NE
Okay.
stands for operator. EQ stands for equal to, greater than equal to GE, greater than GT, less than or equal to LE, less than or less than is LT. So all the operators list, I'm going to write it here. Just have a close look. Okay. You can also use the symbols. I think, let's say not equal to. Done. This is the symbol for not equal to, right? If you're not interested to use the symbols, you can go ahead with, let's say for equal to EQ. Then I have, let's say greater than this, lesser than this one, greater than or equal to GE. So GE is greater than or equal to, lesser than or equal to this one, not equal to this one. Make sense? Everyone able to follow? These are the various operators you can use for calculating or for using the mathematical functions. Wherever you want to put conditions based on the numerical variables, if you want to do something, either you want to go logical, you want to write some logical expressions, or you want to write some arithmetic expressions, you can use these operators. Make sense? Questions?
Yeah, one question. Like this do loops, is it used only for the like numbers, like when you are going with only numeric calculations?
Exactly. The do loop can be used either to increment positively or to decrement. I can use it, but it should be on a proper interval. Either it should be by 1 or it should be by 2 or any value that should be incremental in nature. Suppose for an example, I want to print the numbers from 100 to 1 in a decremental order. Yes, I can still do that. That is, either I can do that by going ahead with the either positive integer or by using the negative integer. But one thing you need to understand, there should be in incremental way. Let's say 100 to 1, I can say by 1, minus 1. So now I can see all the numbers starting from 100, can see all the numbers starting from 100 and it's slowly decrement by 1. So my first number equal to 100, then 99 and keeps going on. Done? So let's see, wonderful question.
Yeah, okay, clear. Thank you.
Yes. Right. So now we have two more loops. Those are going to be do while. So all of you are understandable. All of you are clear with this particular one. If so, I can start the next one. All of you are clear with your do loop. Any questions? Right. Let me write the condition for do while. Do while, I have to do like this. Do while condition and end. Between this, I'm going to write my statements. Statement 1, statement 2, and keeps going on. Only when this condition is satisfied, it enters into the loop. If the condition doesn't satisfy, it won't enter into the loop. Is that clear? Straightforward. Clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation? Only when the condition is satisfied, it enters into the loop. Otherwise, it will not. So can we do the same now? I want to create first 100 numbers. How you can do this? I'll say this is the one. I can say do while. I have to write a condition and end. Correct? Okay. What is the condition? My value of the number should be less than or equal to 100. Correct? You can see before I printed the values up to 100. So my condition should be up to 100 numbers I want to print. So condition is n less than or equal to 100 means I want to print that. Am I correct? Right? But the question is, what is the value of n? I have not put the value of n here, right? N initialization has to be done before you enter into the loop. Now you can see n equal to 1. Is n less than or equal to 100? Yes, it will enter into the loop. What is the value of n here? 1. It will print it. Remember, if I leave it like this, it will go in an infinity loop because the n value remains going to be the 1. Correct? I have to increase the value of n now. N is equal to n plus 1. So n equal to 1, it will enter here. So n is equal to 1 will be printed. After that, n is equal to n plus 1. So what is the value of n now? 2. Is 2 less than or equal to 100? Yes, it will enter. Now 2 plus 1 equal to 3. Is 3 less than or equal to 100? Keeps going on. So when 100 reached, my value of n is equal to 101. Is 101 less than or equal to 100? No, the loop will be failed. So up to n equal to 100, the numbers will be printed. So what is the difference between this and this? See here. If you see this, n equal to 1 initialization, I'm doing outside the loop. 200 means n less than or equal to 100. I'm writing the condition explicitly. By 1, I'm incrementing the value by 1. I'm writing here explicitly. Is that understandable, everyone? Initialization, incrementation, I have to write it separately. Now you can see. Am I doing the same thing? Questions? I'll ask the second question now. You guys need to tell me the answer for it. I need to create a data set with even numbers until 100. How do you do it, guys? Can you tell me?
So I think we will give the value of n 0, and we will put n plus 2 if I'm not wrong. I don't know.
That way you can do. But what is the exact condition? Why you need to enter all the 100 numbers and you need to check it? Instead of that, can I put like this? N is equal to 100. Yeah, n less than or equal to 100 should be there, right? But entering into this, I also need to do something. What is that? It is going to print everything, right? So here I'll say if modulus of n comma 2 equal to 0, then output right? Now you can see either you can increment the value by 1, that by 2, that will do. If not, the right approach is if modulus of n is equal to 0. If not, I'll go with your way. That's not a wrong thing. 0, I don't need to do anything. I'll simply print it. I'll say n equal to n plus 2. Still, I'll get my same output. Then, is that right? Right? There is another way you can do it. The
Yes,
smart
sir.
way. There is another way. What is that? I can simply go ahead here. I can say n less than or equal to 100 and modulus of n comma 2 equal to 0. Then output. What will happen? Now you see, I'm getting the same output, but what is the difference? In the first case, if you see this, it is checking this one for all the 100 numbers, correct? But if I come to this, it is checking whether n is less than or equal to 100. 0 is less than or equal to 100, well and good. And here itself I'm checking, is that an even number or not? Only if it is an even number I'm entering and I'm testing it. Correct? Easy. Third one is the smart option, because I'm checking the conditions. Oh, what happened is n equal to 0, n less than or equal to 100, n modulus of 2 equal to 0. Okay, done. I'm saying n equal to n plus 1. It's
N is
supposed to
equal
come. I'm incrementing it, right? Hey, come on. Just a second. Got it. This cannot work. The reason for that is, it will n equal to 0, it will enter, it will print it. N equal to n plus 1. Correct? But if you see n equal to n plus 1, that is n value equal to 1. 1 less than or equal to 100, it is correct. But is modulus of n comma 2 equal to 0? No, right? So the condition failed, right? It won't enter. This is not the right approach. You understand what I'm saying? N equal to 0. 0 is less than or equal to 100. First condition is satisfied. And 0 comma 2, the 0 comma modulus of 0 comma 2 is 0. So for 0, these two conditions are satisfying. So it enters here, it printed that value. Now n equal to 0 plus 1, my value of n equal to 1. So 1 is less than or equal to 100. This condition is satisfied. Is 1 comma 2 is 1 modulus of 2 0? No, right? This condition failed, right? My while condition is failed. It won't enter into the loop. It stops there. Understand? So not the right approach.
Can we put n is equal to n plus 2 and see, like with the same thing?
If you go with n equal to n plus 2, yes, it will. Because n equal to 2 here, n equal to 2 here, 2 is less than or equal to 100, 2 modulus of 2 equal to 0. True. So 2 will be printed. 2 plus t is equal to 4. 4 less than or equal to 100, 4 modulus of 2 equal to 0. In that particular case, I don't need to check this one, right?
Yeah.
I don't need to check that one, right? So it doesn't require. Questions? All of you are able to follow? Right. So the next one is do until. This is a bit peculiar. Anyways, do until I'll take tomorrow. Right? So by tomorrow we can complete do until. We can go with the difference between if and else. Sorry, if and where, that I haven't teach you yet. So these two I'll cover by tomorrow, so that conditional processing will be completed. And also I'll give you the assignment tomorrow for first three, all three.
Murli garu, before giving the assignments, can we all get this class videos? Like, because I know we are listening to you very clearly, but if we go through again, then maybe the assignment that you'll be giving, we can solve like this, because the last.
Your videos will be updating on day-to-day basis. No, is that not happening?
No. Yeah,
Okay.
because even yesterday's class, I wanted to go through again, but I didn't get any from Balu sir. Yeah.
Yes.
Since I think right from numeric functions, I mean, I didn't get. I don't know about others, but for me, I received until character functions. That's what I see. Yeah, I can check once more, and then I can put in the WhatsApp group.
Okay.
Now in the drive, up to March 5th class, like they are uploaded. After that, no videos.
Yeah, yesterday's class, anyways, I'm sending right away. I just copied the URL. I'm pasting it here. The moment you hit this, you're going to get it.
Yeah, and another thing is like it takes some time, right? But for us being in the US, like it gets tough to go through again like very soon than others. So I mean,
That's
until
fine.
now, it's
One day.
all the now going forward, it's getting little complicated and little things, right? So I think the on time, if we get, I think at least we can make it.
No, Usha, I'll tell you one thing. The problem here is, now let's say this is the current recording. If I close it, it will take 2 to 3 hours of the time to get it converted into the normal one. You can see this download option. I don't get this download option at least for 2 hours, because it need to convert your .gmr. This is .gmr, that is GoToMeetings file. The GMR file need to be converted into MP4.
No, I understand. This all I understood. Like it's taking time and all, but at least after the class, if someone does and can send it in a day or so, at least we can follow this.
The problem is only 2 of us can do, either me or Balu sir. For both of us, it will be like around 11:30 or 12 o'clock. It's a late night. Only by next day morning, Balu sir can do. Or else, the other thing I can do is, other thing I can do is, I can share the username and password. Okay, so I can share it with every one of you. So after the class, after 2 hours of the time, you can simply log in with your GoToMeetings link, and you can see from here. Just say you are going to get a recording link, you can download it and you can use it. If that is helpful, I can do that. So at max, it is going to get delay for 1 day. Hope that is fine. If you feel like normally I need it in the same day, I can share my credentials. You can download after 2 hours.
Yeah, because for us it's morning, right? Like evening when we want to go through, like we are not having the this thing like in
I
the middle.
understand.
Yeah,
I
that's
understand.
all.
I'll tell you
And
what you need.
Yeah, and when Balugar gets up in the morning, and by the time he does, then it will be a night for us, and we'll be sleeping. And by the time we get up again, the class comes.
No problem. I'll do one thing. I'll share my credentials. Okay. All you need to do is you just need to go ahead with the credentials and you need to download it. So I'm doing it right away because I may forget again. I'm doing it right away. So these credentials will be available for every 15 days, and then we need to change it. So this is the Gmail ID we use, and this is the password. All you need to do is just go to, just say GoToMeetings. Just say global.goToMeetings. Just go there. You'll get login details. Just log in. Because I already log in, I'm getting it. If you log in there, you can see just like this. If you log in, go to history. In the history, you can see all the details. Suppose if I want yesterday's link, you can see I just go there and share, or you can just download it on your PC. This is for everyone. All you need to do is just go to global https global.gotomeetings.com, log in with the credentials that I have given, go to history and download it. Clear? Problem solved?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We'll try.
So
credential you have given over here in the message?
Yes, everyone. It's shared with everyone. You can see in your chat window.
Okay, sir.
Perfect, guys. Thank you then. See you tomorrow and complete the module number 3. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you so much, Murli. Bye, everyone.
Hey, everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you can hear me and hope all of you can see my screen. Can I get a quick confirmation? Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you. Yes, yeah, we can.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. All right. So yesterday I talked about 2 items. One is going to be do loop and another one is do while loop. Correct? Now we are going to talk about other one that is nothing but the do until. So do until is pretty much same as your do while, but only difference is going to be where you are checking your output. Sorry, where you are checking your condition. That is the only difference. For an example, I'm taking this. I want to create first 100 members. So this is the same example we are using for all the data sets, right? Let's take that. Now, so what is the condition means? Do until. Do while means when this condition is satisfied, you have to do this. Whereas do until will work in a small, I can say very minor difference. That is, do until n is greater than 100. What is the meaning of it? Do until n is greater than 100. So what do you mean by that? Until this condition is satisfying, I have to do the same. Do while will say that while the condition is getting satisfied, do it. Do until will say that until this condition is satisfied, you proceed with that. The major difference between do while and do until is, first let me run this and then I will explain you what is the main difference. So give me a second. Since I have restarted the system, it is going to take a while to run this. Done. Completed. First of all, let's check the output first. I got the same output as your do while, right? All I'm doing is until this condition is getting satisfied, you have to create your output, right? The main difference between do while and do until is, let's say I'm going with do while. Now I will say do while n less than or equal to 100. That's what we have given there. Until n is less than or equal to, okay, while this condition is satisfying, you enter into the loop and print it. Okay. Now, instead of n is equal to 1, I'm saying n equal to 200. What is the output you are expecting? What is the output that you are expecting?
0. No output.
Everyone?
So n is greater than 0. 200, I think.
Okay, let me run this. I just run this one and I can see my output is not there. Why the output is not there? The simple answer is going to be this condition is failed. Since the condition is failed, I'm not able to enter into the loop. Since I'm not able to enter into the loop, it won't print anything. Correct? So all of you are in the same page. Now, the same one, I'm just going with the do until now. In the do until, so here, so what is the option? Until n is greater than 100, I have to go ahead. I'm also putting n equal to 200 now. Now, what is the output? What is the output?
1.
Why 1?
I think it's 1.
Why? 1 means how the 1 is going to be. N equal to 1, where you are going to get it?
101 to 200.
Right? Okay. Let's understand this. N equal to 200.
201.
Until
201.
201. Why?
Because it's
So what is the
n is
condition?
equal to 200, and
Yeah, N
the
is equal
condition
to.
is, because the
Mhm.
condition is n, this loop should work until we get n is greater than 100.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So when
Until
it's
this
greater,
condition is satisfied.
I got
Okay. Let's
distracted. Sorry, sir.
understand this.
yeah,
The
yeah,
meaning of this
yeah,
is,
sorry.
if this condition successful, then I shouldn't enter the loop, correct? If the condition shouldn't be until if the condition is successful. If this condition is successful, whatever the condition you can see here, if this condition is successful, come out of the loop. Is that the meaning? Is come out of loop. Don't enter into the loop if this condition is satisfied. Correct or not? That is called until. Until this condition is satisfied, you go keep on looking into the loop. Am I correct? What about this one? If condition is successful, then only enter into the loop. Am I correct, guys? Is this correct? That is the meaning of do while and do until. All of you clear with this? Since this condition is not satisfied, it hasn't entered into the loop, so there is no output printed. What about this one? As long as this condition is successful, it shouldn't go to the loop at all. Suppose if I give n equal to 1, what is the meaning? Is 1 greater than 100? No, the condition is failed. That's the reason it entered into the loop. Now n becomes 2. So 2 is greater than 100? No. Again it entered into the loop. When n becomes 101, what will happen? 101 is greater than 100. The condition is successful. It won't enter into the loop. That's the reason I'm able to print 100 numbers. Am I correct or not? Yes or no? Do you understand the difference between if and until and where? While means as long as this condition is getting success, enter into the loop. Until means until this condition is successful, you keep going there. Meaning, if the condition fails, enter into the loop. If the condition is success, don't go there. Yes or no? You can see here. Now, the first thing is going to do until n is greater than 100. 1 is not greater than 100. The condition is failed. So only it is entering into the loop. You can see. Till the value of n become 101, it keeps on going on. When n equal to 101, then only it is coming out of the loop. Am I correct? Am I correct? Yes or no, guys? You understand the logic or not? I'm entering into the loop because this one is failed. That is the difference between while and until, right? You can also see the conditions I have changed. Yes or no? Why so calm? Can someone reply?
So do until it says if n is greater than 100, then do, and n is equals to 1. That's why it is fulfilling the condition, right? It is not fulfilling the condition because it says
Correct.
n is greater than 1, but n is actually not greater than 100.
Correct. So the meaning is, see this guys, copy this one. N is greater than 100. What is the value of n now? 1. Is 1 greater than 100? No, right?
Sir,
False,
your
right?
mic making noise, sir.
My mic. Not at all. Guys, is my mic making noise? Do you feel any disturbance? Hello. Guys, can you hear me?
I'm not sure if it's yours or the Hyder's, but there is a kind of disturbance.
Now, is there any disturbance?
Now I'm unmuted my mic. Is there any disturbance? Like, can you hear me properly, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you. Guys,
Okay,
understand
now
one
I'm
thing. When I'm
putting on mute
speaking,
again.
when I'm speaking, do you find any disturbance? I'm alone now. I'm the only one who is speaking now. Are you finding any disturbance?
Yes, there is some disturbance, sir.
Okay, wait. I'll change my headset. I don't know, for some reason you guys are taking so much of time to answer today. I'm not sure why. Just a second. How about this? Guys, is there any disturbance?
No, this is clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Let me go with the do. Okay. So, guys, I'm requesting all of you, please answer to me if you understand, or if you don't understand, anything is fine. But if you are keep calm, I don't know whether you're able to follow or not. I'll be in an assumption that you will be able to follow, and I'll proceed further. So when I'm asking something, kindly reply. Okay, I'm just going with this. Let's go. Let me go one more time. So I'm just going with do while and do until. Let's say do while. I'm going to write a condition here, and I'm going to write some statements here, and I'm going to put it end here. Now the question is going to be, when this statement is executed, what is your understanding? If the condition is true or if the condition is false. Okay, first of all, when it will enter into the loop, it will enter into the loop only if the condition is true. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct. Okay. So as long as this condition is true, it keeps going into the particular loop and it will execute it. Okay. Do until. Do until also the same. Do until. I'm asking SAS, as long as this condition is true, keep executing it. Once this condition is true, exit from loop. Condition is true, enter the loop. Here, condition is true, enter loop. Here, condition is true, exit from the loop. Is that clear? That is the reason for the first one I mentioned n less than or equal to 100. So what is the meaning of it? The value of n until it is equal to 100, I'll keep entering into the loop. So I'll start with n equal to 1. 1 less than or equal to 100 is true. I'll enter into the loop. N equal to n plus 1, n will become 2. 2 less than or equal to 100, true, enter. When it will become 100, 100 is less than or equal to 100, yes, and it will enter, print. When n become 101, 101 is not less than or equal to 100, the condition fails. So it won't enter into the loop. So when the loop will be failed here, the loop will be failed when n become 101. Correct or not? When n become 101, this loop is failed and the SAS will not print any value. Is that correct or not?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, come to this one. So here I'm checking. Suppose if I put n is less than 100 also here also. What is the value of n I have given? N is equal to 1. Correct? Now you can see Do until n is less than or equal to 100. It will go in an infinity loop because the very first condition, the value of until this condition is true, until this condition is true. So to do this, what I'm doing is I'm just initializing the value of n is equal to 1. But here I'll say that I need to come out of the loop. When I have to come out of the loop, if n is greater than 100, I want to come out of the loop. That is n equal to 1. Is 1 greater than 100? No, right? N greater than 100 is not correct, right? It will enter into the loop. Then it is going to check what is the value of, it is going to print the value of n, which is equal to 1. Now n becomes 2. Is 2 greater than 100? Is 2 greater than 100? No. Again it will enter into the loop. When your n become 100, when n become 100, right? Is n 100 is greater than 100? No, right? 100 is equal to 100. Still it will fail, it will enter. The moment n become 101, the moment n become 101, it will say that 101 is greater than 100. It is true. Since the condition is true, I'll exit from the loop. I won't enter into the loop. So as long as my condition is satisfied, until my condition satisfies, I have to enter into the loop. Is that I have only when the condition is true, I need to exit from the loop. Is that clear?
Yes.
Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now come back. Let's go here. Now I put n equal to 200. What will happen? Is 200 less than or equal to 100? No, right? So obviously my loop, this condition is failed. So when it will enter into the loop? Only if the condition is successful, it will enter into the loop. But the initial condition itself is failed. Will it enter into the loop? Not at all. Correct? So since the condition is true, it won't even enter into the loop. So when I run this particular one, the value of n is then it is not satisfying anything, so it won't print anything. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Come to the second condition. I'm putting the same condition here. N is greater than 100. If the condition is successful, what it has to do? Come
It
out
will
of it.
exit the loop.
Exit.
Enter the loop.
Exit loop.
So the meaning is it shouldn't enter to the loop at all. Correct? Correct? So what is
Yes,
going to
sir.
happen here?
Yes.
I supposed to get the same value of n shouldn't have any value, just like your do while. Here also, since the condition is failed, sorry, the condition is successful here, it shouldn't enter into the loop. So I supposed to get n value as blank. I shouldn't get anything. I am expecting this output, correct?
0. Yeah.
Not 0. This is the output. No records.
Okay.
No records. 0 observations. Correct. But surprisingly, it will not happen. That is the whole point. It will not happen. Why means while check the condition before the loop. While check the condition before the loop. Until check the condition at the end of the loop. Remember, at the end of the loop. That is, even though n is greater than 100, it won't check the condition before it enters into the loop. Whatever the statements are there, it will execute all the statements. N equal to 2, output I said. So it will print output. Print n equal to 200. In the next line. What will happen to the n here? N is equal to n plus 1. N equal to 201 now. Correct? In this loop, at the end, when you are encountering this n statement, here it will check the condition. Is condition failed or successful now? The condition is successful, right? So when the condition is successful, what is supposed to do? It need to exit from the loop. So it will exit. Is that understandable? The only difference between do until and do while is do while check the condition, then only enters into the loop. Whereas do until, it will do all the statements execution at least once, and then at the end of the loop, it is going to check it. So even if the condition is fails, all your statements will executed at least once. Is that understandable? Yes or no?
Yeah. So
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
basically,
theory-wise, it's clear, Murli. Can you give one more example for to understand both of them, like do while and do until?
Sure, definitely, we'll do it. Let me take one simple example. I want to take how many payments are there. Calculate number of payments. Number of payments for the given loan. That is, when can I clear my loan? I want to say. That is my requirement. This is one of the classic example in the banks. So that's the reason I'm taking this. So let's say that I'll go one by one. My loan amount is equal to, let's say, 30,000. Every month I'm paying 500 rupees. Just say that 500 is the every month I want to detect, right? So all I need is how many number of payments this loan will be cleared. For this, I'm just going with the do until. I'm saying that what is the condition? When my loan becomes zero, well and good. Correct? That is what loan clearance, right? So I'm saying that do until loan equal to zero. Till my loan amount equal to zero. I'll say loan amount. That will be easy. Till my loan amount is equal to zero, what I have to do? Every month I'm deducting 500. Okay, let's say I paid 500 today, this month. So meaning is one installment is done, right? So I'm initializing the payments with zero, and I'm saying that payments equal to payments plus one. So what is the meaning here? So first it will enter here, loan amount is equal to, can I say 25,000? No, 29,500. Correct? And then what will happen to the payments? I have completed one payment, so my payments is equal to 1. Correct? And then it will increase the value, and then it will check what is the loan amount. My loan amount is 29,000. Is loan amount 29,500 is equal to 0? No. Again it will enter into the loop. Now it will become 29,000. Now my number of payments is equal to 2. Right? Like this, it keep on entering into the loop until my loan amount equal to 0. When my loan amount becomes 0, it will exit from the loop. Am I correct? First of all, is that mechanism, like what is the logic behind this? All of you are able to follow? Can I get a quick confirmation? My requirement and logic, all of you are able to understand?
Yes,
Or
sir.
no? So ideally, how many installments are required? How many payments I have to pay? 60 into 50, 500, 30,000. Correct? 60 payments I have to make. Am I correct? When I run this, I'm going to get 60 payments. My loan amount becomes 0 and my payments is equal to 60. Correct? Now, can you tell me how you're going to do the same with the help of do while? Can someone? I cannot say while loan amount equal to 0 because it will never successful. Correct?
30,000. We need to
If
loan
we payment,
Can someone tell me how
do
you're going to
while
do
payment.
it? Loan amount equal to 0 while loan amount is equal to 0 will not work. Correct? Can someone tell me how you're going to do it? What is the condition you are going to write it here? Come on.
loan amount is starting from 30,000. Then it will enter into the loop. So loan is equal to 30,000.
If you say loan amount equal to 30,000, okay, it will enter into the loop. First loop it will enter. Now loan amount become 29,500. My loop is failed. See this? Just give me a second. Let me save it. Save.
Less than or equal to?
I'll come to that. Now can you see that there's only one payment? Usha, you're saying something. What is it?
Less than or equal to?
Less than or equal to how much?
30,000.
Okay, this is one of the classic case. It will go to the infinity loop. See this. Can you see it is keep on running? Can you see it at the bottom?
So will we use number of payments?
Sorry? It is in an infinity loop, first of all. It is running in an infinity loop. Can someone tell the reason for it? Why it is going infinity loop? It keep on running, it won't stop. You can see running loops, it won't stop. This is one of the danger with the do while and do until. You have to write your condition correctly. I told you before you enter into the loop itself, it is going into the infinity loop. That's the reason I saved the program. Right? It won't respond now because it will keep on doing into this loop. Let me close it. I'll tell you why, but before that, let me close it. So meanwhile, you understand what is the condition that you have given. The condition that you have given is it is less than or equal to 30,000. Correct? Whatever the number, because from the first, just give me a second, where is this enterprise guide? Yeah, here it is. Fantastic. Let me open this. The condition here you have given here is where it is.
So then it will become zero. Obviously, it will be less than 30,000. That's why it is going to infinity loop, if I'm not wrong.
No, I'll tell you. You are partly correct, but I'll tell you why. See, what is the condition we have given here? The condition we have given here is while amount is less than or equal to 30,000. Okay. Let's say I'm deducting 500 every time. Correct? So in the first loop, it is 29,500. Second loop, 29,000. Like this, after 60 payments, it will become 0. Correct? After 0, what is going to happen? 0 minus 500? Minus 500. Is minus 500 less than 30,000 or not? Yes. Then minus
Yes.
1,000. Minus 1,500. It will keep on going. Where is the end for it? There is no end, right? Correct? So your condition will be always satisfying here. So what I have to do now? Tell me. Suppose if I put loan amount is equal to 0, what is going to happen? If I say loan amount equal to 0, what will happen? Loan amount is 30,000. It will never become 0. It will never enter into the loop. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Correct or not? Then what's that? What's the next step? Can I put like this? If I say while loan amount is greater than or equal to 0, then so loan amount is 30,000. It will enter here. 30,000 is greater than or equal to 0. Enter into the loop. It will become 29,500. Is 29,005 greater than equal to 0? Yes. Enter. It will become 29,000. When it will become 0, what will happen now? The moment it will become 0, loan amount is greater than or equal to 0. The condition is satisfied. Still it enter. Then the value become minus 500. Is minus 500 greater than or equal to 0? No, right? So this is the place where it will stop the execution. Am I correct or not? Now learn this. It's saying 61. Can someone tell me the reason why?
Because it's equal to 0, even that is taking the last payment. The last one will be 0.
Yeah. So what it is doing is loan equal to 0. The loan has become 0. After become 0, also it went into the loop, right? By that time, it is becoming payments. Okay. to make it easy, first of all, I'll just say 100, 1000. I'll say 1000. Now, when it is 1000, what is the value? 1000 is greater than or equal to 0. Yes, it will enter into this. Now, what is the loan amount, guys? Can I say my loan amount become 500? Am I correct? How many? What about the payments? Can I say payment becomes 1? Up to this, is all of you able to understand what is happening into the first loop? Can I get a quick confirmation? All of you are able to follow this? My
Yes,
loan
sir.
amount is 1000. Loan amount is greater than or equal to 0. Enters into the loop. Loan amount become 500. My payment become 1. So now 500 is greater than or equal to 0. Yes, it will enter into the loop. So now 500 minus 500, my loan amount becomes 0. My number of payments is equal to, correct? Again, it will start into the loop. Is 0 greater than or equal to 0? Yes, right? 0 equal to 0 also is there, right? The condition is satisfied. My loan amount become minus 500. My number of payments is equal to 3. Now, is my minus 500 greater than or equal to 0? No. Then only it will fail. So how I can avoid this? Can I say simply
Remove
greater
the
than 0?
yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Now
While removing equals.
Now it will make sense. Now you can check. Is that right? Now you are able to understand the difference between do while and do until. Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? Now if I go with this, I'm going to get the 60 payments. Correct? Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Very small, minor difference, guys. The first one is very simple. I can simply put loan amount equal to 0 until my loan amount equal to 0. Tell me the installments. But here you can see it is a bit peculiar. Condition wise, it is not making sense, right? Why loan amount is greater than 0. Correct? But in this previous case, it is very simple. I want to see my loan amount 0, how many installments? So in such cases, your do until will work. And in all other cases, you can simply go ahead with the your while. So anything you can use, guys. You can go with the do until or you can go with the do while, but you have to be a bit careful. Right? Questions? Usha, is that making sense now? Now you're able to follow?
Yeah, absolutely.
సార్ తెలుగులో చెప్పండి సార్.
ఓకే అనిత గారు. సో ఇక్కడ ఏమవుతుందంటే నాకు లోన్ అమౌంట్ 0 అయ్యే విధంగా కావాలి అన్నానండి నేను మామూలుగా కండిషన్ రాసుకోవచ్చు. నా లోన్ అమౌంట్ 0 అయ్యే వరకు, ఈ కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై అయ్యే వరకు నేను పేమెంట్స్ క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేస్తాను. సింపుల్గా ఏం చేస్తున్నాను, లోన్ అమౌంట్ 30,000 అన్నాను. 30,000 0 అయిందా? కాలేదు. సో లోపలికి వెళ్తాను. 30,000 నుంచి 500 తీసేస్తున్నాను. అంటే ఫస్ట్ ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ అయిపోయింది. సో నా పేమెంట్స్ ఏమైంది? 1 అవుతుంది ఇప్పుడు. అవునా? ఇక్కడ వరకు అర్థమైందండి? ఓకే, సింపుల్గా చెప్తాను చూడండి ఉషా గారు, సారీ అనిత గారు, మీకు ఒక చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్ తీసుకుందాం. నాది అమౌంట్ 1000 అండి. ఓకేనా? నాకు ఈ 1000 నేను నెలకు 500 కడతాను. నాకు ఎన్ని ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్స్లో అయిపోతుంది అని అడిగాను నేను. మనం ఈజీగా ఏం చెప్తాం? 2 ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్స్ అని చెప్తాం. ఎలా చెప్పాము? ఈ నెల ఒక ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ 500 తగ్గిపోతుంది, నెక్స్ట్ నెల ఇంకో 500 తగ్గిపోతుంది, 2 ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్లో 2 ఎగిరిపోయాయని చెప్తాం. అంతేనా? దానికే నేను ఇప్పుడు కోడ్ రాస్తున్నా. నేను పేమెంట్స్ 0 పెట్టా. దీన్ని ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ అని కూడా అనుకోవచ్చు మీరు. ఓకే, సరే, ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ అయిపోయింది. సో నాకు ఇంతవరకు నేను ఏం ఒక్క ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ కూడా కట్టలేదు కాబట్టి నా లోన్ అమౌంట్ 1000 ఉంది. నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంది? నా లోన్ అమౌంట్ 0 కావాలి. సో నేను అది పెట్టేశాను. నా లోన్ అమౌంట్ 0 అయ్యే వరకు అని రాశాను. లోన్ అమౌంట్ 0నా? కాదు, ఎందుకంటే 1000 ఉంది. 1000 ఉన్నప్పుడు లోపలికి వచ్చింది. నెలకు ఎంత కట్టాము? 500 కట్టాము. ఇప్పుడు ఇదంతా అయింది, 500 అయింది. ఎన్ని ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్స్ కట్టారు మీరు? ఒక్క ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ కట్టారు. ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ ఏమైంది? 1 అయింది. ఇప్పుడు 500 0 అయిందండి? కాలేదు కదా. ఈ కండిషన్ కరెక్ట్ కాదు కదా. మళ్ళీ ఏమవుతుంది? మళ్ళీ లూప్ లోకి వస్తుంది. 500 మైనస్ 500 0. ఎన్నో ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ అది? ఆల్రెడీ ఇంతకుముందు ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ 1 ఉంది, ఇప్పుడు ఇంకోటి యాడ్ చేసిన 2 అయింది. 0 ఈక్వల్ టు 0. నా లోన్ అమౌంట్ 0 అయిపోయిందా? లోన్ అమౌంట్ 0 అయిపోయిన తర్వాత ఈ లూప్లోకి నేను ఎంటర్ అవ్వాలా? అవ్వాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. సో ఎన్ని ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్స్ వచ్చాయి నాకు? 2 ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్స్. అర్థమైందండి ఎలా అవుతుంది అది? ఈ కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై అయితే నువ్వు లోపలికి వెళ్ళకొని చెప్తున్నా. అంటే డూ అంటిల్ ఏం చేస్తుందంటే కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై అవ్వనంత వరకు నువ్వు ఏమైనా చేసుకో. ఒక్కసారి కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై అయిందా బయట వచ్చేసి అది డూ అంటిల్ అండి. డూ వైల్ ఏంటంటే అలా కాదు. డూ వైల్ అలా వర్క్ అవ్వదు. నా కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై అయ్యేంత వరకు నువ్వు లోపలికి వెళ్ళు అంట. అంటే ఇప్పుడు లోన్ అమౌంట్ ఎంత 1000 గ్రేటర్ దాన్ సున్నానా కాదా? అవును. లోపలికి వెళ్ళాను 500 అయింది. పేమెంట్స్ ఏమైంది? ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్స్ ఏమైంది? 1. లోన్ వాల్యూ ఎంత? 500. 500 గ్రేటర్ దాన్ జీరోనా కాదా? అవును. కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై అయింది. మళ్ళీ లోపలికి వెళ్తాను 0. నా ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్స్ 2 అయ్యాయి. 0 గ్రేటర్ దాన్ సున్నానా? కాదు. నేను లోపలికి వెళ్ళను. నా ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్స్ అన్ని 2. అంటిలేమో నాకు సాటిస్ఫై అవ్వనంత వరకు నువ్వు లూప్లోకి ఎంటర్ అవ్వు అని చెప్తా. వైల్లోకేమో కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై అయితేనే లూప్లోకి వెళ్ళు అంట. అంతే తేడా. అర్థమైందా లేదా అండి?
Yes.
Right. Guys, any other questions from anyone, guys? Just to reiterate this, do while means only when this condition satisfies enters into the loop. Do until means until this condition satisfies enter into the loop. Is that clear? Once the condition satisfies, come out. Once the condition fails, come out. Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Difficult? Everyone, make sense?
While
All
we
we are doing.
It's a bit
Go ahead.
tricky, not difficult, tricky, but
Yeah, see, absolutely do until is tricky actually. Do while we can easily make sense because condition satisfies then only enter. It is very easy. But do until is a different thing. Until only when the condition satisfies come out of the loop. So you have to be you have to pay a little bit of attention while writing your do until. Otherwise, now do while it's not frequently, it will not enter into your loops, that is infinity loops. But do until there are high chances that it will enter into the infinity loops. As long as you are not writing the right condition, you will end up with going with the infinity loop. So you have to be very careful there. You have to be very careful there. Any questions from anyone? Tulasi, Hasmi. Tulasi and Hasmi, we become very silent in this class. You haven't asked any question. Either I'm doing too good or I'm doing too worst.
No, everything is clear, Murli.
Okay, perfect then. Okay, Hasmi. Okay. Who else is missing here? Anita anyways asked. Usha done. Tulasi done. Hasmi done. Harini. Okay, Mahendra, you replied. So Haider also you replied. So Harini and Swati, you able to follow? Yes or no? Okay, I'll wait for you guys. If any questions, kindly let me know. Okay, thanks Harini. Thanks for the confirmation. Okay, this is all about the loops. There is one more loop, as I mentioned, which is nothing but the do over. So do over is the loop we generally use it for the arrays. It is used for the arrays. So when I talk about the arrays, I'll talk about it. Okay, don't worry. So I have the habit of, I may forget the things. So what I can do is, not here, let me delete this. But here in your miscellaneous, let me add it. I'll just make sure that this is going to be arrays and do over loop. Okay, I'll just make a note of this here, and when we complete arrays in the miscellaneous, I can come back on this particular one so that I won't miss it. At the same time, you don't need to jump to the arrays now, because arrays, it's bit overhead at this particular point of time. That's the reason I'm not going there. Okay. Now there is one last topic which is pending, guys, that I have to teach. That is nothing but in the module, that is module number 3, that is if versus where. Very important one. You have to understand this. Not, sometimes if or where both of them are going to give you the same differences or say similarities or whatever, the output is going to be the same. But why you need to pay attention here is you need to pay the attention because from the interview perspective it is important. That is one. The second thing is going to be not from the direct interview purpose, but when you think about the performance perspective, when you're considering your execution times, when you're considering your total memory resources that you are using, in those conditions, it pays a lot of attention. So what I can do is, this is the document I generally follow. This is one of the SAS Sugi. Sugi is nothing but your SAS conferences, guys, global conferences. From there, I picked this particular one. This is really, really, really good. That's the reason I have picked it. Okay, so I'll tell you where if can be useful, where in what conditions I have to go with the where. I have given the basic information already. You remember this? From the input data set, before entering into the PDV itself, your where condition will be applicable. Correct? Whatever the condition I'll say, it will filter the data, then only it will enter into the PDV. Correct? Then what about the if condition? If condition, the input data set enters into the PDV. On the PDV, after PDV only your if condition will be applicable. So simply we said that if where condition works on the input data set, whereas your if condition works on your output data set. Am I correct? This is what we discussed in our class. So is it in the same lines here? Any questions on this? Right? No, right? Okay. This is the most important one, guys. So all the things I cannot cover here, the summary of key differences between if and where, I may not be able to cover all of them here, but most of them I'm going to cover now. Okay, the reason is few of them are not covered yet. So whatever not covered, I don't do it here. Whatever are covered, I'll do it now. Just give me a second. Let me go to Excel. So summary here also it is not coming properly, but okay, fine. So let's say the summary of key differences, the first one, let me write one after the other, so that will be easy way. Okay, what is the summary between where and if condition to subset data sets? Okay. So the first thing, guys, let me take one difference at a time. Simply we can go one after the other. Okay, where I can use it, using variables in a data set. You can say, hey, Murli, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean by? I can say this one. I can call it as parameter. What parameter I'm checking is where condition works for it, is if condition works for it or not. That's what I'm going to do. That is, I'm just checking, is my conditions working there or not, or can I use if or where in that condition or not? That is what I'm checking. Okay, now let me tell you this. What is my first parameter, guys? My parameter is using variables in a data set. The meaning is maybe I can tell you with a simple example. Data, gender, data. Let's go with our own example. Voice, set SAS help dot class, and I'll say where sex is equal to young and run. Okay. Whatever the condition, whatever the variable I'm using here, is that variable is part of the data set or not? Is part of my input data set or not? Yes, right? I can use it. Let's go with the if condition in the same case. Is sex variable is part of the SAS help dot class or not? Yes. So as long as I'm writing the condition on the variables that are exist in the input data set, both of them works fine. Both of them works fine. The meaning of that is this is yes, this is also yes. To tell you the simple difference, this is parameter 1, right? This is the first parameter, right? Maybe I can give you the examples here. This is parameter 1. So for parameter 1, I'm giving you the example here. The example that I'm giving here is, since 6 is the variable which is part of my input data set, both the conditions works fine. Okay. Now, second condition. Using variables which are not present in input data set. We all talk about input data set only, right? So I'm trying to apply something which are not part of the input data set. For an example, let me go with this second example here. Let's say I'm going to create a new variable. I'm going to create a new variable. I'm saying that if, okay, let's say if 6 is equal to m, then gender is equal to, okay, I'll do one thing. I'll create a data set called class. I'll create a data set called class. So what I'm going to do is, if 6 is equal to f, I'm saying that then that doesn't make sense. Let's go the same. I'll go with a different example. Different example means, let me take libraries, SAS help. Let me say any example. I'm trying to figure out where salary, bonus kind of stuff is there. That's what I'm looking at. No. Okay, I can see something called T. Okay, here, this one. Okay, otherwise, let me do my own example. That will be easy because I don't want to confuse you. Let's go with simple example. Let me create an example here. Let's say data bonus input emp id, which is dollar, and salary. So data lines, data lines. In this data lines, I'm just simply going with 101, 20,000, 102, 30,000, 103, 15,000, 104, 35,000. Okay, 40,000. Guys, all I want to do here is a very simple example that I'm going here. All I want to do here is I want to create a bonus, and if the bonus is greater than 5,000, then only I need the output. What is that? I want to create bonus, and if the bonus is more than 5,000, then only I need the output. Okay. Okay. First of all, is bonus variable is part of my input data set? No, right? Okay. Let's say I'm creating a new variable, new data set, data bonus set emp. How I have to calculate bonus is, bonus must be equal to 10% of 0.1 into salary. My 10% of salary must be equal to bonus. That is just direct bonus calculation. I got it. But what's my condition? I need the bonus only if the bonus is greater than 2000, then only I need the output data set. What is that? Only when the bonus is greater than 2000, I need the output. Now you can see, I'll say where bonus is greater than 2000. When I run this particular one, I'll end up with an error. Right? Can you tell me the reason for this? It is saying that your variable bonus is not on your input data set. Why? This is a newly created variable, right? My EMP data set, this is my input. My EMP data set has only EMP ID and salary. It doesn't have bonus because I'm applying this on my input. Remember this, you can see. I'm applying where condition on my input data set. My input data set has only EMP ID and salary. It doesn't have bonus. Bonus I'm creating after my PDV. It is part of my output data set, not on the input data set. Correct? So my where condition cannot be applicable here. Am I right or not? You guys able to follow what I'm trying to say? Because bonus is not the variable which is part of my input data set. I cannot use it. But if you go with the if now, it will work perfectly fine. What happened? I don't find anything.
Bonus spelling is wrong. If
I'll go ahead with this. Even here, the same. Even here, the same. Still, I'll end up with an error because BONYS, your bonus is not part of my data set. But if you go to the second one, it will work perfectly fine because it is working after my PDV. Can you see 3000 and 4000? Make sense? If my input whatever the variables on which I'm writing the if versus where condition, if that is part of my input data set, I don't find any issues. But if those are not part of my input data set, my where condition will not work, but if condition will work perfectly. Example and the difference. Is that understandable to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. Then this is another important thing. Set, merge and all we haven't discussed, so I'll talk about that later. Accessing raw data using input statement. The meaning of this is, here I'm writing the input statement, right? This is the one. Okay. All I want to do is, if the salary is greater than 20,000, then only I need my output. What is that? This is the one, third condition. What is my third condition? Accessing my raw data file using input statement. That is, all I need is, I need my data if salary is greater than 20,000. Let's say if salary is greater than 20,000. Can I write this condition? Can you see? While getting the data itself, I want to filter it. Correct? If you see, if will work perfectly fine here. But can I write where condition? Is where condition works here or not? Can someone tell me?
Say it works after PDV, right? It filters first, then it works.
But you where condition will be applicable only on the input data set. Do you have input data set here? Your input is file. You're creating the data set.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Your input is not a data set now. You can see your set I'm using means input is a data set. But you can see here, my input is not a data set at all. My input is a file, in file. Correct? When my input is not a data set, can I find a data set here? Can you see in the diagram it is mentioning that it is not a file, it is a data set. Do you have any data set in the input? No. When I don't find the data set, can I find the variables? No. Obviously, it will fail. It will throw you an error first of all. It will simply say that no input data sets available for where statement. If where statement need to work, I should need an input data set. First of all, I don't have a data set because you are creating one now. Am I correct? Before, you are reading a data set and you are creating a data set. But here, you're reading a file and creating a data set. Where do you find a variable? Yes or no? So, in this condition, while you are reading the data from a file system, accessing raw data file using input statement, meaning when you are doing something, when you are reading the data from the input file system, your where will not work, only if will work. Yes or no? Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Questions? Others?
Yeah, yes, I have a question. Like, if the input file is an external text document, in that case also where doesn't work?
It will not. Simple, right? Because your question itself has the answer. You're saying that external file, your input is a file, not a data set.
Yeah. So it works only on data sets. Okay.
Exactly.
So
That's what you are saying. Yeah.
so
You
the
can
client
see.
has provided the data set, SAS data set, then the where condition should work.
Exactly. It will
Okay.
work. But again, you have to apply the where condition only on the input variables, not on the derived variables. What do you mean by derived variables? Here you can see bonus is a derived variable. You derived this variable. Your client has given EMP dataset, correct? Your EMP
Yes.
dataset does not have a bonus. You created it. It will not work on the newly created variables.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Understood. Yeah.
Good, good, good. The another important thing, using automatic variables such as underscore n underscore first dot and last dot. Don't worry, first dot and last dot I'll teach you in the miscellaneous. Anyways, that is one of the most important topic to us. But you have some more automatic variable underscore n. Let's work on it. So what is underscore n underscore, guys? What is underscore n underscore? Can someone remember and let me know? Do you remember underscore n underscore? We discussed about it.
Yeah, we discussed in the
Team,
PDF.
what is that? What is
Is
the
it
meaning of
null?
underscore n? Is it?
Is it null?
No, why it is null? Why you want to store null? Come on, guys.
So I think
You guys are not at
to
all ready in
separate
that case. Hmm?
Automatic
to
variable.
separate
Automatic.
What is that? What is that automatic variable? I'm asking.
so it separates, I think.
Hmm?
Like serial number, it denotes.
So when we go to the next module, we will forget the old modules. Am I correct? How SAS works. Have I discussed here or not? Somewhere I have discussed about this. I remember I discussed about it, correct? I haven't missed it. For sure I haven't missed it. But where? That's what. I talked about underscore n underscore. I talked about underscore error underscore, correct? Can someone tell me where I have discussed this? Anyone? I couldn't find the previous ones. How SAS works?
TDV.
Hmm?
Yes.
Mean to say I haven't teach that?
No, like we discussed when we are discussing
Ah,
regarding TV.
I remember that we have discussed about it. I'm thinking about where I have written it. Somewhere I have written it, maybe in the Excel sheet.
I think we discussed it, but not in detail, I think.
No. There's nothing to discuss detail in that. It is going to be a straightforward one. There is nothing to discuss in detail in that. It is all about what is what. What is the value of underscore n underscore? What is the value of underscore error underscore? That's it. Nothing more than that. Microprocessor and sheet flow over. Okay. Anyways, I'll repeat this one more time. Remember this. So your underscore n underscore error underscore are the two automatic variables. Your underscore n underscore indicates your observation number. Whenever you are going ahead with a new record, your underscore n underscore will be initialized with 1 and it will keep increasing. Correct? There is only one line. There are no detailed discussion on it. Meaning, if I want to go ahead with this, so for the first one, your underscore n underscore is equal to 1. For the second record, it's 2. For the third record, it's 3. How many number of records are there? The value will be keep increasing. Your underscore error underscore means data error. By default, its value is 0. If any of the data set has error, then it will become 1. Even in the log, I have shown this. Correct or not? You remember or not?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes,
We have
sure.
we have discussed this one, but I forgot it. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Remember that these are very important ones. Okay, so now I'm talking about those automatic variables, meaning all I want to do here is if at all I want to go ahead with, let's say here I want only the first 3 records. How can I restrict that? For this underscore n underscore value equal to 1, for this it is 2, for this it is 3, correct? For this it is 4. Am I right? I can simply put if underscore n underscore is less than or equal to 3. What is the meaning? I need the first 3 records. Correct or not? Done?
Yes.
Okay. Now if I want to do the same with where condition, but where condition requires the variables to be part of the input data set. Is it part of your input data set? No. Correct? This is an automatic variable which is part of your output data set. So obviously what is going to happen? It throws an error to you. No input data sets are available for the where statement. Is that understandable, guys? Can I get a quick confirmation? Everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go with the other one. Using newly created variables in the data set. This is the what I have already discussed. Correct? This is nothing but either this or you can also consider this as this. Both of them are same? Can I say both of them are same? These are newly created variables, right? Correct? I created a variable called bonus, which is not part of my input data set. In that case also, it haven't worked. Correct? So the other thing I'm going to discuss here is number 5, using with procedures. I haven't talked about that. Second thing is using Proc sequence. For these two, your where will work, your if will not work. I'll talk about these two right now. Simple ones only. Let me show you. One is with procedures. I haven't teach you the procedures, but I'm going to show you the demo now. Okay. Remember, I want to print something, guys. Proc print data is equal to SAS help dot class run. Meaning, I'm just printing the data set in the output. I'm just printing the data set in output. Can you see? right? SAS help.class, instead of creating a data set, I'm printing. But while printing, I don't want to print everything. I want to print if sex is equal to F. Okay, I want to print if sex is equal to F. I'll simply say where the variable sex is equal to F. It will perfectly works, and I can see that only the gender F is printed here. But the same thing, if I use if condition, you can see I'm going to get it in red color. If will not work with any procedure. If I am using procedure, if condition will never work. Straightforward. The statement is not valid or it is used out of proper order. Meaning of that is, if condition will never work with any procedure. I have more than 300 procedure. For all the 300 procedure, it will not work. Clear? What is this proc print and all we discuss later? That is a different case. I'm writing a condition. When I write a condition with where it works, when I write a condition with where if, it will never work, because no procedure will support your if condition. Yes or no?
Yes.
That is another thing called proc SQL. There is a one separate module for that. There we are going to do it anymore. Let's say proc SQL, select star from SAS help.class. I'm just printing the data set again, but this time I'm going with the proc SQL. How the proc SQL work, again I'll tell you later. Don't worry. I'll simply go ahead with this one. Where sex equal to F only. Okay, first I'll go with the generic one without applying any condition. You can see that it will print the entire output in your print window. Next time, I'm applying a condition. I'm applying the condition where sex is equal to F. Works fine. Third time, we will go with if sex is equal to F. Now you can see. Because no procedure, no proc SQL support your if condition. Is that clear, guys? If condition will not work
Yes.
for two things. Okay.
What is the reason? Is there any particular
No
reason?
specific.
Okay.
No specific reason.
Okay. So this procedures is like is a program.
No worries. I haven't teach you the procedures yet. That is my next module. Fourth module is going to be the procedures.
Okay, that's good. Thanks.
Okay. My intention is not to go with proc SQL, not to go with the procedures now. My intention is just to show you where, in what scenarios if works, in what scenarios where works. That is what my intention is. Is that clear to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Right. Module 4. Now, tomorrow onwards, we are going to discuss about procedures. All right.
Okay, sir.
So tomorrow we will start with procedures, guys. Okay. I'll share my entire module 3 notes today, and tonight I will share the module 2 and module 3 both assignments. 2 assignments I will share. Okay. Okay. Tomorrow, yeah, guys. 1 second. Tomorrow I'll start the procedures. You said you required videos for going ahead with the assignments. You can go ahead with the videos today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow. You can work on Saturday and Sunday on all your assignments. On Monday, irrespective of anything, on Monday, we are going to discuss about your procedures. Sorry, your assignments. All the 3 assignments together, we can work on the Mondays. Okay, so I have tomorrow, day after tomorrow, Saturday, totally okay. No, 2 days only, right? Tomorrow and day after tomorrow, 2 days are there. So tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we will go with module number 4. But module number 4 will not finish. Module number 4 require minimum of 5 classes. Minimum of 5 classes, right? So it will go till Wednesday or Thursday. But you can go through the videos today and tomorrow. You can start working on your assignments. Monday we will discuss about all the 3 assignments together. Okay, any questions?
No, that's fine. Let's work on assignment and then we can ask.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure. Yeah, thanks everyone. See you. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye bye. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye everyone. Hey, hi everyone. Good evening. Hope all of you can see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay then, let's start. So today we are starting our module number 4, which is nothing but SAS Procedures. So what is SAS Procedures? We will understand first and then we can proceed further. Right. In a simple terms, if I want to talk, let's say that I want to go in a very simple terms, right? For an example, guys, if you want to go ahead and you want to do, if you want to add 2 variables in a data set, what you are going to do? One is I can add those 2 variables manually, correct? Or simply I can write a function which is called sum function, correct? Sum followed by, if I give the name of the variables, let's say a comma b, it is going to add those 2 variables and returns the value, correct? When you want to do some function, or if you want to perform some operation on the variables, you use functions. That's what we did. Character functions, numeric functions, data type convert functions, all these we have applied on variables, correct? Instead of this, instead of applying something on the variables, I want to perform, or I can say that used to perform specific functionalities on a data set. Functionalities on a data set. I'm not interested to do something on a variable level, but I want to do something on a data set level. Then in that case, I can go ahead with the procedures. Let me explain you with a simple thing. I want to print a data set. Generally, what we are doing all these days, let's say data followed by class set SAS help dot class. If I do this, what is going to happen? Why I'm doing this particular one? I want to see what is the content of this particular one, correct? I want to see the content by storing this particular data into a new data set. Then I will see what is there, and we are going to understand the variables, we are going to understand the data, all this kind of stuff we are going to do, correct? Generally, we store the data set into the another data set, that is output data set, and see the data. Instead of this, what is the need of creating this data set? Instead, I just want to print this data set. I just want to print this data set. Or let's say I want to know how many observations are there, how many variables are there, what are the types of that variables, what are the lengths of that particular variables, formats or informates. Meaning, first one, print data set, that is nothing but data form. I want to do print data set only, but I don't want to go with the data, original data. Instead, I want to go with print description portion of the data set. What do you mean by description portion? What is the location of this particular data set? How many variables are there? How many columns are there? What are those details? So generally, how we are going to do it? I go here and I can see the properties, correct? I can see that this was created on this particular day. This was last modified by this particular time. These are the number of columns and their properties and their lengths. If you still want to see the advanced things, there are 5 columns in that. There are 19 rows in that. Correct? Like this, I'm going to get a lot of details. If you go with the summary, this is the summary. I want to see the description portion, how to see it otherwise. My next functionality is I want to sort data set. What do you mean by sort? If you see this particular data set, whatever I can see here, it is alphabetically arranged on the name. Can you see? First A's are coming through, after that B, C, H, J, like this. These are alphabetically sorted on the name. No, but I don't want to go with this. I want to group that, or I want to sort it on sex variable. All M's together, all F's together. Or I want to sort it in the descending order of the age. Highest age should come followed by the least age. So this is called sort functionality. You can see all these functionalities, the effect, the end result is on the data set. Am I correct? So what do you understand from the procedures? Procedures are nothing but those are inbuilt base SAS programs. That is nothing but each procedure is a inbuilt base SAS program which is designed to perform a specific task. The task can be anything. The task can be any functionality. That can be a description, that can be printing the description portion, or printing the data portion, or sorting the data, or I can say that calculating the descriptive statistics, or it is going to be calculating the frequencies, or it is going to be generating a report, or it is going to be anything. There is no end to it. I have close to 300 procedures, but we are not going to discuss all of them. We will go with around 20 to 25 different procedures as per our requirement. Is that clear to everyone? Do you understand what is called procedures is? We'll go and talk about each procedure separately. That is going to be there anyways. But before I proceed with that, do you guys understand what is called procedure? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir. I want to ask a question. Procedures we only apply on data, right?
Sorry?
Procedures we only apply on data set.
Correct. Correct. So what do you mean by that? Where else you want to apply?
Like you were giving example of adding two variables, right? So I'm confusing on that example.
Okay, simple.
Sum.
Okay, sum function. Let's say that sum. If you see any function, right? The function will be, let's say I want to add height and weight. I want to add height and weight. Can I say these two are two variables? Where I'm applying the sum function? My sum function will be applied on these two variables at a variable level. Am I correct? Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, if I want to print this data set as it is, am I looking at the individual ones, or am I looking at the entire one? Whole data set I'm taking and I'm printing. Correct? Or I want to do something on a variable. Let's say that only on the age variable I want to apply the changes. But those age values are changing the entire context of your data set or not? Remember, procedures are on the whole data set. It is going to change the properties of your data set, right? Or it is going to be generally applied at the data set level. Whereas the function, a single function will applicable on one or more variables. That is absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. But generally, if I want to do sum, I can do the sum only on the numeric variables. Can I do it on character variables? No. For character variables, there are different set of functions. For numeric variable, there are different set of functions. Each works in a different way. But when it comes to the procedure, it is least to bother about whether it is going to be a character or numeric. It generally apply on the entire data set. Make sense, Haider?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Anyone? Any other questions? Anyone?
Yes. So just to understand, um, the procedures is applied on the whole data set. Okay. And its function is just, and the function what we learn can be applied individual function.
It can be on the individual variables. Either it will belongs to a character group or they belongs to a numeric group. But a single function cannot be applied on both numeric or character generally. Correct or not? So
Yes,
character
yeah.
functions is for the data cleaning. Numeric function is for the operations. Correct or mathematical operations or statistical operations.
Yes.
Right.
And
But when it comes to the
procedure,
procedure, it is not like that.
okay, procedure is generally for the whole data set.
Correct.
Okay,
So
fine.
we will see some examples so that you can easily understand them. You can easily understand
Thanks.
them.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. So let me go with the first procedure. I'll go with the simple procedures, which is nothing but the print procedure. Remember, all the procedures will start with a keyword called proc. All the procedures will start with a keyword called proc. That is the basic thing. You can see proc followed by whatever you can see here. Each one is going to be one procedure, guys. Proc followed by whatever you are going to see here. All these are procedures only. Can you understand how many procedures are there? Let's keep going on. The list is never ending here. Can you see? All this are procedures only. But we are not going to discuss all of them. We are going to discuss only the ones which are required for our day-to-day work. Most of them which are required, we are going to use it here, right? In addition to this, there is a separate book only for the procedures. There is a separate documentation page available only for the procedures in SAS for every release. That is, in SAS 9.2, there are some procedures. When it comes to 9.3, they have added some procedures. When it comes to 9.4, they have added few more procedures. That is, in every version of SAS, the procedures list will be keep increasing. Clear? Now, I want to go with print. So most of the times, whatever the operation you want to do, the similar name will be used as a keyword. Let's see. Proc print. Can you see this? Proc print. So what print is going to do? Print is simply going to do the print of the data set. Let's say data equal to. Remember, generally in data set, anything followed by data is an output data set. Correct? In procedures, anything followed by data equal to, it is not data, remember, it is data equal to. Even on the keyword SAS also will suggest the same. Can you see the keyword there? Data equal to is your input data set. Is your input data set. I want to print a data set called SAS help.class. I don't want to create a new data set. I just want to print this data set as it is. I want to print this data set as it is. You can see simply I can run this. Nothing I need to do. Proc print data set. It is going to print your data set in your results window. Can you see it? This is nothing but your data set which you already kept it in your library, work library, right? You created a class data set. Whatever you can see here, it is pretty much same as your data set that you can see here. Correct? But what is the difference? When it comes to the data, it is going to create a data set and it is going to store it in your library. But when it comes to my print, it won't store anywhere. It is going to simply print that particular file in log window, sorry, in results window, right? Remember, you are using a tool now, so you are able to print it. For an example, I'll go to PC SAS 9.4. I'll go to this. So here also I have a results window option, right? Since it's a tool, I have a results window option. All I can do is I can just simply go ahead and run this, and you can see that whatever the output I have, that output is going to be stored in my results window. Can you see that? The results here, I can see my output here. Correct. I'm using a tool, I'm able to do it. Let's say the case where I don't have a tool. I don't have a tool. When I don't have a tool, it will create a listing file. Create and print a listing file. The listing file will be having an extension of .lst. You don't need to worry much about it. You don't need to worry much about it. If you have a data, if you have a tool like this, it will print directly. When you don't have a tool, all it is going to do is from which location you are running this particular proc print in this location with the same name, it is going to create one .lst file. You can open the LST file and you can see it. The output of your LST file is going to be like this. If I have tool, my output will be in a results window. If I don't have tool, my result is going to be in a .lst file. Is that clear to everyone? Questions?
Tool means which tool we are referring?
So here I'm using SAS Enterprise Guide, which is my tool. Otherwise, it is going to be PC SAS, SAS 9.4. Otherwise, it is going to be your SAS Studio. These three are the tools I have, correct? Other than on the day one, I have discussed this. Other than this, if I want to go with a Linux, I don't have tool. Then what I can do?
Oh yes. Okay, understand.
I can go ahead with the There I can use the other one. What is the other one? Which is nothing but my
.ls. .lst. Then it will print.
Okay. Can I see this? Interfaces.
GUI.
For Windows, I have PC SAS. For Linux, I have SAS Enterprise Guide. Correct? For web interface, I have SAS Studio. Right? If I don't use any of this, then I am going to go in with the command line interface. That is nothing but I use shell command prompt. When I use my command prompt, I don't find a window, right? So there it is going to create a .lst file.
Okay. Okay.
Understandable?
Yes, but most of the time is we are going to use the tool.
No, it is not mandatory. It depends on your organization. If your organization, because SAS charges separately for your shell usage, SAS charges separately for your tool. Tool access is different, your shell access is different. So you have to purchase both of them. When your organization not interested to go with the tool, yes, you are not allowed to use the tool. You don't even find it in your office tools, office PC. So you must go with the shell. That's the reason I'm talking about it.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions from anyone? Okay. Now you see, whatever the output I got here, let's say I don't want to see my entire output because OBS is not my variable. My variables are only name, sex, age, height, and weight. OBS is nothing but your underscore and underscore, correct? But I don't want to see that in the output. What I need to do? When I don't want to see my NOBBS, that is when I don't want to see the OBS value, just go with a procedure, just go with an option called NOOBS, no observations. That is OBS value, I don't want it. It's a option. When you run this particular one, you can clearly see that my NOOBS field is disappeared because it is not, it shouldn't be part of my output. My output is going to be only the 5 variables and 19 observations. Make sense? Right. Let's say in my output, I don't want to see all the variables. I want to see, let's say, that name, age, and height. Only these 3 variables I want to see. I am not interested in the other variables because my data set may come with 100 variables. But my requirement is I want to go with just want to see the 10 variables. I just want to see the 10 variables, not all of them. Right? In that case, I can go ahead with an option called VAR. VAR is a statement, is a keyword. So the VAR stands for variables. Remember, each procedure has a different keywords. Right? In this proc print, I want to use VAR for representing what variables I want to see in the output. It is similar to your keep or drop, guys. Similar to that. I can say I want to go with name, age, height. Only these 3 variables I want to see. Now if you run it, you can see your output. Your output has been changed. I'm not seeing all the variables. I'm seeing only these 3 variables. Why? I'm seeing only these 3 variables. Why? Because the answer is too simple, because I'm not interested to go with all the variables. I'm going with only specific variables. Clear? Everyone able to follow?
Yes.
Okay. You can ask me a question. Murli, can't I use keep or drop here? You can absolutely use it, but you should not use it as a statement. That is as a what to say keywords. You can use it here. All dataset options work as usual. Let's say keep equal to. I want to go with the name, age, and height. The variables will work as is. Done. And I can also go with the drop. I'll say that I just want to drop. What are the variables I want to drop here? Let's say sex is the variable I want to drop. Weight is the variable I want to drop. You can use them. Right? Either you can use a var keyword or you can go ahead with the dataset options. Both of them works perfectly fine for you. All right. Now, the next thing I want to try is, let's say I'll print the dataset one more time as is. Hey, I can see this particular data, fine, but remember, I want to see the condition. I want to see only male data. That is only boys data I want to see here. So what I can do now? Only boys data I want to see. Can I write the where condition? Yesterday I shown you if will not work in the procedures. I need to depend only on the where. So where 6 is equal to m. So what it is going to do? It is going to display only male data. Done. Right? Any questions up to this? All right. Let's say I want to group the data. That is, while printing the data, I want to see all male data together, all female data together. If I want to do this, guys, I have to use by operator. But remember, there is going to be a small problem here. I'll explain that what is that problem is. I'll say by, let's say sex, because sex is the one which is having two variables, male and female. But if I want to use it, remember guys, this is going to be the standard thing in SAS. Wherever you want to use the by statement, wherever you want to use the by statement, right? The data set need to be sorted on that particular variable. The data set need to be sorted on that particular variable. Otherwise, you are going to end up with an error. Data set is not sorted. So what you need to do, whenever I want to use by statement, that is not only for this particular procedure, guys. Any procedure I want to use by statement, it must be sorted. So first I need to sort this data. So I'll talk about proc sort little later, right? But I'm just using it here. Proc sort out is equal to class. Let's say class is my data set, guys. First, I'm sorting this particular data set. I'm storing the output in the class data set. Don't worry, I'll explain class data set sort procedure later. Can you see now? All female data together, all male data together. Now I can apply my proc print. Now you can see class is my data set, right? Let's use that. And now run this. What is the difference you can find? The first group data is at one place, the second group of the data at the other place. Am I correct? Understandable, everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation what I'm trying to do here? But remember, only one thing I haven't talked here, which is nothing but the proc sort. I'll talk about that later. Yes, please. Questions? Anyone? Any questions? Print is understandable to everyone. SAS is print is one of the procedure which will be really useful when I want to go with the printing some data and see it in the output, or whenever I want to go with a a wonderful thing called ODS. ODS stands for Output Delivery System. When I want to use the output delivery system, your proc print is one of the wonderful procedure which will support it heavily. So when I talk about that miscellaneous, I'll talk about it. But for now, concentrate on proc print. All of you are able to follow?
Can you please just say one more time the by use of the by statement?
Sure. Remember, whenever I want to use by is nothing but grouping, meaning you can see here. I want to see when I say by 6, all the, let's say I have two values for 6 here. One is F, another one is M. So all 6 equal to F at one place, all 6 equal to M at one place. If I want to do this happen, if this need to happen, then I need to remember one thing. That is, if this need to happen, whatever the by variable I'm using, on that by variable, my data set need to be sorted. If I don't sort and if I use it, it will not help. The reason for that is only when my data is in a sorted order, you can see all F together. So SAS is going to take this highlighted part out. It will say X equal to F. It is going to take the next highlighted part and it will go to say sex is equal to M. When sex equal to F or M, if I want to segregate, the sex variable need to be sorted first. So wherever I want to use the group, I need to sort the data. For an example, can you see age here? Age having random values?
Yes.
Let's say 13s are there, 14. Yeah, it will not work. Suppose for an example, I want to do proc print by age. It will not work. It throws an error to you again. So what I have to do now? I have to say I want to sort it. Proc print data is equal to class. Sorry, proc sort data is equal to class. Here I will say
out
by. So here, okay. If I want to go with out, let's use this. Out equal to class by age. Now my class data set is sorted by age. Correct. Now if I use it, now you can see. For each age group, I'm going to have my data. Age equal to 11, age equal to 12, age equal to 13, 14, 15, 16.
Okay.
So for each group, whenever I want to do the groups, whenever my data is the grouping, in that particular case, I have to use it. Remember? And going ahead with, if I want to group the data on the name here, it is not at all useful. Why? All the names are distinct. Each name is distinct. So performing a group by on distinct values will not make sense. Always we can do the grouping on the grouping variables. That is, these are the variables which are used to form the groups, to use the segregation. Let's say if you have a class, section A, section B, section C. Only 3 or 4 sections are there. Correct? Suppose if you go with the names of the students, or if you go with the roll numbers of the student, you cannot group it. Each roll number is going to be distinct. Am I correct or not? Let's say if you have a college, I can see how many number of students are there for each department. How many there for electrical department? How many of them are there for EC department? Like it I can see. Correct. But can I group the data based on the number of each student ID? Not possible, right? Because every student is going to have the unique ID. So generally, the grouping variable can be picked where I have the repeated values. Make sense, everyone?
Yes. Yeah.
There is another small thing. Let's say I can use ID. I can use ID and I can say age. The difference between this and other one is because I'm using both of them. If you see the previous output, guys, this output, if you see, I know that I'm doing the group on age, but it will be good if I have that particular variable here also, right? Right? So ID will do that. Now you can see. It is not saying age equal to 11. Instead, say that age 11. All these records are belong to 11. 12. All these records are belong to 12. 13. All these records are belong to 13. Can you understand the difference between these two? If you want, I can run these two together. You can see this is the first output, age equal to 11. This is the second output. Age becomes a variable. Make sense, everyone? Understandable?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Procedures are not difficult, guys. It is easy only. But only thing is, we just need to pay little more attention. You need to memorize what procedure is for the what. That's the only thing we need to remember. Procedure I'll say print. The second one that I'm going to discuss today is, let's say, contents. A very wonderful procedure. Most of us will be thinking about this as your contents will be used only for seeing the description portion of your data set. But there are so many uses about it. This is very powerful procedure. I'll tell you how and why it is useful. Okay, this is one of the very powerful procedure. Okay, remember, guys, if you have strong I can say that command on your procedures, most of your work will be very easy, right? So always have a great command on your procedures. It will definitely help you in number of ways. Okay, so content, Proc contents. So as I said before, Proc contents data is equal to SAS help.class. So what it is doing here, or otherwise I just created a class data set, right? I'll use class. So what is the meaning of this is, it won't say what is the output of it. Data portion it will not show you. It will show you only the description portion. Used to print the description portion of the data set. Whatever the data set I'm looking at, the data set description portion I want to see means I can use this particular one like this. What it is telling here, guys? So let's see. Name of the data set is class. Member type, I have data means data set. I have view, I have catalog, I have macros. So many things are there. I talk about the remaining things in the miscellaneous. For now, we will be working only on the data sets. It is going to be data. Engine means what engine? Generally, the SAS engine is V9. When it got created, when it got modified. Is there any label? Talk about labels later. Which representation? Windows. I'm working in the Windows now. How many observations are there? 19. How many variables are there? 5. Right? Up to this you can see nothing more than that. So come down. Here, the most important part you need to see is where this file is stored. Where this file is stored and what is the size of it. And here is the another one. All variables. If the data set is sorted, it is going to tell you on what variable it is sorted. So you can see that the data set is sorted by age. That's the reason it's saying that sort information sorted by age. Can you see this data? Alphabetical list of variables. By default, all the variables are sorted on the alphabetical order and it will give you. Remember, variable names I'm talking about, right? But if I go to my output, what is my first variable? Name. Second variable, sex, age, height, and weight. But how your data set is coming? That is how your output is stored here on the alphabetical order. So age, height, name, sex, and weight. Is that right? Right? But can you see this hash here? The hash will tell you what is the order in which the variables are created in the data set. So it is saying that my first variable in my data set is name. Can you see this? My second variable is sex. The third variable is age. Fourth variable is height. Fifth variable is weight. So hash indicates on what basis or what is the order in which the variables are created. Is that clear to everyone? All I'm seeing is the description portion. That's all my output is. Is that clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation? You need to understand type. Num means numeric. Char means character. Length. I can see each variable length. each variable name, and the total, what is the order in which my variables are created. I can see everything there. Yes,
Can
please.
we change the order of variable? Sorry, I
Yeah.
forgot to. If you told me before, I think you said
Hmm.
we did it before, isn't it? I forgot that.
Yes. I can use return statement and I can change it. I can use length statement and I can change it, or I can use proc SQL and I can change it.
So, yeah, okay, understand. That's fine. Thanks.
Yeah, but we can see that how to change the order of the variables. We can see that. Anyways, we have one exercise on top of it. All right, but you need to understand. I am going with the this for understanding. To understand what is my description portion of the data set. You can see that I'm not able to see any data here. I'm seeing only the description portion. Correct? Okay. Second, I want to store the output of this into a data set. Is that possible? Yes. That is, remember, in any procedure, my output will be stored in out data set. Out is equal to stands for what is my output data set. I'm saying that class underscore variables. So this class underscore variables is the data set name, which is going to store this output. Whatever you can see it in the screen, it is going to store this output. You can see that. Can you see here? I have 5 variables. Under the name, I can see all the variables. Correct? Correct? Type is nothing but 1 means numeric, 2 means character. You can compare here. Age, number. Here you can see age 1. What is the meaning? Type 1 is nothing but in numeric, 2 is nothing but character. Length remains length. Can you see hash here? Can you see hash here? No dataset variable will be having hash, right? SAS will not accept, right? As a store as a dataset variable. So hash is nothing but your var num. You can see var num. Age is the third variable, height is the fourth variable, name is the first variable. So generally we will use these 4 variables. You can see whatever you can see it in the results window, these 4 variables parameters are stored in these 4. If you want to write any conditions, if you want to do something, you can do it. I'll tell you what are the various things we are going to do here. That we can talk later. But on a whole, do you guys understand? All I'm talking here is going to be how to see the description portion of the data set and how to store that into the output data set. Is that clear? Third thing you need to remember is, anyways, I'm creating a data set. Why I have to see the results again? I don't want these results, just the output in the data set. I don't want the result. Just go with no. Can you see that? Print. Don't print. Now, if you run this, I don't find the results. I'll see only the data set. Make sense? Can you see? My results are not coming in the results view now because I said no print. But if I don't use it, by default, it is going to print your output in your output data set. Output data set and results view. But if I say no print, it won't print there. All of you, is that making sense?
Yeah.
Can I
Yes.
get a quick? Yeah. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question more. Yeah. Can you just open the program once? Yeah, here in the program, what you written is in proc contents, you gave data is equal to class. So this class data set, it is present in work library, right? So
Correct.
no need to give it as data equals to work dot class. In the previous program, we have given as help dot class.
I think you are forgetting the basics.
Oh, he said.
Can you go to this? So can you go to the libraries here? So here what I mentioned, there are 2 levels of naming for the data set. 1 level naming, 2 level naming. Correct? When I go with the 1 level naming, SAS by default consider it as a work library.
Yeah,
Correct?
yeah.
By default.
Yes.
So you don't need to write it. You can see this data set name, 1 level naming. Can you see this? This is data set name, 2 level naming.
Yes.
Except anything you need to write means you need to write the library name. If you don't mention any library name, SAS by default understands that it is from the work library. Make sense?
Yeah, yes,
There,
yes, I forgot.
yeah, no problem. There is nothing wrong if you write it as a work dot class. There's nothing wrong. Both of them are same. Even if you mention or you don't mention, by default it will tag it to the work library. Questions?
Yeah, one more question. Yeah,
Hmm?
like here, whatever the data sets we are giving as input, they are present in the library. So what if we have a data set and it is present in like on my desktop or any of the like drives? So in that case,
You have to create a library and then you need to tag it.
okay, so we have to first like pull the data set into my work library.
Correct. Correct. Otherwise, how it will work? So this is what I said, right? What is your library? Your library is nothing but the permanent library is nothing but whatever in your PC, your Explorer, you are bringing to the SAS. Correct? Your work
Yes.
library also is not something new. It is something like your work library is also part of your data set, your machine only. But this one will be deleted every time you close your data set. Every time you close your what is it, SAS session. Correct? This is also I have mentioned here. If you see your libraries one more time, what is library? It is the physical representation where your SAS stores your data sets. Correct? If your data set is in a specific path, first you need to create it. Can you see? Libname, your physical path where it is. Let's say if it is in desktop, the desktop, and you are going to give a label to it. Whatever the label you are going to give, that label will come here. Correct or not?
Yes.
Right. Let me run this and show you. So the moment I create it, and if I go to the libraries and if I refresh it, I can see that out here. What is the meaning of out? Out is in the library. The physical location is nothing but it is there in my desktop. Can you see? Right?
Yes.
So this, I think, Tulasi, you need to go back to the basics one more time. So when you go to the new module, we should not forget the old module.
Yeah.
Super. Okay, cool then. All dots are clear? Any questions? All right. The next thing here is what is next thing I want to talk here is I want to go with sort procedure, a very important procedure. Remember, almost whatever the procedures we are going to discuss here, we are going to discuss only the most important procedures and which we are going to use it as part of our day-to-day work, right? Sort procedure. There are a number of uses. The primary is going to be used to sort the data set on one or more variables, one or all variables. One thing. Second, used to remove duplicates at a data set level, or I can say that at a record level or at a variable level. So very important one. Remember this. I'm going to use proc sort for two things. Number one, whenever I want to sort the data, I can use it. Number two, whenever I want to go ahead and remove the duplicates on a variable or on the entire record, in those cases, I can use it. Okay, let me go with an example so it will be really easy to understand. Okay, so proc sort data is equal to your input data set name, out is equal to, okay, first I'll go directly, I'll teach you with an example, then I'll tell you. Let's say proc sort SAS help dot class. Every proc sort mandatorily need a by variable. It is mandatory. Proc sort requires a by variable. You need to tell on what variable you want to sort it. On what variables you want to sort it. Let us say I want to sort SAS help.class variable on age. I'll mention age and I will run. But surprisingly, you will get an error. User does not have appropriate authorization level for SAS help. The meaning is, if you simply say your input data set and if you don't mention where you want to store your data, what SAS will understand is it will sort this particular data set on age. If you don't mention anything, by default it will sort on the ascending order. It will sort it. But where it should store the output data set after sorting, meaning, let me go with a simple example. SAS help class. This is my class data set, right? Copy with headers, go with your Excel. Now you can see so here you can see I'm just storing this particular data. Okay, so what I want to do, this is original data set. This is original data set. Original data set in the sense the data set that I'm using before sort. Original data set. Okay, let's keep it as it is. Now the next thing I want to do here is, once I have this data set, what I need to do, I want to have a sorted data set. That is, after the sort, what is the data set? So on what variable I want to sort it? Let's say that I want to sort it on age. Let's say I just sort it on age, smallest to largest. This is my data set, right? Now the question is, where this data set need to be sorted? Or after the sort, because if the sort is happening in the PDB, after PDB, where this result need to be stored? If I don't give out is equal to, if I simply say data equal to and leave it, it will try to replace the original data set. Okay, but who is the owner for this? SAS help is a read only. You are not the owner for it, correct? In this entire libraries, SAS help, maps SAS, maps GFK, maps. These 4 libraries are not belongs to you. These are maintained by SAS. I have explained this in the libraries, correct? These are SAS defined libraries. Am I correct? So what I need to do? It's a SAS maintained library. I can only do the read here. It's a read only. I cannot update it. Am I correct or not? Right? So what I have to do? Now in this scenario, I have to tell SAS that, hey, don't update the original data set. Go with the new data set. Let's say class underscore age underscore sort. Meaning is I'm sorting this on the age. Now you see. So what is the meaning now? That is, this is my original data set. I'm not disturbing this at all. Whatever the sorted data set is, the sorted data set, this is SAS help.class. My sort data set is in the work library. It's work.class underscore age underscore sort. Guys, do you understand what is the difference between going ahead with data equal to and out equal to? Data equal to use your input data set. On age variable, this data set will be sorted and the output is stored here. My original data set will not get disturbed. Only the data set will be stored in the output data set. Make sense? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? You can ask me a question, Murli. Here anyways it is going to be a SAS help. That is the reason you are doing it. Let us say I already have data set sorted on age. Let's say, or otherwise I'll go with class. Let's say data class set SAS help dot class. I'm creating the data set on my own. So now I have full permissions on this, right? I have full permissions on this, right? So what will happen if I use the same here? I just use class. Will I get any error if I run this?
No.
No, because I have full permissions. But is it suggestible? Answer is yes, answer is no. Why? Let's say this is your input data set, guys. SAS help dot class is your, okay, class is your input data set, right? I'm writing a program on age. So I need this to be sorted on age. Let's say Haider is the one who is working on, let's say, sex variable on the same data set. He need the data set need to be sorted on the sex variable. But for both of us, the data set input data set is common, which is class. So what will happen? When I execute the program, it will be sorted on age. But when he try to run the program, but the program is not sorted on the sex, it is sorted on the age, his results are not correct. Am I correct or not? We are using the same data set which is present in the same location. I'm doing it on sorting on age, you are doing it on sex. So obviously what is going to happen? Since I'm updating the input data set itself, it is going to create the problems. Am I correct or not? Questions? All right. Sorry guys, yesterday I was there are two reasons I couldn't I stopped abruptly. Number one, my internet got disconnected. Number two, all of a sudden my baby did something which is I took her to hospital. There is no other way. So that's the reason I accidentally abruptly stopped the call. All right, apologies for it. All right, so let's start with where we left. I think Proc sort is the one that we are doing, correct? So we have completed two procedures. One is going to be proc print, another one is proc contents. We just started with the proc sort and we have done only the first step, not more than that. So is that right or anything I'm missing here?
No, that's fine.
Proc, yeah, proc sort is the one that I'm talking about. Okay, let's start. See, proc sort is one of the most important procedure. As I have written here, there are two uses of going with the proc sort. Number one, I want to sort the data set on one variable or more than one variable or on the entire data set. So wherever I want to sort the data set on one or more variables, I will go with the proc sort. That is one. Then the other thing is going to be I will use proc sort for removing the duplicates on a one variable or on the entire data set. So two things. The reason for using the proc sort is two. Number one, I will use it for taking care of the duplicates. At the same time, I'll use that for removing the duplicates. So let me talk about how it will be useful. Now, remember guys, let's forget about this proc sort class SAS example. Just forget about that. Let's go with another simple example because that will help me do both the things. And that example is here. Let's say there is okay, let's say there is going to be an employee details, employee ID. So here is the employee ID, the name of the employee ID, age, and gender. There are four fields. Let's say employee ID is 101. Let's say name is Murali, age 35, gender male. Similarly, 101. I'm repeating the EMP-ID. Let's say Murali, age is 35, and let's say gender is same. Maybe we can take this later. First we go with this. Let's say Murali Krishna 36 male. And then I have 103. I have Tenali. Let's say 34. Yeah. Let's just put this in the different order like this. And then I have 108. Let's say which is going to be someone called Kishan 36 male. And then I have 106, which is going to be Kavya, and I have 28. This is my data, guys. This is my data. This data is my input data. Let's say this is my input data. I'm gonna do EMP. I'll go with data lines, and I'll just keep this data here and run. Right? Let's say it's EMP. Now I don't want this anyways. I can maybe I can use that here. I have input. Under the input I have EMP ID, let's say, which is a number, name which is going to be character, age, and again I have gender, which is a character. This is my data. Okay, now what happened to this? Maybe that is the issue with encoding. We copied from this one, right? Excel, right? The encoding issues are there. Now let's run this. Now you have the right date. Now the question is, let's say two of us are working on it. For an example, me and Mahindra, both of us are working on this data. For me, employee ID is the key, and I want to sort this data on employee ID, and I want to use it. When it comes to Mahindra want to do this on the age. Age is the factor for him, so he want to sort this on the age, and he want to continue. That is his way. For an example, I'll say, first of all, I'll tell you how the proc sort works. Proc sort data is equal to EMP by, let's say, EMP ID and run. So when I run this particular statement, when I run this particular statement, what SAS will do is, you can clearly see here, I'm actually doing the sort only on employee ID. Correct? First things first, it is going to take all your input data as it is. On what variable I'm doing the sort now? EMP ID. So it will take the first one as it is. What is that? It will take the first record as it is. Done. Then it will check the second record. What is my second record? 108. So is 108, it is going to compare 108 with 101. 108 with 101. Is 108 is greater than 101? True or false? True. So these two are in the ascending order only. So it can have the entire record here, because by default it will sort it in the ascending order. So it will check the data in the ascending order. In the ascending order, as long as my data is satisfying, I will take that as it is because it is ascending order, right? Now 103. This is my record. Now the thing is 103, it is going to compare with 101. When it compare with 101, 103 is greater, correct? So 101 position will not change because it is small compared to 103. But how about 108? When it compared to 108, 108 is greater than 103. So as per the sort, it is not supposed to be here. It's supposed to be after 103. Am I correct? When a new record comes, the new record is going to check with all the previous records. Is that okay? All of you are able to follow this? Let me take another record. So 102. What this 102 will do? First 102 will compare with 101. When it compares, 101 is smaller than 102. So I don't need to disturb 101. I will leave as it is. How about 102? 102 compare with 103. 103 is greater than 102. I need to place this before my 103. Correct? Already the remaining sort is done, right? So I don't need to check any other. Make sense? Take 106 again. 106 compared with 101 is greater. I don't need to change this position. 102, yes. 103, yes. But when it comes to 108, 106 is lesser than 108. So it need to work on this. Remember, I'm only doing the sort on employee ID. So my observation is only on the employee ID. All of you are able to understand how the sort is happening here? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now, let's go with this. I run this part. Now, I done with the comparison. Okay, what is my code? This is my input data set. Data is equal to is my input data set. Have I mentioned any output data set name here? No, right? When I don't mention any output data set name, it is going to update the existing data set itself. So when I run this particular one, my existing data set is updated, right? After this, this is my code, right? Because I'm concentrating on EMP ID. After this, what I did is I simply went with data EMP. First 3 records I want. So how I can get the first 3 records, guys? Can I simply go with set EMP? Can I say if underscore n underscore is less than or equal to 3? Will it give the first 3 records? So for me, what are the first 3 records? For me, the first 3 records are these. Am I correct? I'm looking at this data. Yes or no? Right?
Yes.
My requirement is take your employee ID data, EMP data set, sort it on employee ID and get first 3 records. I'm done. But Mahendra's requirement is different. He want to do it in something different. That is, he want to work on age. So what he is doing is, instead of doing it on employee ID, he is doing it on age. Now what will happen? I'll take this as it is, right? But I'm not doing this on age. I'm actually doing it on, sorry, I'm not doing it on employee ID. I'm actually doing it on age. Age is going to be the factor for me now. Correct? So how it will work? First record as it is, I will take it. When I take this second record, I'm going to compare age field of the latest record with the old record. It's greater than, I'll leave it as it is. How about this? 34, when I compare with the 35, is lesser. So it's supposed to be in the first place. Am I correct or not? Is this my order now?
Yes.
How about this? 36. Can I say it will compare 36 compared with 34 greater, 35 greater, 36. It is equal, but okay, I don't need to change the position because I'm the latest one. I don't need to change any position. When it compares to 28, what will happen? 28 is lesser than 34. So I don't need to do any comparison. Straight away, this is going to be the first record. Am I correct? Now what will happen? Again, I want to work on the first three. So I take this code. Employee first age underscore 3. This is my initial requirement. Now I want to sort it on, instead of employee ID, I want to sort it on age. And this time it is going to be, this is going to be employee ID, right? EMP ID underscore 3. First three EMP IDs. First three ages. So when I run this particular one, if you see the initial one as it is, I sort it on EMP ID. When I sort it on the EMP ID, this is my record. Correct? Okay. Now, let's say this is my input data set. I take this as it is. Now I run the sort on age and I'll take the first three. What happens here? For me, this is the output. You can see here. Let's forget about all this. Now take this particular one. This is my input data set. I can say input data set, that is original, correct? When I do the sort on EMP ID, this is sort on EMP ID. This is sort on age. So what will happen now? Anyways, I understand the logic here, but what is the problem? Let's say EMP, this is age sort. Okay. Now the problem here is going to be, for an example, I'm least bothered about anything. I just want to go ahead. Let's say myself morally, I just started that. This is my program. This is my input. Input is normal. In my process, I run this. So for me, my output, I cross-checked it. It is going to be 101, 102, 103. Fine. I want to give this output to, this particular output to my user. Mahendra also already run this particular one, right? Mahendra, what he will think? He will think that for my EMP data set, because for both of us, the input is going to be EMP only. So he will run this particular one. When he run this is the data for him, right? But is it the right data? No, right? Ideal scenario is going to be, this is the right data. 106, 103, 101 should come based on the age. But what he got? He got 101, 102, 103. Why? Because he is in the assumption that he already sorted the data on the age and he picked this up. Why this confusion is coming to the picture? Why the data is wrong? Because me and Mahendra, both of them are updating the same data set, but on the different variables. I'm sorting the EMP data set on EMP ID. Mahendra is sorting the data set on the age, and we both are in assumption that we don't know that because we both belongs to the same team, or we both belongs to the different teams, but we are using the common data set. So obviously, when there is the input data set is common for more than one team, then obviously, if I update the same data set, I will end up with the errors. Am I correct or not? All of you are able to follow this, what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
If my input data set is,
sorry? But on the second, sorry, on the first part is okay, but when you run the second part, why is not sorting out 34 first? because it's the same data set, so you still need to sort it out, and 34 should
That's
be
what
the
I'm telling
first.
you. No, that's what I'm telling you. I'm not running this step because I have already run it. Let's say this. Okay, Mahendra, I'll do one thing. You run this particular step.
Yeah, please.
For you, you got the right data. Okay.
No,
For
still
even
is not right. That's what I'm saying. Still is the
because
34 is.
your EMP is already updated, right? So you have to run your input data set again.
Mm-hmm.
After you run your input data set, you
Then
need to
if we
run
run
your.
okay, that's fine. Then we will
Right.
get the right.
Yeah. Now you sorted it, you done it. But myself, I know that I have already sorted the data yesterday. Let's say that yesterday I have done this. So today morning, when I come to the office, I simply run this particular step because I know that I already sorted this data. But what is happening to me? I'm not getting 101, 102, 103. Instead, I'm getting 106, 103, 101. Why? Because you sorted after me the same data set you have sorted and updated. Correct?
Okay. So then
Got it,
need
right?
to yes.
Yeah. So when the data set is not common, you can update the same data set. Let's say that you are the sole owner of this particular data set, you can happily update it. But if this particular data set is using by more than one team, you should not store your output. Instead, you need to store your output by saying out is equal to. You understand the logic now? Why I have to store my output into the different data set? Because this is not the data set that I am alone using. Some other person also using. So what will do now? I will sort this data set on EMP data set on EMP ID, but I won't update the input data set. I'll store the result in the output data set. Now you can see. Right? Similarly, let's say the same input data set, but output data set is going to be different for me. This time Mahendra is doing it, but he is doing it on age. My input data set is not same, right? My input data set is same, but I have not updated it, right? I have sorted on EMP ID and stored the results here. Mahendra has sorted the data set on age and stored it here. So when I come to the office, I simply run this particular step, right? For me, the first three records are going to be 101, 102, 103. When Mahendra comes to office, he will run this particular step. For him, 28, 34, 36, 28, 34, 35. Both of us are safe because we are not updating the same data set. We are going with the two different data sets. Do you understand in which scenario I can update the same data set? In which scenario I have to store the data set to the other? I have to store the data set in a different one. You understand, right, all of you? What is the reason why we have to do it? Any questions on this?
Yeah, so the main purpose, if we are working on the same data set, then we need to create our output file and work on our own file.
No. The meaning is, I just change this a little.
Okay, please.
When more than one person, when more than one team is using the same data set, your input data set is common for more than one team, more than one person, then store your results in a different data set. If you are the one who is creating it, you are the only one you are using it, then you don't need to.
Yeah, this one, this tree. Thank you.
Right? And again, there is again a small class. Let's say EMP is the data set. You are the only one who's using this particular one. But let's say that for one purpose only you are doing it. In all other cases, you have to have your own data as it is. You should not update the original data set. That is, someone asks you, hey, can you give me first three records from your input data set? At the same time, sort the data on EMP ID and give me the first three records. In that case, what will happen? If you sort it and update the original data. Yes, please.
So I was saying that original dataset can also be in a read-only format, right?
Your voice is not clear. Can you maintain some distance from your mouthpiece?
Yeah. Now can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Yeah. Hey, Hyder, I'm waiting for you. Tell me. I'm not able to hear you, Hyder. Okay. I'm not able to hear you, but let me know. But before that, I try to explain this one more time. Let's say there are two scenarios. Scenario number one, your input data set is not only the input for you, it is the input for more than one team or more than one team member, right? Updating the same data set, updating the input data set as per your requirement may suffer or may affect their project, may affect their data sets. So as per your requirement, you can sort it, you can create your own data set and you can use it. If whatever the data set you are using, this data set is using only by your team, only by you, no one else, not any other process, in that particular case, you can update the same data set, no issues. You should know the requirement. If you this data set EMP, I always use only by sorting on employee ID, sort it and update the data set. If you feel like no, sometimes I can sort this on employee ID and use it. Sometimes I can sort it on age and I can use it. Sometimes I will sort it on gender and I can use it. Sometimes I will sort it on the name and I'll use it. In that case, updating the original data set doesn't make sense. As per your requirement, I can sort it and I can store the output into the output data set. I will not disturb my original data set. Is that clear to everyone? Yes or no?
Yeah, I have one question, Murligar.
Hmm.
Yeah, this proc sort, is it used only for numeric variables? So can't we use it for character variables?
No, you can use it for everything. I already told to you. Procedures not based on the data type. Any procedure you can put it on the data set. That is, if you want to sort it on name, you can sort it. Let me show you. I want to sort it on name data. Let's say that I want to sort this on the name. I'll simply put name here. While putting the name, let's say I want to put it in the descending order. I can put descending in front. Descending in the sense, in the descending order, it is going to sort it. Can you see? T first, M, K, K. The two K are K, I, K, A. Correct? It doesn't mean that it need to be descending or ascending all the time. As per your requirement, you can sort it on a character variable or on a numeric variable or even on the combination is possible. Or even on the combination. Let me show you. Let's say I want to sort the data set on, let's say first I want to sort it on EMP ID, and then I want to sort, okay, let's say I want to sort it on gender, and then I want to sort it on the descending order of the name. So what gender I want? Gender ascending order. So F will come first, then M. After that M, within the male group, again it will sort the data in the descending order of the name. See this? First gender will come. F should come. Correct? You know, F should come. After that, within the male, you can see that all the names are in descending order now. Correct? It is
Yeah.
always, you can do it in any order.
Yeah, can you repeat the last step? Yeah, like you sorted out by name and gender.
Yeah, sure. I'll do one thing. I'll just go in a simple way. Let's say I want to sort the data set on gender. So what do you mean by gender? I want to go with ascending order of the gender. So all F should come first and then M should come next. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. After doing this, now what I want to do is, okay, in the mail, let's say, can you see my employee ID is here? Sorry guys. Now you can see in the gender, now all I want to do is these employee IDs are not in order, right? Can you see 101, 108, 103, 102? I want to keep it in the ascending order. That is, within the M, I want to have 101 first, 102 next, 103, 108. I want to sort on more than one variable. Now you can see the first one is going to be character. The second one is going to be numeric. Now you can run this. Now you can see F is first because I'm sorting first on the gender. So F and M. Within the M, now you can see the employee IDs are in ascending order. Is that clear?
Yes,
Right?
yes, clear.
I can do that in the reverse also. For an example, I want to do descending order of the gender and then employee ID. So what is the meaning now? First M come first and then F, correct? Within the M, within the gender M, my employee IDs will be sorted in the ascending order. Now you can see M comes first, then F. And you can see within the M, my employee IDs are sorted. Clear?
Okay. Yes, yes,
All of you?
clear.
Wonderful. Any questions from anyone? Haida, now you tell me, what is your question?
No, sir. I was actually asking that, you were giving, you were saying that we have, if two persons are working in a same team and on a same data set, right? So we have to save by doing it out.
Correct. Because
It-
if you don't save it by in another data set, what will happen is the data will be disturbed, right? My input data set, I'm updating on my own, it will disturb your flow. Let's say you are updating the common data set between you and me in your way. Obviously, it will affect my flow, right? So when the data is common, when the data is common between you and me, I should not disturb the original data set. So I sort the original data set, have a copy at me as per my requirement. You can sort your data set as per your requirement and you can keep a copy of yours and you can continue. So that my original data set will not disturb and we can go ahead with our own flows. Make sense? All right. So now all of you are clear with ascending, descending order, when to go ahead with sorting and when to go ahead with the ascending, descending. At the same time, when I can go with the new data set, when I can go ahead with the updating the original data set itself. All of you are clear up to this? Can I get a very quick confirmation? Questions?
No, that's fine. Looks like.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. Now we will go with the another thing, that is the other use case of going with your proc sort is I can use this to remove the duplicates. Okay, this is all ascending and descending order. Now I will take the second use case, how to remove duplicates. Okay, that too. Okay, that too, there are two ways. But to remove the duplicates, what I'm trying to do is I'm actually going to create some duplicates here. For an example, this one. Let's say this one, and let's say this one. This is my data now. So these three are the new entries. So this is my data set. After this particular data set, let's copy this, and because we have encoding issues, right? So just to avoid the encoding issues, we'll do this. Done. Now let's run this. This is my data. Okay. For an example, let's say that I'm going with employee ID. I want to sort this data set on employee ID. Okay, I sorted this data set. Now can you see, this is my new data. Copy with headers. Let's say replace it here. This is my data. Can you see now? Can you see now? This is not the original data set. I'm sorry, guys. This is not the original data set. EMP, right? This is the original data set, correct? And EMP underscore EMP ID. This is going to be the sorted data set, sorted on the employee ID, correct? I have sorted on the employee ID. Now the question is, do you find any duplicates here? Did you find any duplicates here? See this? Can I say these two are duplicates? Can I say these two are duplicates? And these two are duplicates. Am I right? Am I right? Everyone accept this? Whatever you can see it on the screen are the duplicates. I want to remove the duplicates. I want to remove the duplicates. Okay. So after removing the duplicates, what might be your output? I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this. Correct? Am I right? Is this what you are expecting? I don't want to go with these two. This one is also a duplicate, so I have already removed it. After removing the duplicates, this is going to be the data for me. All of you accept? How you remove the duplicates? If you talk this properly, I can say that I removed the duplicate because compared to the previous record, this is the duplicate, this is the duplicate, and this is the duplicate. These three records which I have highlighted in the yellow, I have deleted it. Am I correct? SAS is also going to do the same, but how it is going to do is matters. Okay, let me help you with that. So first of all, to remove the duplicates at the entire table level, entire table level, I want to remove the duplicates at the entire table level. To do that particular one, I can go with two options are there. One is no dupe. What is that? No dupe. Some people also use no dupe rex. Both of them are same. You can use anything. What is that? To remove duplicates at record level, we can use any of no dupe or no dupe rex. No dupe, no duplicate records. Both of them are same. Now you can see when I run this particular one, what is the output that I'm going to get? So this is of no dupe rex. So all distinct 101, 102, 103, 106, 108. You can see that entire one is same. I can also do the same with the help of no dupe. My output is going to be still same, no changes at all. Either I can use no dupe or I can use no dupe rex. Both of them are equally same. Let me help you how it is going to do this. Okay, let me do this. So this is my data, right? So what I said, first it is going to take the record as it is. Done. After this, it will take the second record because it has to do the sorting, it has to do the duplicates. First, it is going to compare each variable value 108 compared to 101. First of all, 108 is small or 101 is small? 101 is small, so I don't need to change the order, correct? Am I correct? So order wise, I don't need to do anything. Okay, when compared to 108, is 101 is a duplicate? No, right? Okay, first we do one thing in an easy way. First, it is going to have all the data in the sorting order. First, it is going to have all the data in sorting order. You know the sort, right? How the sort is going to work? Let's say if this is going to be my data set, already I explained you the sort, correct? Let me do the sorting first. This is your sorting. Once the data is sorted, either in the ascending order or in the descending order, then first record it will keep as it is. Now, take the second record. This is the second record, right? The second record will be compared with the first record. Is 101 compared to the 101 is same? Yes. Murali, same. Age, same. Gender, same. All the variables of the second record is equal to the variables present in the first record. Can I consider that my second record is a duplicate of the first record? Yes or no?
Yes, but if we have anything discrepancies like name, age, or gender, then it's not. Okay.
I'll come to that. So let's say this is my output. First as it is. Second record is a duplicate of the first record. I won't consider it. I will delete it. Then take the third record. Is 102 is compared to the 101? Is it same? No. Krishna compared to Murli? No. 36 compared to 35? No. M compared to the M? Yes. But you can see that I'm looking at the entire document level, not at the individual key level. I'm looking at the entire record level. No dupe means entire record. When I look at the entire record, only one variable is matching. Remaining all are not matching. So it is not a duplicate. Am I correct or not? Since it is not a duplicate, I'll take it to the output. Make sense? Make sense? Why 102 has come here? Because 102, the entire record is not duplicate with respect to the first record. Am I correct or not? So 102 will come to my output. Now 103. 103 will compare with 101? No. Tenali compared with Murli? No. 34 compared with 35? No. 34 compared with, sorry, M compared with M? Yes. This is the only duplicate. So when I compare this record with the first record, only one variable is the common. But I'm looking at the entire level duplicate, right? I'm looking at the entire level duplicates, right? So only one variable is a duplicate, not the entire record. So I consider, I can strongly say that this record is not a duplicate of this record. All of you accept? All of you accept? I'm comparing two records now. What are the two records I'm comparing? I'm comparing 103. I'm comparing 103 with 101. When I compared 103 with 101, it's not a duplicate. But again, I have to compare with 102. 103 with respect to 102, no. Tenali Krishna, no. 34, 36, no. M and M, yes. This is the only one which is matching. But I'm looking at entire record, not at the single one. So I can strongly confirm that, yes, 103 is not a duplicate record compared to 101, compared to 102. It is a unique record. It will go to the output. Yes or not? This step is understandable?
Yes, if we compare the complete record, then it's fine.
That is what we are doing, right? No.
Yeah.
Just don't jump there. Don't jump there. We are looking at the entire record. Can you see this? To remove the duplicates at the record level, I'm saying at the record level. Record means entire record. Yes or no? Straightforward. Yes or no?
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Then I'm comparing this record now. So when I'm comparing this record, 103 is not equal to 101, 103 is not equal to 102, but 103 is equal to 103. Can I say this is a duplicate record with respect to this record, right? Tenali, duplicate. 34, duplicate. M, duplicate. With respect to what? With respect to this record. there is one complete record which is already existing in my output data set. So this record, whatever I can see here, is a duplicate of the previous record. I won't take it. Is that understandable or not? When I compare my entire record, my previous record is a duplicate. So I won't consider it. I will delete it. Yes. Now can I go with 106? 106 compared to the first three, not a duplicate. Happily it will enter here. But this 106 compared to the previous one is a duplicate, right? It will be dropped. Yes or no? Now the last record. This is the one. 108 compared to any of the previous one, not a duplicate, it can happily enter into this particular queue. Now we can see this is the data. This is the unique records at the entire document level, at the entire record level. Observations, all the observations are distinct here. Yes or no? Any questions? How to remove the duplicates at a record level or at an observation level? All of you are able to follow? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yeah.
Anyone? Any questions? Yes. Someone is talking, but I'm not able to hear. I don't know who.
It will. Okay. Sorry. But it will work because if we consider the record level duplication, but really it doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't work, isn't it?
Why?
So because if the different other variable in the table is different, and then still it will remove it will consider as a duplication and it will remove the completely the data.
No. I don't understand your question. First thing, let me go ahead with that. What do you mean by duplicate?
See, my question is, like say for 102, I have a same employee ID, employee number is same, but the age is different. So it's not the duplicate entry. Somewhere is a data is incorrect, but is not a duplicate entry. But still, by this process, it will remove the duplication, isn't it?
Why it will remove? Okay, I'll tell you. See, this is my data set. Let's say don't need to go with all the records also. Just take another record. Okay, employee ID is same, name is also same, gender is also same, but age is different. Do you think it will delete? What is the output? This is going to be my output. It will not delete anything, because when compared to this one, the previous 101 is matching. Murli is matching with Murli. M is matching with Murli. Sorry, M is matching with M. But 36 is not matching with 35, right? So these two are two different records now. Correct or not?
Yeah, that's true. It's a two different records. Yeah.
So record level, I cannot delete it. But I'm coming to the second one now. That's what I'm going to do here. But no two employee IDs are acceptable, right?
That's true. Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah. So what I have to do now, sometimes my data is not a duplicate at the entire record level, but my data can have the duplicates at the individual key level. But that's also a wrong data, correct? No two employees can have the same data. No two students can have the same student IDs. No two credit cards numbers are same. No two patient IDs are same. No two PAN cards are same. No two SSN IDs are same, correct? These must be unique, correct or not? So in this case, if you see these two employees are same, this is a wrong data. I shouldn't consider it, correct? Though they have different age, but you can see that how can you allow two different employees to same employee to two different people? It is technically wrong, correct? So not only removing the, go ahead.
Sorry, it cannot be wrong because the name can be the same. Is only the age is different in the employee, in the employer. So it can be the valid data, but it's just the wrong data set.
No, come on. Let's say that we both working for the same organization. Let's say we both working for TCS. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
let's say I belongs to IT department. Let's say you belongs to business analytics department, right? When we both are having the same employee ID, let's say our employee ID is 12345, right? There is a GRC team who will assign the access to you, to which data, to what and all access you must have. Okay. For me, for all the analytics team, I need the data for, I need the access for, let's say I should have Teradata access, I should have SAS access, let's say I should have access to something called PuTTY. These are my accesses. The person who is coming from IT, let's say he don't need to have the access to Teradata. I can give the access only to SAS, and I can give the access to some front-end tools, some tools, maybe let's say that Toad. These are the accesses, right? Because you are going to identify the employee uniquely only on the employee ID, correct? In any organization, right?
That's true.
So now you can see we both are having the same employee ID. Of course, let's say I can also say that your name is Mahendra, my name is Murali, right?
No, it's
But you can
Mahendra.
still,
It can be the same name, and it's only the age is different here. Say age is different in the organization, it's the same name, but employee ID is just incorrectly printed.
That's what I'm telling you. It is a wrong data. It is a wrong data. Either you delete it or you deal with your data. But all I'm saying is no two employee IDs can be same. No two credit card numbers must be same, right? So in this case, what I need to do? I do need to delete this particular record, right? Correct? Yes or no? Right? Either I need to delete this record, or I need to keep all these records separately. I need to identify the duplicate records separately, and I need to treat them.
That's
correct?
true. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So for that, I have to go with the other thing. To remove the duplicates at variable level, we can use nodo key. What is that? I want to remove the duplicates at a variable level. I want to use nodo key. First of all of you understand the requirement here, guys. My requirement is I want to remove the duplicates at the key level. For an example, let's take this example now. I don't want to have duplicate employee IDs. So can I say this is the duplicate employee ID? This is the duplicate employee ID. 106 is also a duplicate employee ID. Am I correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
101, 103, 106 are the duplicate IDs. So what will happen now? Irrespective of the other variables are same or not, it will delete them. Best example is go with age. I want distinct age people. That is my requirement. What is that? I want to have a distinct age. Now you can see I sorted this data. 106 Kavya, 28. I'll have two more ages, guys. Just give me a second. I'll just prepare the data slightly different. So now you can see for 108 also I'm giving 35. For 101 and 103 I'm giving 34. This is my data. I'm just slightly changing the data for my requirement. This is my data. This is my data. Now you can see I'm sorting this data on age. This is my field. I'm sorting it. Now you can see this is a duplicate. These two are duplicates. This is a duplicate. Correct? Correct? Age wise. But if you look at the entire record, these two are not duplicates at the entire record level, right? 103 is entirely different from 101. Correct? If I look at the record level, these two are not duplicates. Whatever I have highlighted. Correct? But when I look at the age, 34 is duplicate with respect to this. This 34 is duplicate with respect to this. What is going to happen? This entire record will be deleted. These two records will be deleted. This record also deleted. Yes or no? Why these are getting deleted? Because I'm sorting on the age. I don't want to have any duplicates at the age level. I want only the distinct ages. So this 28 I'm deleting, these two 34s I'm deleting, this 35 is also I'm deleting. My output is going to be like this. This, 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 and this. Make sense? I can see only the distinct ages in the output. Guys, able to follow what is called key level, removing the key level duplicates? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone? I'm not deleting the duplicates at the entire record level. I'm removing the duplicates at the individual key level. On age, I don't want to see any duplicates. Now I run this. Now you can see only the distinct ages will be there. Right? 28, 34, 35, 36. Let's go one step ahead. I want to go with the distinct genders. How many records I'm going to get? Anyone? I need distinct gender.
Only 2 records.
Exactly. Exactly. This is my data. I'm going to do this one at the gender level, right? When I do it at the gender level, what is going to happen? I have only 2 distinct things. Let's say I'll sort it here. A to F, right? So what is going to happen? These all are duplicates with respect to M. This is duplicate with respect to F. So my output is going to be 106 and 101. Remaining all will be deleted. Yes or no? Correct? Let's see. Right? Okay. Now you are able to understand how to remove the duplicates first. Everyone, at a record level, at a individual key level. Any questions? Now there is another small thing. As Mahendra said, this one I know that when I look at the employee ID, these two are duplicates. Right? But who knows, they accidentally entered this data wrongly. Correct? So instead of deleting these records, if I delete it, I will lose the track of it. So can I have only the duplicates in a separate data set so that I know what are the duplicates are and I can work on them? I can send it to HR, I can send it to some other team. Hey, from your input data, these many duplicates are there. Look at it. Will that make sense? Because I don't want to delete them. I want to make sure that these are duplicates. So handling duplicates, you use dupe out. What is that? Dupe out option you are going to use. Let me tell you how it works. Let me take the original data set again. This data set I'm taking. And now let's say I want to run on employee IDs. Okay, let's say that on everything. Let's say that let's do it on EMP ID. I want to go with no dupe. But you can see we're doing something wrong here all this time. I thought someone asked me, but no one has asked me so far. Remember, when you use no dupe or no dupe rex, I said that the entire record level, correct? When I'm looking at the entire record level, how can you give only one ID there? Which is wrong, right? When I want to remove the duplicates at the entire record level, I need to enter all my variable names there. Yes or no? This is the correct approach, right? Everyone, yes or no?
Yes, yeah, that's true.
Correct. I thought someone will ask me, but unfortunately no one, but that's fine. But is it making sense or not? When I'm removing the duplicates at an individual key level, then I can give that key there. Then I'll say no dup key. But when I'm removing the duplicates at the entire record level, that is not going to be a single one. It is going to be all. Correct. So here I have 4 variables. I can write it. When I have 100 variables, can I write it? No, right? So I'm going to use one automatic variable here, underscore all underscore. The meaning of underscore all underscore is it will consider all the variables in a data set. Make sense? Everyone. Any questions? No, right? Okay. Now I'll add 2 more here. Now I just run this particular data set EMP. Oh, sorry. I run this data set EMP. Done. Now you can see I don't want duplicates on. Let's say that I don't want duplicates on all the records. First thing is I don't want duplicates on all the records. That is the first thing. Second, don't delete anything. Don't delete anything. Instead, use an option called dupe out is equal to, I just said dupe records. The meaning of dupe records in the sense when I run this, now you can see the difference. Now you can see these are my distinct records, no doubt in that. But the duplicate records, it is not deleting it, it is keeping here. Can you see these are the duplicate records? That is, if I use this entire record, it is going to send it to the dupe records. So what is going to happen there? I can send these details to someone who is sending my input file, and I can say to them, hey, whatever the input file you have sent it to me, that input file has the duplicates. These are the duplicates. Can you check it? So that they will work on it. Make sense? What is the usage of duplicate dupe out? See, data is equal to is an input data set. Out is equal to is after removing the duplicates, the output. Whatever the duplicate records you have identified, all of them will be stored in the dupe records. Make sense? Questions? First of all, is this understandable to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's okay.
I can also do this for the individual records also. Let's say I don't want to have a duplicates on the sex variable, that is gender variable. I can use no dupe key. What will happen now? My EMP underscore gender has only 2 records, one M, one F, correct? The remaining records, 6 records will be in the dupe records, correct? Now see, my gender has only, the EMP underscore gender has only the distinct records like we have seen here. What are the duplicates now? These orange color ones, can you see? 106F and all 108, 103, 108, 101. Ideally, it will be deleted. The moment I use dupe out, it will go to that record. Can you see? Now I can identify what are my duplicate records are. Understandable or not? Handling. It is all about how I'm handling my data. What is my requirement? According to my requirement, I will handle this. Any questions? Let's say that someone asked me, hey, can you give me your input data set by sorting on all character variables? How many character variables are here? 2. You can simply write them. If you have 100, can you write it? Difficult, right? So to sort it on character variables, only on character variables, right? Let's say I don't want to do anything, simply I want to go ahead with EMP and out, only these 2. But all I need is I don't want to sort it on the gender. I want to sort it on all the character variables. I can say underscore character underscore. This is an automatic variable. It will sort on all character variables. What are the other? Name is there, age is there. It will sort on the name first and it will sort on the age. Can you see? All K first. And then within the gender M and F. All M first. M. All T. T. Now you can see first name is sorted. Within the name your gender is sorted. Clear or not? Which is equal to this. These two are same. Either I can write all my character variables or I can simply use underscore character underscore. Clear, guys? Only on the numeric variables you might know the answer now. Underscore numeric underscore. It will sort it on numeric variables, all the numeric variables. First on EMPID, then on the age. Can you see? 101 first, 102, 103, 106, 108, 35, 36, 34, no, 34, 34, 28, 28. Make sense? Which is equal to EMPID and any questions? You understand? You understand three numeric variables that we have used so far today? Sorry, three automatic variables. What are them? Underscore all underscore character underscore numeric underscore. And you have also understand when to use no loop, when to use no loop key, and when to go ahead with do out. You also understand when to update the existing data set when you are going to store the results into the new data set. How to sort the data set on all the variables, how to sort the data set on individual variables, either in ascending order or in the descending order. Questions? Any questions here?
No. This can be used during the data cleaning.
Sorry?
When we use these procedures during the data cleaning?
That depends. It is not a data cleaning. It is not a data cleaning, right? This removing the duplicates is a data cleaning, but proc contents is not a data cleaning. I'll tell you. First, learn about the your procedures. Use cases I'll provide you. No worries. I'll provide you. This is going to be proc sort. I'll create for each one. I'll create a new procedure. Proc contents. Right. Sort. Contents. Underbook. This one. Print. Right? So this one is only the proc print, nothing else. Second one is only the sort. The third one is only the contents. We can have, for each one, we can have a separate file so that we can have a good clarity what is happening there. Okay? Tell me, guys. Is that clear so far, everyone? Right? So I'll share the notes for the entire module number 2, 3. Module number 2 I'm done. Module number 3 notes I will share it, and I also give you the assignment. Maybe tomorrow I'll send it, guys. I was a bit occupied yesterday and all. Even today I was a bit busy with the office work, but tomorrow I'll share it in this Saturday, so you can work on that. All right. Any questions? Ask me, guys. If not, we can wind up the session.
On Monday we are going to discuss the assignments, right?
Yes, we can discuss the assignment. Monday we won't go with the procedures. We will discuss the assignments.
Okay.
Yeah, module 1 we will discuss. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect, guys. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. See you.
Yes, bye. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Hey, hi, everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you can hear me and hope all of you can see my screen. Can I get a quick confirmation? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, we.
Perfect. Okay. So today we will go with remaining procedures. Some of the procedures I'm going to cover today. So for that, I'm just taking the reference from the previous one. Just give me a second.
Are we not going to discuss the assignments today?
Oh, sorry. Okay, you said assignments, right? Not this. Okay, I'll go with assignments. I'll go with assignments.
Okay.
Yeah, I forgot this actually. Assignments. Okay, assignment 1, assignment 2. Which one I have given, guys? Both of them I have given, right? Assignment 2, this one, assignment 1, which has details about you remember, guys, this has given to you guys, correct or not?
Yes, we got assignment 1 and assignment 2.
Okay, let's go with assignment 1 first, then we'll go with assignment 2. Okay, anyways, whatever I have find it here, I'll go in the same order. Okay, what is this? Let me copy. Let's create a new process flow. Rename it as assignments. Okay, in that, let's go to the first program. Here it is. What is this? Read the given patients.txt file, stress data file, and just name it as stress. Try as many methods as you can. Below are the fields and the details. So what are the fields and details? These are the details. Okay. Okay. This is the field name, starting column, ending column. Remaining is going to be the description. Description is fine. That will help us to understand what is what. Anyone completed this or none of you have completed it? Because I have received some of the mails. As I said, you haven't get a chance to look at that. But anyways, let me go with that one by one. Okay. Patient stress data.txt. Where it is? Here it is. Okay. Which method you generally like to follow, guys, for this kind of stuff? When I have proper positions, when I also know the lengths and everything, starting position, ending position and all. So which one you are going to prefer? Anyone?
Yeah, column input method. Or
Okay. Okay. Let's go with that. So let's say we thought of renaming this by stress. Stress is the dataset name. Okay. In file, I'm going to mention what is my input file is. So my input file is here. Enter the assignments to. The name of the input file is patient stress data.txt. Correct? Okay. What next? Input. So under the input, I have these are the field names. Correct? So I have ID, name, and then I have rest HR. I'm just copying as it is, guys. So max HR and rec HR, and then I have minimum time minimum. I can say time seconds, and then I have tolerance. Okay, these are my input files, that is input variables and run. Basically, this is what we are going to do. Correct? But here we have something else. What is that? Based on the patient description, we are going to decide what is the data type of it, and we also going to decide what is the length of it. Right? Do we need to take the control on the length? Anyone? Do we need to take the control on the length? Ideally, it doesn't require. Correct? Because I can have my data there, because I can, the moment I can read that by using the list input method, column input method, automatically I can do it. Just for my sake of understanding, I'm just going to open this particular data set and I can see how the data looks like. Okay, this is how my data looks like. Okay, wonderful. Yeah. So first thing is going to be, I can use any method. My convenient method is going to be, I will start with at 1. At 1, my ID is starting. I want to treat ID as a character. The reason for that is going to be because it is going to be a patient ID number. I just want to avoid any mathematical calculations on that particular piece. That's the reason I just want to go ahead with the patient ID as a character. Or because we have any number of methods I can try, right? So let's go with the basic method because they have given the links. Let's go with this one. So 1 to 4, right? First column input method, then we can try the other. Okay, the name must be character. So it starts with 6 and ends with 25. And then rest HR is going to be, which is going to be heart rate. It is going to be the number, right? Since it's going to be a number, I'm just going with 27 to 29. Max HR 31 to 33. Then 35 to 37. And then I'm going to have 39 to 40. And then I'm going to have, what is the other one? 42 to 43. And the last one is going to be 45 to 45. I can simply say, call it as the 45. Correct? Only one. Is this fine, or do I need to add anything else? Anyone?
Yeah, I think we need to add ampersand because the name has space.
Okay, let me check. Let me check. It's running because it's the first time, so it is taking time. Let's go with that. You got your data. Everything I have got except the tolerance. Let me see why the tolerance is not coming to the picture. Oh, the tolerance is not the number, it is going to be the character. I just need to put character. Tulsi, I'll come to you. I think Tulsi is the one who's talking. Tulsi, ask me who is the one talking now?
Yeah, this is Tulasi.
Okay, Tulsi, let me talk. You said that you are going to use your ampersand. You can use the ampersand to have your embedded spaces when it is a list input method and you're using a default delimiter of space. Am I using the default delimiter here? No, right? I'm reading everything between the positions. Meaning to say, between 1 to 4, I'm reading it as the ID. And then from 6 to 25, whatever is there, I'm going to call it as a name. Whatever is between the 1 to 6 to 25. So in that case, what is the need of going with your ampersand? Is that required? If I'm going with the list input method, I need it. When I'm not going with the list input method, I don't need that particular one. Yes or no?
Yeah, yes.
Right. So the first one, let's see. One method is done. All the data is proper. Right? Let's try the different method. I can also do the same with the help of my other one, which is nothing but my column input, sorry, formatted input method. So can someone tell me how to write this particular? Can someone tell me, because I'm waiting for you guys? Okay, let me start. At the rate one ID. This is 4 dot. And then I'll say that the second one will start at the rate 6. The total length is 6 to 25 means how many characters? Can I say 20 characters? 60 to 25 is 20 characters. If you have a doubt, you can check this. That's the reason I just went for it. So 20, right? So the total length here is going to be 20 dot. And then third one is starting at the rate 27, and it is going to be of 2 bytes. 27, 28, 9, 29, 3 bytes actually. Correct? And then I can start with this one at 31. It is 31 to 33, again 3 bytes. This is at 35, and this is actually starting at how much, guys? It is starting at 35, 36, 37, again 3. This is at 39, 39 to 40, only 2, so 2 bytes. And this one, but I think I'm going to get an error here, but let's see. The other one is going to be time seconds. I'm going to have 42. This one will be 42, 43. Again, it is going to be 3 dot. And the last one is at the rate 45. It is going to be 1 dot. Am I correct? But I just believe I'm going to get an error when it comes to the time minutes. But let's see, because numeric length of 2 bytes is not acceptable. But see how it is going to take care of it. Yeah, it is taking care of it, not an issue. 2 bytes is the length. Done. Either I can go ahead with the first method, or I can go ahead with the second method. I can also go with the third method. Let's take this particular one. 4. Can I say all these I can replace with plus ones? Am I correct or not? Between each of this, there is only space, nothing more than that. So if I replace that, it is going to become a relative pointer method. But something went wrong. Can you see? Let's see what went wrong.
Yes, the
Because
time sequence, I think it is 2, the length is 2.
Not the length, not the length. If I
The
had done
position,
this,
I mean to say the
positions, I need to see the positions first, where it is belongs to. So here you can see. So for tolerance, there is an issue. For 2595, then okay, let's see. So 2595, I think between this, the positions, the spaces are not proper. That's the reason it is not taking it. All right. So in these cases, don't go with your thing. Otherwise, what we can do is, the other way of handling this is, after this, here I have 2, correct? Here I have 1, here I have 1, here I have 1, here I have 2. Okay. So we go with the mixed method in that case. So I have no issues in reading ID and name, but I have issues in reading the rest HR. Rest HR is starting at 27. Let's take it. After that, I also have issues. I think it is going to be +2. Now run this. Still we have problem. You can see 2548. Let's see what and all it read properly. Murray, it is done. Rest HR is done. 85 is done. Rec HR. Hey, you can see this is not taking all the 3s. After 72, it's supposed to have 185, but it read only 85. Correct? Something went wrong there. Let's see. Let's put only 1 and see what is going to happen. Now I have this 185 also, no issues. 128, 12, 38, and I'm getting 2 there. The reason for that is after 38, something fishy again. Right? Up to 38, I'm able to read the data correctly. After 38, I'm supposed to read D. Instead of D, it is reading this one. That's where the issue is coming. Correct? Now, the last one, I'll simply say at 45. Done. So I can go with absolute pointer method. I can go with relative pointer method. I can also go with the column input method. All the 3 methods are working for this. All of you are comfortable? Method 1, method 2, method 3. You guys able to understand how we are taking the advantage of each method here? Anyone? Anyone? Any questions? All of you are clear? Comfortable up to this? Can I go with the second one? Say yes or no,
Yes, sir.
guys.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Let me go with the second one. Given patient initial, read the given patient initials.txt file and create SAS data segmentation. Try any method of your choice. Assign missing values if any field information is missing. Let's have this as it is. This is going to be my second problem. And create a SAS data set called patient. Try any files of your choice. Assign missing value if the field is below are the fields. Okay, what are the fields? And these combination of both alphabets and numbers. Okay, let's open the file. Patient initials.txt. Before that, operators. So the name of the file is patient initials.txt. Okay, where it is. Done. And they want to read it as a patient. Done. There are IDs, which is going to be patient ID, patient initials, SSN, test1, test2. These are the variables I want to read. Okay, done. Let's talk about the positions later. Don't worry. Done. So now let's see how the data looks like. This is patient initials. Okay. It is taking this much time. The first one is going to be combination of both. So obviously when it is going to be the combination of both, what I have to do? I have to go with at the rate 1, it is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total length is going to be 5. I'll say $5 dot. Okay. That is at the rate 1. After that, what they are saying? Patient ID from position number 1, 5 bytes length, and it's a combination. Okay. Patient initials from the position number 1, 3 bytes of the length and only alphabets. So these three I want to read. These three I want to read. So can I simply put again at the rate 1, but the length is going to be only 3 dot. Am I correct? Right? SSN should be of 9 bytes length and only of the numbers. Analyze the input and act accordingly. Meaning, can you see this entire thing I will read? So what is the total length here? 3 plus 2, 5, 5 plus 4, 9, 9 plus 2, 11. Totally 11 bytes of the length. I will read it as it is first. That is, from which position, guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At the position 7, I'm going to read it as a, though it is a number, I'm going to read it as a, what is it? Character 11 dot. Okay, I'll tell you why. And I'll call this as, let's say, SSN underscore 1. Okay, and then what's the next thing? From there, if I move one position, I'm going to have it my test1, which is going to be a number anyways. So I just move one position from there, and I'm going to read my length, which is going to be of 3 bytes. And again from there, I'll move one position. I'm going to read the other number, test2. Let's see how it is going to come. Then we can think about it. Okay, what and all I got correctly? These two correctly. S1, this one is also right. Test1 is also right. After that, test2, which is wrong. Which is also correct. Then TUI is correct. 7632 is correct. Here, I supposed to read the length of 3, but I haven't get it. Correct? Chandana has shared something. Okay. Okay, let me see to that. Multiple options we have, we'll try. So trunk over. My data is ready. Only one thing which I have to take care here is I have to take care of SSN1. I'll simply say SSN is equal to compress of SSN1 hyphen, and then on top of it I'll just put input of this entire thing, comma 9 dot. Have I got a SSN? All the numbers are there. I don't want SSN1 now. I'll simply say drop is equal to SSN underscore 1. Completed. Everything is done. Questions? The reason why I have waited till I said to you, we'll wait till we complete module number 2, then we can go ahead with that. Even module number 3. The reason for that is we can have a grip on all the character functions. We can take the advantage of that. Once we complete the module number 3, we also have an advantage of your conditional statements that will be more handy. That will be really handy. That's the reason I said that we will discuss about all these assignments after module number 3. Okay, let me see what Chandra has given to me. Yeah, solution number 2. Let me copy this, Chandra, and I'll just put it on the screen. So this is the one is given type 1. So use the trunk over patient ID 125, again 123, and then $7 to 17, 19 to 21. Okay, you read it based on the positions as is, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good thing. But after you read it, you have to take care of your conversion, because the conversion is the one which is missing, because it is only the numbers. Can you see? Should be of 9 bytes of the length and only of numbers. Okay, analyze the input and act accordingly. Analyze the input and act accordingly. They haven't mentioned that you have to keep this as a number. They haven't mentioned it. But smartly, we are going to say that. Either I can go ahead with the number by converting it, or I can simply leave that without converting that into the number. I can also leave that, because generally, since we are not going to do any mathematical calculations on it, I can also leave that as is, as a character one. I don't need to convert. But you can see the length now. The length is supposed to be 9 there. So now it is 11. The reason for the 11 is initially we have read it with the 11. So what I can do, if I want to give the length of 9 for it, any guesses from anyone what I can do? If I don't want to change the order, I can keep it here. Length SSN $9, and I can load it. $9, and the order also not changed. Correct? In either of the ways you can perform, guys. It's up to you. All of it able to understand? So there are other one. So Chandra, read this as it is. And second thing is, yeah, she have followed the same method that we have done. Anything you can do. But it's not 12, Chandra. It is going to be 11. There are only 11. So 12 means you have read including the space after it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, good one, good one. Questions? Any questions from anyone?
Yeah, so here no need to use any miss over or trunk over there.
No, trunk over need to be used, otherwise it won't be read as a missing value. Can you see that I use the trunk over?
Oh yeah, yeah, I missed that.
Yeah, otherwise it will not, because I'm defining the lengths here, right? And also you can see I use the colon modifier.
Yes, yes.
Because I use the colon modifier because one of my data is supposed to be 3, but I have only 1 here. I have only 2 here. I can also avoid this. I can simply go ahead with this also. If suppose it doesn't have any difference there. The reason for that is because I'm using trunk over. I don't need to use the colon modifier here, right? But just on the safer side, I have used it. Even if I don't use it because I have the trunk over, it will read the data as it is. It will read the data as is. Questions? I know I'm going a bit fast. The reason for that is because these are all covered ones. That's the reason. If any of you are not able to follow, kindly let me know. I'll stop and I'll explain. All right. Now the third one. So read the given what is a survey details text file and create a SAS dataset called survey details. Try any method of your choice. Okay. Assign missing values if any field information is missing. Below are the fields. Okay. Fine. Let's go with that. So what is the name? Survey details.txt. Okay. So name and comment, only two are there. Name and comment, only two of them are there. So I can use only two of them. Okay. Now let's go to the file and see the data is how the data looks like. This survey details. Classy. Okay. So it's a comma delimited one, right? We can understand that it is a comma delimited one by looking at the data. Use comma as a delimiter and read the first element as the name. Okay. Fine. So in file, I don't need any trunk over, but I need DLM is equal to comma. Correct? For the second one, I need the length, right? For the second one, I need the length, right? I don't need to define this. I don't need to define this. I don't even need to define this one as well because I'm reading based on the. Okay. For this one, I need to give some length, right? I need to give some length. That's why I'll just give the random length of. Let's see what's going to happen.
So you have to remove that drop.
I'll do that. I'll do that anyways. It doesn't. That's the reason we have the warning there. Now you can see. Done. Straightforward. Done. Nothing else you need to do on it. It's a very simple one. The reason people may get confused here is one way is how to deal this additional double quotes, additional quotes, how to handle this, because there is one modifier is there which is called tilde modifier. Do I need to use that or not? That kind of confusion will come, but ideally you don't need to do anything because it's a pretty straightforward one. Before we just use a comma as a delimiter and just go ahead and assign the length. Move on. Correct or not, guys? Any questions on this? Straightforward, very simple one. Can I go to the last one? Any questions here? Just going with the fourth one. Read the given and create a data set called city. Okay. Try any method of your choice. Fine. Assigning missing value if any information is missing. For the fields, analyze the input to get better understanding. Okay. Let's go to the data set. So they're leaving it to us to understand the. Okay. So I don't know what is the option I have to use. For now, I'm not using any option. Just go to the file, city, which one they said? City layout details.txt. Okay, this is the layout. This is the data. Okay. Let's copy this as is. Keep it here. And now city details. Oh. What it is
Yeah,
telling?
this question is very confusing. Somehow I couldn't get the output for this question.
Even
Let
I
me
got
see.
the wrong output. I couldn't
Let's see.
complete it.
Okay, everyone is saying the same. Even Chandra mentioned the same now. Okay, let's see what it is. This is my layout. 1 to 48 is metropolitan, central, or city. That is fine. 49 to 52 is going to be MCCA code. That is the second one. That is also cool. And then I have 53 to 56 is blank. 57 to 60 is 4-digit PSMA code. 65 to 66. Those many are there here? I don't think so. Okay, here is what my total data is. So if I look into this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maximum I can have 5 fields. One, two, three, four. Okay, let's remove the blanks first. Done, 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 done. So I have total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Correct? Totally 6 fields I have to read. Now come back on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let me give it a try. So I'll go with input and I'll say Misova, and then I'll go with line pointer 1 and I'll take @1, 1 to 48, whatever I have is city. Let's simply call it as a city. Dollar. Maybe instead of, it's a bad idea. Instead of that, I can use this as it is. So 1 to 48. This is the first one is okay. And then I can say CMSA code, which is also a $49 to 52. Second one is also done. Then I don't want to look at the blank things. So if I look into my output, in my output, This one is good. This is done. This is also done. Right? 2 fields are done. 49 to 52 is nothing but 49, 50, 51, 52, 4 digits. So the 4 digits are here. That is the second one. After that, what they are saying, 57 to 60. 57, 58, 59, 60. There's supposed to be 4. Oh, guys, how we need to understand this is there are two things. They are saying for MSA it is blank. You can see it is blank for MSAs. 2-digit FIPS alternative CMS code. That is nothing but okay. For few, it is for CMSA, it is going to be 1. For MSA, it is going to be the other. That is how we need to look. So we need to read the data conditionally first. First, we need to read the data conditionally. But question is how to identify this MSAs and CSA, whatever they are saying. Here it is. This is one layout, guys. CMSA is one layout. This entire thing is CMSA. It is following one layout. For all MCAs, it is following other layout. Okay. For our ease of understanding, what we can do is let's do this. Let's remove this. Let's try to understand this now. So what they are saying for just give me a second. Let me close this and reopen this. The meaning here is for one, that is for MCAs, I have to follow something. For CMSAs, I have to follow other layout. Okay. Now, so for both of them, irrespective of whether it is going to be CMSA or it is going to be MSA, the city remains going to be the same. There are no changes in that. So the first one, I will read it as it is. 1 to 48 is same. Then if you see that 49 to 52, for both of them, for MSA or CMSA, for both of them, it is going to be a 4-digit code. I can simply call it as a code. Up to this, there are no changes. Up to this, there are no changes. So what we can do is, let's read only these two. Then I can use our input file options. By using the single trialing, we can go ahead and we can use it. Okay. For now, let's read these two. Some error. It's saying city layout is not present. Why? Yeah. Oops. City details. Sorry, guys. The city details. Now run this. So now you can see I have all the cities and their codes. Correct? Is anything missing here? I may also need to check these because this looks a bit odd. Copy and let's check it here. Here it's in. So for this it is 0060. What is what we have read? So 00 somehow missed it, correct? Here also you can see. For the first one also it's supposed to be 0040, but we have read that as a 48. So something is fishy there. The lengths are not correct. Let's see the lengths first. This is 49. This is correct only. But for CMS, CSMA, it is following the proper layout only. Just a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. So we took 1 to 48. This is correct only. And say 49. It's supposed to take city and code. Okay. For the first one, it is taking 0040 without any issues. Why for the second one, it is taking only 48? For the third one, it skipped this. I'll check this and I'll do this by tomorrow, guys. I'll check this. It's already, yeah, I'll check this. I haven't get a chance to look into this, but I'll check this and I'll explain this by tomorrow. Okay. Anyone tried it? Anyone by any chance got anything, or you are also in the same stage where I am now?
It is very confusing. I think I spent almost half an hour on only this question itself, but couldn't.
Okay, I'll check to that. I'll check to this tonight. I need to sit for this because they have given the layout. They have also given the data, but it is not proper. I have to just like this. I have to compare two, and I have to proceed with what we need to read for what. So overall, they are saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fields we need to read. That is no doubt about it. Of these 10 fields, for few they said blanks, right? They said blanks, right? This we have to understand. Is it completely blank or is it going to blank for something? That we need to understand. I'll check to that. And I will do the update. Okay. Tomorrow I can see with this. So tomorrow also we'll go with the remaining part of this assignment. This is this question followed by assignment number 1. This one. We'll do these two together by tomorrow. Okay. Any questions?
Sure, sir.
Yeah. Perfect, guys. I'm rolling out today because I have to catch up something else. So I'm just closing this here. Otherwise, I could have spent some more time, but I'm closing it here today. Tomorrow we can do the same by 8 o'clock, and maybe even if it takes a little more time, we will complete both the assignments tomorrow. Right? We don't want to drag this for too long, so we'll complete both the assignments tomorrow. Okay. See you guys. See you tomorrow.
Bye, sir. Bye all.
Bye.
Hello everyone, good evening, welcome. Hope all of you can hear me and hope all of you can see my screen. Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. How are you?
Sorry?
How are you?
Hey, I'm good, thanks. Thanks for asking. Hope all of you are doing good.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, okay. Just a small change in the plan, guys. I think last week we were discussing about the assignments, right? So if I continue with the assignment today, maybe we'll lose 1 or 2 days. So what I plan is I'll continue with the procedures today. From today onwards, or from tomorrow onwards, first 1 hour we'll go with the regular class. Last half an hour we'll go with the assignment. In that way, tomorrow and after tomorrow, or maybe next 3 days, we can take care of the assignments and we will continue with the regular classes. Is that okay to everyone? Right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because we lost around a week time, so I don't want to delay your end dates. That's the reason I'll just take this particular decision. Yeah, thank you guys. Okay, so in the procedures, we just have completed print, sort, and the contents. Only 3 procedures we have completed. Correct. So let's take up the remaining today. Okay, so just as a glance, these are the various procedures we have, guys. You can see I just made a small gap here. The meaning of this is these 4: proc tablet, proc correlation, proc univariate, and proc regression are statistical procedures, purely statistical procedures, not tablet but the remaining. Right, so these are not that important, or until unless you are a statistician you don't need to go there, but I will cover these as well. So in the first phase, that is in the next coming 3 or 4 days of the time, we are going to cover these procedures. We will continue with the remaining modules. Again, we are going back to these 4 at the end of the modules. Maybe after completing our 7 modules, before I start with the macros, I'll come back to this. So this is the usual practice to the other batches as well. All right. So now print, sort, contents, all these 3 are done. Right. So today I'll take up format first. I'll take proc format first, and then proc transpose. Proc means proc summary. I'll complete, and then I'll go ahead with the proc import and proc export. So today, up to this are completed. Let's take upon proc format and continue. Okay. So now today's procedure is going to be proc format. Okay, guys, you have already know the formats, right? You have already worked on formats, right? Now, what is the need of going with the proc formats? Any idea? Because you have used some of the formats, comma 9 dot, or I can go with date 9, ddmmyy10 dot, or dollar, or ZD5. There are so many formats we have, correct? In formats and formats. What is the need of going with the proc formats? Any idea? I have given a clue already when we were discussing formats. So I'm just trying to, make a connection if any of you remember that.
Yeah, is it used for non-standard formats like?
So there is nothing like non-standard formats, right? Okay, but I understand your motto here. So you mean to say that
For
if
the
I
output,
understand,
I guess.
sorry, Haida?
For the output, if I'm not wrong, like procedure formats are
No.
usually used for output.
Yeah, still we stick to that. See, always formats can be used to write or tell guide, or formats can be used to tell SAS how to write your data, correct? That is converting your standard data into non-standard data. Still it is there. I don't have any changes in that, right? The question here is, when I already have the formats, what does proc formats will do? That's the question. Anyone? Tulsi, I understand your bit. I know what you're trying to say. Yes, I'm partially inclined with that, because I understood that you are saying when the existing formats are not sufficient, when you want to create your own formats, we will go with the proc format. just to make sure everyone, guys. So there are two types of formats which are available. Number one, user defined formats, and number two, system defined formats. That is SAS defined formats. Whatever the formats we have used so far, all of them are system defined formats. That is, the formats are readily available. We just use them. Correct? Date 9 dot ddmmyy10 or mmddy10, or it is going to be $6 dot or comma w dot d. All these are already available. SAS has defined these. For an example, I have a new requirement. I don't have an existing format for that. SAS doesn't have a format for that. But still, I want to apply those formats. Then I will go with user-defined formats. That is, I'm going to define or I'm going to create formats as per my requirement. I'm going to define formats as per my requirement. Those will be called it as the user defined formats. Okay, I'll give you one simple example so that you can get a clarity on what you mean by proc formats, or why do you need user defined formats. Okay, so for an example, let's say proc print. Proc print will do, it is going to simply print the data. Data is equal to SAS help dot class and run. I'm just trying to print the existing data set. My license is about to expire. No problem. Now you can see. So this is the thing. Now, if I want to apply some comma format or dollar format on height, weight, and age, you can apply, correct? But what I want to apply here is, I want to apply a format on the sex variable such that if sex is equal to M, I want to define it as male. If sex is equal to F, I want to define it as a female. Remember that. I don't want to change the value. I don't want to change the value. I want to only while printing or only while storing, I want to create this particular mask. Because you know that there is one option we have. What is that option? I can simply go with data class set SAS help dot class. I can create by simply going with the conditional processing. I can say that if sex is equal to M, then sex is equal to, I can update the same variable also, correct? Let's say first I'll go with F, otherwise I don't need to change the length. Female, I can simply say else sex is equal to male. I can do this. But what is the meaning of this? The meaning of this is I'm overwriting the value of this variable. Oh, I'm trying to update the same variable, right? That's the reason it is not accepting. I'll just say 1, 1, and then I'll say drop is equal to 6, or rename is equal to 6 1 underscore 1 is equal to 6. Done, right? But this is not my requirement. I don't want to change the original data set, because let's say that the same example, like what I have given for the proc sort. Let's say me and Haider, both of us are working on this particular data set. All right, for both of us, this is the common data set. For my requirement, I want to change M equal to male, F equal to female. But Haider, who is using the same data set as an input, he don't want to change it. I don't want to change it. His code will be disturbed because his code is written in such a way that if sex equal to F, he want to do some operation. If sex equal to M, he want to do some operation. Right? Since it's going to be my existing data set, which is going to be a common data set between me and Haida, if I change my input data set, it is going to affect the entire flow. Correct or not? So what I have to do now, I just want to put only the format. What do you mean by format? Converting standard data into non-standard data, or converting my data into the way I need. So only for the presentation purpose I need it, correct? But original data, I want to keep it as it is. So first of all, you guys understand the requirement? I don't want to change the value of my variable. I want to keep the variable value as is, but while displaying, I want to apply the format. Is that correct or not?
Yes, sir.
Right. So to do that, but do you have any format for this thing? Because it is my own requirement, correct? SAS may or may not have a format for it. So now I'm creating a format for it. Instead of doing this, I'm creating a format. So the syntax is going to be very simple, guys. Let's say proc format. I have to say value. I have to write value. For what I have to create this? That value is nothing but the name. Let's say gender description is the variable, that is the format. So we are using comma w.d or $w.d or date 9. Those are the format names, right? So the format name here is going to be gender description. Since it's a character, I have to put a dollar in front of it. So I'm creating a character format. If I'm creating a numeric format, I don't need to put this. Then I have to define the values for it. What are the values? If the value is equal to m, print it as male. If the value equal to f, you have to say female. That's it. All I'm doing is proc format value followed by is a character or a numeric. What is the name of the format you want to apply? What are the values you want to replace? Just run this. Done. You can see that a proc format, that is a gender description format, has been created. Right. Now all I want to do is copy this while applying, let's say, format. And what variable I want to apply the format? On sex variable I want to apply the format. What is the format I want to apply? Gender description dot, because all the formats we end with the dot, right? Just apply it. What happened? You're trying to use the numeric format. Okay. Just a sec. Something wrong with the, oops. Yeah. So the existing format creation as it is correct, guys. There's no change in that. Since it's a character format, I just need to put dollar in front of it. That's what I missed. So the moment I put dollar in front of it, you can see that sex value has been replaced as male and female. But have I changed anything in my input data set? No. If I go to my library and if I go to SAS help and if I go with the class, the data remains M and F only. There is no change in that. But while printing it, I can see that the format has been applied. That is nothing but a mask on your face, and it is showing a new value there. Correct? Not only in printing, you can apply the same even for storing. For an example, data class set SAS help dot class. Simply I'll say format sex variable followed by this, and we can run this. So now also the dataset class is created with male and female, but if I go to the properties, you can see that there is a format applied on top of it. The format has been applied. The meaning of that is, even if I take class variable, sorry, class data set, let's say male set class, if I say condition where sex is equal to F, sex equal to M, and say run. Now you can say it will absolutely work without any issues, right? I'm applying a value called sex is equal to M, not sex is equal to male. If I say sex equal to male, it will throw an error because the data set still have a value of M there. But while printing and while storing, whatever the value you are creating, only that value will be stored. Is that understandable? It is just a mask on top of the variable. It won't change the value of a variable, but only for the display purpose, it will create a new value. Is that understandable to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Others? Do you understand the usage of what is the use of going with the formats? Because I'm creating a new format as per my requirement. Yes or no? Any
Yes,
questions?
Murli. Yeah.
Okay. Now, the best part of your user-defined formats is, the best part is going to be, I can apply a numeric value to the character value to the numeric. Even that is possible. Meaning, what is age here? Age is a numeric variable, right? Correct? But what I want to apply here is, just for an example, I'm telling you, let me copy this, go to Excel. Let's say I want to create some age groups. For an example, I want to create some age groups. So this is my data. All right. So all I need to do is, let me sort it just for my understanding. All the people where age is less than 14, I want to call them as preteen. What is that? Preteen. Preteen. All the people where age is less than 14. Anyone whose age is equal to 14, I want to call them as teens. Their age group, I want to call it as teens. But remember, this is age is a numeric variable. It's not a character variable, correct? Only while displaying, I want to do like this. Only while displaying, I want to do this. But in all other cases, I want to continue with the regular thing, correct? I cannot store a character value in a numeric variable, right? Correct. So what I have to do? In this case also, I can go ahead with the formats. For an example, Proc format. Now you can help me with how you are going to create it. Value. I want to create a numeric format now, so dollar doesn't require. This is for age, so age underscore format. What are the values? So now it is not a single value, right? There are two values I want to enter. What are them? Anything between, let's say here it is 11 to 13, correct? 11 to 13. I can simply say 11 to 13 is equal to, I can simply say preteens. I've just selected my range. What else? 14 to 16 is equal to teens. That's it. Let's create a format. Age format has been created. So now you can see while printing, let's say I just want to print it somewhere on my age variable, and my new format is going to be age underscore format. It's not a numeric variable format, it's a character format. Make sense? What happened to your data? Your data is still numeric. There are no changes in that. correct? Even on a numeric variable, you are able to apply some of the formats which are characters, correct? But what happened to your original data? Your original data remains going to be 14s and 15s only. I'm not changing it. Only while printing it or only while storing it, I want to store it in a way I want. For an example, this is printing. I want to store it. I can still do the same. Right? But does it mean that age is equal to teens? No. Age equal to still 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. The same thing will be there. But while storing, while displaying for you, it is going to show it as a what format you have applied there. For an example, if you want to see this, I can go to the properties, I can see that. Still, it is a numeric. The length is equal to 8, but the format that I have applied is the age format. Is that making sense? Questions? Anyone? Any questions? Is this understandable first of all, guys? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone?
Yeah, Murli. In here, so basically we are to use the user-defined formats, we are using the proc format. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Exactly. I don't want to, my existing SAS formats are not meeting my requirement. So I want to display the data in it. My client asked me, hey, any age less than 14, show it as a preteen. Any age greater than 14, show it as a teens. This is the requirement asked by my client. I may or may not have a format for it. So I'm creating on my own. Make sense?
Yeah. I mean, to have the more information about the data that we have, and we are in. I mean, these teens and preteens we are inserting, right? So.
Correct.
All right.
We're not inserting, we are applying that format. We are putting a layer on top of it. Original data, I'm not disturbing. I'm not disturbing the original data. I'm just showing what I want to show on top of my original data. Right? My data age still going to be 11 to 16. There are no changes in that. But since I have applied the format on top of it, it is showing like this. Understandable?
Yeah.
Don't hesitate if any of you have any questions, please.
And the file can be any format, right? Like not just the text file or.
Why you are thinking about the file? I'm talking about the data set. Why file has come to the picture?
Yeah. Yeah, got it.
Correct or not? I'm not talking about the file anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Others? Tulasi, Mahendra, Hasmi, Harini, Chandana, Anita.
No, that's fine, Miss. Yeah, I understood that the proc format is used when we want during the printing or storing the data. It's an extra layer than original data.
Yeah, I don't want to disturb the word. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe we have a more this kind of user-defined format.
Any number of formats we can create as per the requirement. So I just created 2 formats. Let me create one more just for our ease of understanding. Okay. So I don't want to disturb the original data, but I want to show the data in a way I want. In those cases, I can use the proc formats, right? Even if you go with your existing, I can say that your date 9 formats and all, the date value will be still from 0 to current date, correct or not? If I say 1st Jan 1960, SAS will still store it as a 0 only, correct? But you are applying a format on top of it, you are showing it as 01 Jan 1960 or 0101 1960. You are applying the format in a way you want. But still SAS is storing the data as 0 only, correct? Here also the same thing. My age is between 11 to 16, but I'm showing it as preteens and teens, correct?
Yes.
I'm not changing the original data, just applying a format in a way I want.
Can we change the header also? Can we change the header of the table by applying this proc format? Like where we have a sex, instead of the sex, I need to write something else.
That is called renaming your variable, right?
Yeah, okay.
But I got your question. I got your question. Maybe.
Renaming, sorry, renaming we are doing into the original data set. I am talking while we are printing or storing the data.
I understand it. That I can tell it in a different way. See, what I want to do is, Chandana, go ahead.
Yeah. Can we use different formats in the Proc procedure?
Two different formats on the same variable or different variables?
On the different variable.
You can do it. You can do it. So you can apply any number of formats by writing a format. I'll do that now. I'll do that
Yeah.
now. Yeah. So before
Yeah,
going with
Murli,
that,
sorry, one more thing. Like, as I'm concentrating on both, I think I didn't listen to this. What is that? Since it is an age numeric thing, we are using the value, right, in the procedure that we are writing. That's it, right? Because in for the character, this value, like in here, as it is a numeric variable, are we using as a value, like, or is it?
No. Value will tell. Value is a keyword. Whatever you write after the value keyword is going to be the name of the format. It's the name of the format. You can see here. Value here also I'm using. Here I'm creating a gender description format. Value followed by whatever you are giving is the name of the format. Right? If it is a character variable, you need to put a dollar. If you are creating a numeric format, you don't need to put anything.
Okay. Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. One more thing, let me tell you this. So here you can see that I know the ranges clearly. It only do for 11 to 13. It only do for 14 to 16. Correct? Let's say now we can go with one more. Here I'll say that I have a weight variable, correct? I just want to say that anyone whose age is less than 95 or whose age is less than 90, I want to call them as underweight. I'm just telling you. Anyone whose weight is 91 to 100, I want to make it as ideal. Anyone whose age is more than 101, I want to call them as, or I want to treat them as heavyweight. Underweight, ideal weight, heavyweight. Three groups I want to create on weight. So now you can see, I say that anything lesser than 90, I just simply said that anything lesser than 90, that can be any number. Here it is 11, but it can be any number. So I only know the upper limit. I don't know the lower limit. In that case, I can simply say that low. Low stands for any value from any value, that is that can be 0, 1, 2, 3, any value to 90 is going to be my underweight. I only know the upper limit. What is the second one? 91 to 100. Here I know the two boundaries, 91 to 100. These are going to be fall under ideal weight category. Let's say 101 to anyone whose weight is more than 100 is going to be the heavy weight, right? I don't know the upper limit. I'll simply call it as high. Now you can see what I'm trying to do. I'm using two keywords. One is going to be the low and another one is going to be high. Okay, these are going to be overweight. Right? Now run this. Done. Apply this. So already age format I'm applying here. Now I'm applying one more format on the weight. It is also a numeric format. Let's apply that. Done? Make sense? So what is the difference? I know the exact value. Here also I know the exact ranges. I don't know the exact lower value and higher value. Still I can apply. Is that understandable to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes.
Perfect. So Chandana, this is the answer to your question. Can I apply more than one format? Yes, you can.
Yes,
Right?
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah. I can also apply the character and numeric formats together. This is my character format, right? I can also apply this. All three formats. Now we can see character format is applied here, numeric format applied here, numeric format applied here. My original data still same, no disturbance to the original data. I'm only doing the changes to the layer. All of you are comfortable with formats?
Yeah, I have one question, Muraligaru.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, here after the keyword value, here we are mentioning like gender descending or age descending, right? So after value, like the variable for what we are like my question is like the variable should represent
No. Here you can give any name. This is not descending actually, description, gender description, age description, like that I'm giving. Suppose for an example, let's say that I want to give your own name here. Let's say Tulasi is the format name. I just say
okay.
Tulasi is the format name. That's just the name of the format. So what you can do now, wherever you want to apply this, you can apply your name there. That is just the name of the format. That's it.
Okay.
Done.
Yeah,
That
one.
is the name of the format you are giving. You can give any format of your choice. Make sense? Generally, why we give the related names is we know why we are creating this format.
Yes,
Because
yes.
if I say gender description, it is for gender. If I say age, the age format is for the age.
Okay.
Correct? If it is a weight format, it is for the weight. For that reason, I'm giving those details there.
Yeah, one more question. Yeah, like can you show me the last like you have changed the weight, right? Yeah, here you gave like value weight underscore format, right? Like uh, you wanted to change it as the weight which is below 90, you want to give it as underweighted. So
correct.
What if we have another variable like say it is a height and it also has the value which is below 90, so it is also going.
Understand. I understand that. It doesn't mean that I have to apply only on the height. For an example, let's remove this piece. That is, I'll say under like this, under ideal over. I just put 3. In height, everything is between 50s. So what I can do is just I'm changing 60, 61 to 70, 71 to high. I'll just simply say some name HW. Okay, I created one format. This format I can apply wherever these ranges are applicable. For an example, the same format on height I'm applying it, on weight also I'm applying it. For both I'm applying HW dot. Now you see. Make sense?
Yeah, got it.
Right, because both of them I'm looking at the numbers, right? All these are numbers. I can apply this wherever it is coming, wherever the value of your variable is less than 60, under will be applicable. 61 to 70, ideal will applicable. 71 to anything more than 71, it will be over. So I'm applying the same format on both height and weight now. All right. So if more than one variable is matching with your condition, you can still apply to that. No restrictions.
Yeah, understand. Thank you.
Perfect. Anyone? Any other questions on Proc format?
So now, according to Tulisi's question, like this, we can do only if it is a numeric, as both are numeric cases, then it happened to both, right? But if it is one is character and the other one is numeric, I don't think it will happen.
No, we can still apply that. Let me tell you. I'll say a new variable I'm creating here. For an example, data matters. Yeah, So okay, so sure, you are saying that what if I have the same value in character? I have a character variable. In the character variable, these numbers are there. Will it be applicable or not? Is that what your question is? Can I apply the same format?
The thing is, like with one format, we were able to change the height and weight. Not changing, I mean,
Applying.
yeah, we are applying. But if it is the character variable, like in the same format, I don't think we can use,
No,
right? Like,
we cannot. That's the reason we have character format and numeric format separately. So all the numeric formats I can apply on the numeric variables, all the character formats I can apply on the character variables. Because I can create a variable with 61 and 70 as a character, but those supposed to be keep like this, correct? You remember? Yeah, that's the reason you cannot keep it. Yeah, all character variables I have to use dollar followed by the character format. All the numeric variables I have to use the numeric format. So even though there is a variable with values of, let's say sex is the variable where I have 20, 70, 80 like this, there I cannot apply this because though they looks like your numbers, those are character data. I cannot apply a numeric format on the character variable. Not possible. Thanks for asking.
thanks, Murli.
Yeah. And now let's go with transpose. So many of you might already know what is the usage of transpose. What is the usage of transpose, guys? Let's say this is my data. What do you mean by transpose of it? I can go to this and I can transpose like this, correct? Your rows become columns, columns becomes rows, correct or not? This is what your transpose is. Here I have the columns names like this. Here I have the column names like this. I have 19 rows here. Instead of 19 rows, I'm going to have 19 columns, correct? That is what your transpose is. The same transpose concept, I'm going to use it under SAS also. I'm going to use it under SAS also. For this, I'm going to pick some data. Just give me a second. Just to do this, I'm creating some data sets. This is the data set that I'm creating. So I'm just going with Proc transpose. So I'm just creating one data set called narrow file. I'll tell you why I'm doing it. Don't worry, I'll tell you this. So now I can say that I have a pet owner, pet population. So like this, I have the data, correct? So two of them are character variables. One of them is the numeric variable. Mr. Black is the one who is having dogs. There are two dogs he is actually owning. There is another guy called BLK, Mr. BLK. He is having a bird. I haven't mentioned the name of the bird, but he's owning one. So fish, he owned 5. Cat, he owned 3. Right? Let's say I want to do a transpose. All I can do is I simply say Proc transpose data is equal to name of the data set, and I say that run. Don't say I haven't do anything else. Simply I just took one of the data set and I just applied transpose on top of it. Okay, let's see what will happen. What happened there? Can anyone tell me? This is your original data set. Let me open the original data set also.
Column changed to the row.
Correct. But what happened to the all other columns? These are the total columns. 3 columns are there, 4 rows are there. But if you see your output, the output is like this. Only population variable has been transposed. Correct? That's the reason I have picked this data set. Now let's go to our regular data set. I'll tell you everything, don't worry. I'll say I just go with SAS help.class. Now you guys maybe answer why and what happened there. Now you guys tell me. What happened here? I have totally these many numbers.
Sex is missing.
No, name also missing.
Yeah, name also.
Now you guys think and tell me what happened.
All numeric has been converted into character, and
Wonderful.
it's created into columns.
Wonderful. Yes. 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 Remember. That's the reason we are going with two different examples. In the first example, I carefully took two of the variables are characters, one of the variable as a numeric. And when I run a transpose on top of it, you can clearly see that it only transposed a numeric variable. Underscore name underscore tells me what variable is transposed, on what variable I have applied the transpose. By default, only numeric variables will be transposed by SAS. So that's the reason I have only one numeric variable. That numeric variable got transposed. And if I go with this, here also, there are three numeric variables. All the three numeric variables got transposed. So first thing you need to understand is when I apply Proc transpose without having any variables, by default only the numeric variables will be transposed. Is that clear? First thing, only numeric variables will be transposed. Other variables will not transpose by default. That is a default nature. Can I get a confirmation from everyone? Is that understandable, the first part?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, another thing you need to understand here is the moment it transposed, it needs the column names, right? It needs the column names, right? So since I don't have the column names, it has created as column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. How many values are there? Those many columns it has created. Correct? If you see this Proc transpose here, now you can see I have 4 records. So 1, 2, 3, 4 for each of the variable. It has created a new variable called column 1, column 2, column 3, and column 4. Correct? Make sense? Okay. You can see here underscore name underscore is the automatic variable. It will tell me on what variable the transpose was happened. So by default, it's numeric variable. So all the numeric variable names will come there. Okay. Now, next, let's say that, hey, I don't want to apply only on a numeric variable. I don't want to apply on a numeric variable. I want to go with something else. Or let me copy one more. Every time my output is coming like this, right? I want to store my output into a new data set. So we already know whenever I want to store the output in a proc, I have to use out equal to option. Correct? There are some procedures where I need to change out to something else. Out to and all I have to use. But by default, data equal to means input data set, out equal to means output data set in formats, all the formats. Now, whatever the data set I have created now, I want to store that output. Now you can see I'm creating a data set here called default. In the default, I'm storing this output. You can ask me, Murli, what happened in the previous cases? Since I'm using SAS Enterprise Guide, since I'm using Proc Enterprise, SAS Enterprise Guide, every time it is created a new data set. Can you see data 1, data 2, data 3, data 4? These are all new data sets SAS is creating internally. These data sets are created by SAS internally. If you don't have your enterprise guide, the moment you run it, it is going to create a form. It is going to show this particular output in your results viewer. It will not show it. It will not create the data set on its own. Since I'm using a tool, it is creating. So otherwise, if I want to store my output, I have to use out equal to option, and then I need to store the data set into a new data set. The output I'm storing in a new data set. Is that making sense? Why I'm using out equal to? I'm using out equal to because my data by default will not store in a data set. I have to create, if I need that, I have to create a new data set. Here the new data set is going to be default. Is that understandable to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Now, what you can see
Is
here.
it like export? Is it like an export also, Murli? I'm just asking. I know we,
No, no.
in order to store the this thing, we are using the out, but
Export is generally, the meaning of export is you're exporting your data set to another format, meaning either you're exporting to a CSV file or an Excel file or a TXT file or to any other file system. You're converting your data to any other file system. You can call that as a export. This is not export. You're simply storing your SAS dataset output into a new dataset,
okay.
meaning you're printing data, right? Let's say you're using Proc print. So where you're printing your data, you're printing your data into your results viewer. Your Proc transpose output also by default will go to the results viewer only. Instead of that, I want to create a data set, I'm creating it. The advantage of using SAS Enterprise Guide is it is creating this data set on its own. Can you see that? Data 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is creating on its own. If you go to another, for an example, just give me a moment. So I'm just going to this. Oh, come on. I'm running this on. Can you see this? It is creating work.data1 default. Did I mention that I want to create a data set called work data1? No, right? It is creating on its own, correct? But I don't want to create a data set like data1, data2, data3 like this. I want to store with a proper name. For an example, out is equal to class underscore transpose. So it's a transpose data set. I want to clearly mention it's a transpose data set. In those cases, I just need to mention the data set name. I want to store my output in a specific data set rather than the ones created by your SAS. I need to go with this. Is that understandable?
Yeah,
By default,
as we said earlier, like now the class transpose, even for tomorrow, if we need anything, we can uh, see that data, but the whatever the SAS is creating, that cannot be seen, right? That's all.
no, if you want to do like this, you have to create a permanent data set. That is,
Okay.
you need to create a library first, correct? Lib name, let's say any name, yeah. I have to create a permanent data set first. So let's say that this is going to be my variable, that is path. In this path, I can create it. So now what will happen? Whatever the data set that is created, that is part of my this one now. You can see. So now, even if I close and open SAS, my data 1, data 2 will not be there, correct? But the moment I have my SAS open, that is, if I open my SAS 9.4 now, and if I call that library, if I call that particular library, my data set will be available now. Is that what you asked?
Yeah, clear. Yep.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So let's come back on this. So now I can say this is the data set I'm using and I'm storing my data set output into a thing. But what is this column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4 ideally? If you see this, if I go with the original data set, this 2153 is nothing but your population, right? These are nothing but your population, right? Population got transposed, correct? Population got transposed. What do you mean by that? Let's say 2 dogs, 1 bird, 5 fish, and 5 cat. Is that correct? How many number of dogs owned? 2 dogs. How many number of birds he actually owned? 1. How many fish? 5. How many cats? 3. Correct? So I want to clearly say that these are the populations, correct? Or these are the populations of your pet, correct? So instead of simply saying them, let's say instead of going ahead with, column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, I want to rename them automatically with your variable values. I want to automatically go ahead and I want to say, hey, use ID, just use your pet names there. Instead of populating your column names as column 1, 2, 3, and 4, load them with these values. What are those values? Dog, bird, fish, and cat. It makes more sense to me. Make sense now? Population: 2 dogs, 1 bird, 5 fish, 3 cat. So instead of having column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, I want to populate the column names with any of the variable name. In that case, I can use my variable name under ID. Is that making sense, guys? It doesn't need to be a pet all the time. I can also go ahead with, instead of pet, I can use the other one, pet owner. Now it will say that Mr. Block owned 2 population here. Mr. Green has 5, Mr. White has 3. So with what variable you want to load your column names, you can choose that. Is that understandable? ID will help you. Instead of the default column names, I want to populate them with any of the variable value. Clear, guys? But again, there is a catch here. Let me tell you. Okay,
Murli,
first of all,
in the cards, are we giving the pet owner and the, can you go up and, okay, length pet owner, got it.
yeah. Any questions from anyone other than this? If yes, I have a, in ID, there is a small class. I want to mention that. Let me show that to you. Let's say I'm just going with SAS help.class. All right. I know that the moment I use Proc transpose on SAS help.class, all the numeric variables will be done. I know that very clearly. But what value I have to give it here? Column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. What values you want to give? So already these 3 variables are done. You have only these 2 variables. So which variable you want to give under ID?
Name.
Okay. Yeah. So why not 6? That's the question here. Okay. So first I'll go with the name. The moment I go with the name, it will be more meaningful because I can clearly see that Alfred is the guy whose age equal to 14, whose height equal to 69, whose weight equal to 112.5. It is more meaningful, correct? All the 19 things are there, correct? But the same thing, if I go with 6 variable here, first thing you're going to get an error. Why? The first thing you need to understand here is, if anything I want to use it under ID variable, that variable should have only unique values. If I have any duplicates in that, it will not work. What is the meaning? Whatever the variable I want to use it under ID, that variable should not have any duplicates. If you see that all the 4 names are, there are no duplicates on the 4 names. There are no duplicates on the pets, correct? But if you see that 6 variable, I have duplicates, correct? So that's the reason it is saying that the ID value F occurs twice in the input data set, so I couldn't process it. What I have to do now? This is the fun thing, but still I can overcome that. I have to use another option here. You can say let. The moment I use let, it will change altogether. What happened? It only gives 2 values. You can see that all the duplicates it has eliminated, right? Which is not the right output. Which is not the right output. Still, if you want to proceed it, you can proceed it, but it is not correct. It is not correct. Make sense what I'm trying to say? It will be more meaningful on the other one. Let me tell you this. I just created a new variable called temp. So here I have given 2 names, black and black again, Mr. Black, Mr. Black. Now go ahead with your Proc transpose. And I want to go with the pet owner name. Pet owner name is repeating, right? There are duplicates in the pet owner name, right? Oh, still I'm using narrow file, this one. Now I will get an error saying that there are duplicates. Mr. Black is occurs twice in the input data set. Now I use let. Now you can go ahead and see. Now you can see the latest one, that is wherever the value is repeating, Mr. Black repeating 2 times, the latest record only will come to the picture. What is my latest record? Mr. Black bird 1. Only that record is come here. Remaining is not disturbed. Correct? If you have duplicates, if you still want to proceed, I can use let. Questions? Questions? Guys, questions? Is this let option confusing? Let option, remember this, ID is nothing but whenever I want to populate column names with variable values, that is record values, I can use ID, right? Instead of column 1, column 2, column 3, I have to use it. But only catch here is I should not have duplicates in the variable names I'm using under the ID variable. If I have the duplicates, I will end up with an error. If I want to overcome that, it's okay to have a duplicate, whichever is repeating, whatever the latest value is there, give me the latest value alone. If that is my requirement, in that case, I can use the let option. So this is the best example you can see. Mr. Black name is repeating twice. The first one is ignored. Only the latest record is applied. Let's say if I have one more record. Let's say here I'll just go with, let's say that dog is over, bird is over, let's say let's say cow. So let's say he have 3 cows. Now run this. Whatever is the latest, only the latest one has come. The first 2 records which are duplicates are ignored. Make sense? Now is it understandable? Everyone? Guys, when you are very silent, I'll be scared.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right? We're just exploring some of the options, guys. That's it. All I'm doing is I'm exploring the various options that are available. Nothing more than that. Okay. Now, let's go with one more option. That option is going to be prefix and suffix. That is nothing but, whatever the name I'm getting there. So if I go and run this particular one, I'm applying 2 options now, suffix and prefix. So what do you mean by suffix and prefix? I just want to add, okay, let me add one after the other. Otherwise it will be confusing for you guys. So my input data set is going to be data equal to narrow file 1. Output data set is equal to default ID. I just want to say, I want to add a suffix. I want to add a suffix. So that is okay. Let's go without a suffix first, and then we go with a suffix. What is the name I'm getting? Mr. Black, Green, White. Who are there? They're actually owners, right? They're actually owners, right? So I just want to put in front of each guy, in front of each of this name, I want to add a prefix of owner. I want to add a prefix of owner. I'll simply say prefix is equal to owner. So what is the meaning of this? So for everyone, I'll say that owner underscore the name of the owner. Can you see? Owner underscore Mr. Black, owner underscore Mr. Black, owner underscore Mr. Green, owner underscore Mr. White. All I'm doing is I'm adding a prefix for each of the variable name. Suppose if I want to add a suffix, let's say that in addition to the prefix, or I say that instead of having a prefix, I want to have the same as suffix underscore owner name followed by underscore owner. Now you can see Mr. Black underscore owner, Mr. Black underscore owner, Mr. Black Green underscore owner, and Mr. White underscore owner. Make sense? I can add these two together also. Let's say I have a suffix already, and I also have a prefix. Prefix is equal to, okay, I'll have a prefix as owner, and I also have a suffix of 1, just underscore 1. I'm applying both together. Now you can see owner underscore is a prefix, underscore 1 is a suffix. Make sense? Every one of you? I'm trying to explore what are the options I have under your transpose. Make sense? I want to add some names, a prefix or a suffix. I can use this. That's what I want to mean. Questions?
Yeah, Murli, this might be a very silly question, but we are using let for if you have the same names, the latest one will be taken, right? So in here, we are starting with Mr. and then Mrs. What if it is Mr. Black and then Mrs. Black? Then how is it going to be the same?
Both of them are different, right? Both of them are different, right? See, let's say Mr. and Mrs. This is what your question is, correct? These two are two different. Let's say I have two records now. Okay, let's
So it's
not
taking
discuss
starting from it's not depending on the name. It's with the
it doesn't know,
Mr.
right?
and the Miss.
It doesn't know, right? That's the catch. It all look at is my data. Mr. Black, Mrs. Black. Both of them are different, right? It is not a title, or it is not going to be a surname, or it's not going to be something, because it is the part, this whole thing is the name of the pet owner. SAS will compare Mr. Black with Mrs. Black. Both of them are different, right? Those will be unique. Make sense?
Yeah.
Because it's a character to character comparison. It doesn't know, Mr. and Mrs. are two different titles. It doesn't understand it as a title. It understands that Mr. dot space Black, this total thing is going to be one name. Mrs. dot space entire Black, this is going to be the second name. This name is different from this name. That all it knows.
Okay. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Now, if you see that so far, I'm transposing only on a variable that I want. Correct? Sorry, I'm transposing only on the numeric variable. Correct? I'm just going with a different thing now. For an example, I'm saying that don't transpose on the numeric variables. Transpose on pit owner. Can you see? I'm asking system, by default, you are transposing on numeric variables. But that's not my requirement. I want you to transpose on because you are transposing this variable by default, but that's not my requirement. I want to transpose this variable. I want to transpose a character variable. Can you transpose? Right. So in that case, I want to go ahead with VAR. Var stands for what variable you want to transpose. So far, I'm not using var. When I'm not using var, it is transposing by default on the numeric variable. Correct. But I don't want to transpose on the numeric variable. I want to transpose on any variable of my choice. I want to transpose pet owner. Done. But still you can see that column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4 are there. Correct. I want to add a value to it. Still the same thing will happen. Now I can go with ID also. ID pet owner. So what will happen now? Oh, I'm going with both of them are same. ID pet. So what will happen? I'm going to transpose my pet owner. The names of the pet owners will be transferred, but the column names will be pets. Right? Or in other way, I can also go ahead with population. If I go with the population now, Mr. Block, that is the pet owner names got transposed. The column names are going to be your population. You can play with anything you want. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Now we can see underscore name underscore. I don't want to go with underscore name underscore. I can rename it. Rename is equal to underscore name underscore. What is the value of that? It is actually population. Now I can say that. Now you can see pet owner is Mr. Black, population is going to be 2. Pet owner is going to be Mr. Black, the population is 2. Is that making sense, guys? Instead of going with the default values, I can also go ahead, instead of going with the transpose on the numeric variables, I can also do a transpose on the character variables. Is that understandable? I can also do a transpose on more than one variable. Done. Pet owner got transposed, pet got transposed, and you can see that on the top of it, I have my population. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That is about
Can
your
we use the replace option for like we are renaming, right? In the same way, if you want to
sorry.
change
No. I haven't get your question, Usha. Could you please repeat?
here we are using the rename option for name is equal to population, right? Can we use the replace option for the what we call the description? Can you show me the output once so that I can?
Okay, I'll do one thing. I don't apply this, and I'll show you the output. Now tell me what you want to do. This is the default variable. So whatever the variable on which the transpose is happening, to list that, SAS will automatically create a variable called underscore name underscore. Right? So, but actually underscore name underscore, I'm populating this values with population, correct? These are population numbers, correct? So just to make this meaningful, I'm replacing underscore name underscore with population. That is, so instead of saying underscore name underscore, I'm saying that population is the one it is. Population is 2. Pet owner name is Mr. Black. Pet is dog. It is more meaningful now, right? Otherwise, I can drop it, or I don't need to keep it also. Meaning to say, when I'm not interested to do that, I can leave this. I can leave it. so that it will be like underscore name underscore. Or don't go with this. These are column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. Right? Now column names I'm replacing with the population, so I use ID. So since anyways it is a population number, I want to rename underscore name with the population. That's what I'm doing there. So this is the initial one. Now I say ID population. So the meaning of this is I don't want column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. Instead of that, I want the population details there. I got population details. Now, instead of saying underscore name underscore, why can't I replace that with the more meaningful variable name, which is nothing but the population? Now you are able to understand how we are transforming from one to other.
So we are renaming name underscore name underscore as with population, but not replacing, right?
We are not replacing. There is no replacements, right? In SAS, there is no concept of replacement. Have I told you any replacement so far, Usha?
No. You used both the terms, so I just got confused. Like I think once you used replace and the other time you used rename, so that's why I got confused.
Okay. Okay, I got it. I got it.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome. Any other question? All right. That is about transpose, guys. Okay, let's keep this ready. So tomorrow we are going to start with this one. Means summary import export frequency. So tomorrow is going to be 5 data sets, 5 procedures we should cover. Summary is going to be that mimic of your means only. It won't take time. Only proc means will take time. Proc import and export are vice versa. So hopefully 4 or 5 we can cover tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow take second, only first 1 hour I'll cover this, second half an hour I'll go with the assignment. Okay, let's catch up on tomorrow, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Take care. Bye bye.
Yeah.
The module assignment did you send?
Which module assignment and
Second module నుండి అసైన్మెంట్ సెండ్ చేస్తానన్నారు మిస్.
పంపించలేదండి.
ఓకే.
థ్యాంక్ యూ అండి.